What's up, family? We about to get started here in just a minute.
I ain't never switch. I was raised in the lion's den, standing on truth. I don't follow, I inspire men, loyal to the code. Got the wisdom of 1,000. Every move I make for the fam, that's the fountain. Built from the struggle, integrity in my spine. Character solid, you can read between the lines.
I feel like I'm too dark. Like this lighting is too dark.
Name hold weight in the west and the east. Lessons
about to get started, y'all.
like a blade. Made it out the fire.
Go ahead and hit that like button. Let's get it going. Let me send out the invite to people. Hold on real quick.
I'm the moon and the sun. Everybody know me too much. When you see me on the street, too much.
I'll be on TikTok. Always standing on business. We're gonna run that back. We're gonna run that back. Legend in the making. Come on. About to get it started here. I'm just sending out these invites real quick. Make sure y'all share the live. Share the live. This is gonna wake everybody up. This is gonna wake everybody up. I got facts today. I got some insights today. I got some things I need to show my people today, so y'all come on in. Alright, I'm too much, I'm the moon and the sun. Come on. When you see me on the street, I'll be on TikTok. Always standing on business. Know me. When you see me on the street, I'll be on TikTok. Know me. When you see me on the street, I'll be on TikTok. Standing on business.
Legacy on my back, I don't bend, I don't fold. Too much to name, but I never do the most. Principles embedded, they don't come with a cost. I took every L
like a boss, never lost.
Talk to the youth like a prophet in the street.
Come on.
Every bar is a jewel, every line is a leak. Got the aura of a king. Calm, never loud. But when I step in the room, I still move the crowd. Sticking to the code, I don't break, I create.
I create.
Everything I built from the ground, now it's great.
I was great.
To the code, I don't break, I create.
I create.
Everything I built from the ground, now it's great.
I was great.
I couldn't do it, now I'm living what I said.
What I said.
Too much, lead with heart.
Not just bread. Too much, too much. I'll be on TikTok. Always standing on business. Everybody know me. You see me on the street, I'll be on TikTok. Standing on business.
Mirror never lie, I reflect what's divine. Discipline the fuel, got my purpose in line. They imitate the stance, but the soul ain't matching. I do it for the bloodline.
Never for the caption. Too much, realer than the lies they be living.
I'm the echo of the struggle, still risen. Woke in my thoughts, still humble
In my deeds,
planting righteous seeds while the world just feeds. Eyes on the prize, but my mind in the stars. Blueprint in my palms, no facade, no fraud. Speak truth in the world full of fiction and fronts. Too much.
I'm the future they want. When you see me on the street, I'll be on TikTok. Standing on business. Standing tall for the lady, yeah. Nothing less, always more. Come on, y'all. Come on up in here. Like the live. Share the live. We about to get to it. We about to get to it. Don't be a hater. Click that like button. Click that like button. Come on in. Click the like button. Apply pressure to that screen. Y'all see my shirt? Got the FBA coin shirt. Make sure y'all check out fbacoin.org. We live, baby. We live. We popping. It's real out here. We're doing phenomenal things. We are doing phenomenal things. Make sure you like the live. Make sure you share the live. We about to get to it. I came prepared today. Come on. I was raised in the lion's den. I inspire man. Loyal to the code. All right, we about to get started, y'all. I know we only got a few people up in here. I'm gonna try to be a little patient. I'm gonna try to slow cook this for y'all, but not too slow. You see what it is? The copper-colored truth they erase. The many faces of the first Americans. Who's really foundational and who's not? Who's really foundational and who's not? I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Listen, there's a lot of people out here who gonna try to tell you. They're gonna try to tell you anything. They're gonna try to tell y'all a story. They're gonna try to mislead you again. But everything I'm saying today, I can back up. I got some visuals I'm gonna show you. Y'all need to follow along. I want y'all. I'm gonna make y'all go to Google a lot today. Y'all can go to Google because this stuff is not. Listen, I keep trying to tell y'all. There's things called there's hidden knowledge, and then there's forbidden knowledge. Hidden knowledge is very simple. Hidden knowledge is hidden. It's locked away in the Vatican somewhere. It's locked away in some museum behind the scenes where nobody gets to see it. But forbidden knowledge is right in front of your freaking face. It's all the symbols and the signs and this and that. Stuff that you walk past every day and have no clue what's going on. No clue. I'm about to expand. Listen, today, if this don't get the Africans and the tethers and the Caribbeans off our back, when we show them this, I don't know what will. I don't know what will. We might as well just say we might as well just start calling them racist at this point. If they don't accept us for who we are after I go through everything right here and show y'all who we are, then you just downright disrespectful. Downright disrespectful. Okay? I'm about to hit them today. I'm about to listen. Shout out to the copper-colored people. Shout out to our American Indians and our Native Americans. Shout out to them because I'm about to get some things straightened in that community. Listen, y'all don't have to like me, but I'm still from the lineage. You can't kick me out the lineage. You can't kick me out. I'm not afraid of you. But I'm going to stand on business because that's what our lineage is known for doing. Standing on business. And that's what I'm all about. Standing on business. I don't need to make up nothing. I don't need to lie. I'm not afraid of I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anybody. So what I got to lie for? I don't need your money. I'm good. I have confidence in me. See, when you believe in yourself, you don't need nobody else. I believe in me. I believe in me. So I don't need to pander to anybody. I'ma live just fine. You understand me? I'ma be okay. I'ma be straight. Listen, I believe I'm a genius. You don't have to believe it. I believe I'm phenomenal. You don't have to believe it. You understand? That's all listen. I done had that man in the mirror moment already. Some of y'all have it. Some of y'all still lying to yourselves. Some of y'all still looking at yourself in the mirror and you see a skinny person when you really big. You haven't came to that realization of what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. I already did that. I'm beyond that. Okay? Now it's time to speak truth to power. That's all it's about now, speaking truth to power. And I'm about to get to it. The copper-colored truth they erased. The many faces of the first American. Who were the first Americans? Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to who were the first Americans. Who were the first Americans? Let's get to it. Let's get to who were the first Americans. Who were the first Americans? Let's get to it. I told you I came prepared today. I came prepared. Who were the first Americans? Who were the first Americans? Look at this. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see this? I came prepared today. I got some visuals to show y'all. Who were the first Americans? And I can prove it. And why? Listen, remember, we keep trying to tell y'all, listen, there's a reason why they taught you African American history and African studies, because they don't want you to know who you are. They don't want you to be connected to the land. They don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want that, family. They don't want you to know that you're connected to this land. And I'm about to prove it right now. Look, I'm about to come and hit y'all with something. Do y'all know about the Webster's Dictionary of 1828? Anybody in the chat know about the Webster's Dictionary of 1828? Anybody in the chat, do you know about the Webster's Dictionary? And anybody in the chat, do you know about the Webster's Dictionary in 1828? And why that dictionary is so significant and it's very telling of who we are. Did you know what the definition of what an American was? Does anybody know the definition of an American? Does anybody know the definition of an American? If y'all in here and y'all not asleep, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. If y'all really in here and y'all not asleep, I'm trying to give y'all the game real quick. Do y'all know about 1828 and what it says? Okay, I got some people in the chat that are awake. One person's awake. Go Google the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, and I want you to ask it this. What is the definition of an American? What is the definition of an American? I got it right here. Webster's Dictionary. American originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. Did you know that? That's in the dictionary. See, they don't want us, listen, they want to confuse y'all. Did you know the real definition of an American? Listen, all the Europeans, all the YT people, you're not, listen, you're American citizens. You're American citizens. But the definition of an American, according to the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, go Google that. It says right here, American originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races founded here by the Europeans. Here by the Europeans. Uh-oh. And they said copper-colored races. Copper-colored race. What color am I? A beautiful, beautiful copper color, baby. You can see it all. Look at the high. You can see who I am. Look at this. Look at this. You can see it. I'm not hidden. Ain't no filter on this. This is who I really am. Did you catch that? Not African, not Negro, not even black. And I'm a proud foundational black American because I understand it's not about black the color, it's about black the consciousness. It's about the culture that we created here in America. It's about the classification and the freedmen that was here in America. But check this out. Did you catch that? Webster's Dictionary of 1828 says an American is originally applied to the Aboriginals. And who are the Aboriginals? Copper-colored races. That was the original American. And they were found here by the Europeans. So I don't care if you claim you're a Mayweather YT. I don't care. According to Webster's Dictionary of 1828, You're a guest here in my country, in my land. And that's enough. Listen, if I don't show y'all anything else, that's enough proof right there. How come no one's ever heard about the Webster's Dictionary of 1828? And no one ever told us what the definition of an American was. No one's ever told us what an American was. How come? How come? How come we never heard this definition of... if I'm being honest, they didn't teach it to me in school. They never taught me that an American was an Aboriginal, of the copper-colored race. They never told me that in school. But lo and behold, I keep telling y'all, we're the most documented people on the planet. We're the only ones that can really dig into our genealogy. Nobody else can do this like we can do it. Do you understand? We're the only ones that can really trace our genealogy. We're the only ones. Nobody else. The Africans can't do it. Caribbeans can't do it. They can go off of word of mouth. Everybody can go off of word of mouth. But we got documents. We are the most documented people on the planet. Foundational Black American. That's what makes us unique. And that's also what makes us special. And I don't mean special in a better than everybody else. I'm just saying that's what makes us... Listen, do you think the Most High is not going to let us know who we are? And it's not going to back it up with evidence and proof to show the world who we are? Do you know when we start walking in our truth, the whole world is going to know who we are. And they're going to have to, for lack of a better word, bow down, show some respect, and put some respect on our name, because we've given so much. We've given so much. Past, present, and future. I keep telling y'all, we are a futuristic people. We're an ancient people, but we're also very futuristic. We have been far advanced for so long. Do you understand? Let me switch to the Wi-Fi. I think I don't got my Wi-Fi. Hold on, let me switch that. There we go. Let me switch to the Wi-Fi. I think I don't got my Wi-Fi. Hold on, let me switch that. There we go. We've been so advanced for so long. Do you understand? Webster's Dictionary, 1828. Y'all get the likes up. Get the likes up. Don't you know, I used to make y'all put 3,000 likes up on the board before I start. I'm not doing that. I used to make everybody put 3,000 likes before I even get into the meat of it. Just show love. You know, as you're listening to the broadcast, just tap that screen. Get the likes up, because I want more people to see this. I want more people to understand that, listen, when they try to call some of us pretendians, right? They try to call us pretendians, right? Oh, you guys are trying to claim everybody's heritage, and you trying to claim the Egyptians, you trying to claim the Moors, you trying to claim Manson. No. Listen. It's documented. Webster's Dictionary 1828 tells you who were the first Americans. It says, and it gave you the definition. American, originally, what the definition of an American originally meant, it meant copper-colored races. Go Google it and go look it up. It say, Google, according to the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, what is the definition of American? Just say that to Google and watch what it spits out at you. Watch what it spits out. The truth is there. We don't got to lie to kick it. When we tell you we're not African, we're not lying to you. We're not being self-hating Africans. We're not hating on Africa. We're just telling you the truth. We don't gotta lie to kick it. We're not afraid of you. And you're not afraid of us either, but we're definitely not afraid of you. So what do we gotta lie to you before? We're not trying to impress you. We don't even, listen, foundational black Americans, we don't even think about y'all. We really don't. We too busy standing on business. And we telling you, listen, some of us got African ancestry, and I'm about to get to it. I'm about to show y'all. Some of us do got African ancestry. Some of us do. Yes, we do. And if they say we don't, they lying. I'm going to tell you right now. If they don't admit that some of us have African ancestry, they're lying. But we're a mixture of three things here in the United States. What makes a foundational black American today? Some of us are indigenous. Some of us are indigenous. First American, copper-colored races. That's first. Because of all the ethnogenesis and the mixing, we got some of us got European ancestry, and some of us have African ancestry, and most of us have all three. Go look up what an American is. 1828. Look up what the definition of America according to the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, and you'll be surprised at what you see. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised at what you see. Hold on. Let me. I came prepared. I came with visuals. I came with, man, charts. I'm gonna show y'all. Hold on. There we go. Read that. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that? American, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races founded here by the Europeans. Webster's Dictionary, 1828. Go Google it. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. It's backwards. I don't know how to make it forward. I don't know how to make it, let me see if I can. When I do it this way, I can read it, so I don't know. I don't know how to make it non-backwards. I don't know. Let me see if I can fix it. Hold on. I don't know. But anyway, just go Google it. Just go Google it. I got some more visuals to show y'all, man. Black Americans, First Americans, foundational black Americans, freedmen. We are the same people, y'all. We're the same people. We never left our ancestral land. We're the same people. We're the same. So all my brothers are claiming black Indian power, shout out to you. It's all good. Copper colored, they got one copper colored Indian nation. Shout out to you. You're part of the lineage. All my Hebrew Israelites, you're part of the lineage. Some of y'all Hebrew Israelites think y'all come from. I heard one dude who's a Hebrew Israelite say he's from West Africa. He probably is. He said he came over here through the transatlantic slave trade. He probably did. Right? We know the slaves that came over to America was different than the other slaves that went to the Caribbeans and South America. We do know that. So when they say they're the Hebrew Israelites, I believe them. I believe them. Who am I? I'm a foundational black American. That's what I am. That's the lineage. All those people I mentioned fall under foundational black Americans. All of them. If you're indigenous, right? If you fall under the copper-colored people or one of the copper-colored races, and I'm about to show you I'm about to show you who were the copper-colored races. And some of y'all gonna be like, that's me. I'm about to show you the tribes. There was many tribes. Listen, we had a whole government before the Europeans came. We had a whole system. We had buildings. Did y'all know that? We had buildings here before they even came. We had buildings. What y'all think we were sleeping in huts and teepees? No. We had farms. We were at listen family. Y'all don't know. They don't want you to know. This is what they were. See, this is what they didn't want you to know, because they know how upset and how mad you'd be if you find out the truth. If you find out that the copper colored, they have been trying to erase the copper colored people and make them out to be immigrants on their own land. That's what they've been trying to do. They've been in the propaganda and the brainwashing business for a long time. They've been in the propaganda and brainwashing business for a long, long time. So when I tell you that my people have been under heavy propaganda and heavy witchcraft, this is what I'm talking about. This is part of it, family. They want to erase your history. That's why do you think that the Democratic Party kept trying to bring in all these people fresh off the boat, these other black races, other melanated people to come in, because they wanted to erase us. They wanted to open the floodgates because they never wanted you to find out that they 40 acres and a mule they've been promising us, it's been yours. It was yours before they even said it. It was yours before they even lied to you and told you they was going to give it to you. It been belonged to you. All of it. Not some of it. All of it. It's ours. It's been ours. Let me get to it, man. Hold on. Y'all forgive me. Let me get to it. Let me go back up here. I told you I came prepared. I came with notes. Who were the original men? Many tribes were dark-skinned and had woolly hair. And for lack of a better word, we know we don't have the same phenotypes as Africans, but for lack of a better word, that's what they thought. They thought that we were part of the Negroid race. Their features were later erased and redefined in history books. The oral history passed down in family. Remember your grandma? What your grandma tell you? Your grandma told you that you was Indian. I know that's what my grandma told me. I know that's what my father told me. I know that's what my mother told me. They told me, they ain't never told me I was African. They told me I was Indian. They said that's why you got these high cheekbones. This wide nose, these thick lips. Me and my dad, we have the same lips. Me and my dad have the same exact lips. These lips right here on my face, they run in my family. That's how I know who's related to me. We have a distinct lips. Man, my lips are soft. My lips are soft, beautiful. Look at these lips. Man, women love kissing on these lips. My wife loves kissing these lips right here. Never chapped, always soft. Man, these lips run in my family. Run in my family. Got the same lips as my dad. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. But our brother, but according to Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson said we are not Africans who came to America. We are Americans with African ancestry. That's what Dr. Claude Anderson said. And some of us do. Some of us do. We have African ancestry. Yes, we do. We can't deny it. We mixed in with some of the people, the 300,000 that they shipped over here from the transatlantic slave trade. Yes, we did. They became part of our tribe. Listen, the copper-colored people are a very meek people, very genuine. They don't have deceit in their words. Meekness is not weakness. Meekness is really strength. Meekness is when you're just genuine. That's what meekness means. Genuine. Real. We don't make up stories. We just keep it a buck. That's what genuine is. That's what meekness is. The Bible says the meek shall. Why doesn't he say anybody else shall inherit the earth? He says the meek shall inherit the earth. The people who are genuine. The people who stand on business. Those are the ones who are going to inherit the earth. Nobody else. The meek shall inherit the earth. I don't know what they taught you about meekness, but meekness is strength. Meekness means I'm not afraid of you. Meekness means I'm gonna be direct with you. Meekness means that I have no ill intent towards you. Meekness means I have no ill intent. So I'm not afraid of you. So all I know how to do is speak from the heart and speak the truth. That's true meekness. Meekness is character. It's principles. And the meek will inherit the earth. Why? Because we are the meek. We're the only thing that brings justice in America. So when people try to make us out to be race baiters and all this other stuff, man, that's just fake news. That's all that is, fake news. Fake news. Y'all see the shirt? Y'all go check out FBAcoin.org. We got our own cryptocurrency, baby. We winning. We up. We got our own cryptocurrency. The pre-launch is here. We're building the liquidity pool up right now, and then we're gonna launch for real sometime in May, June, and July. But we gotta build up the liquidity pool first. But we standing on business already. We like I said, we still doing phenomenal things. While y'all are sitting there talking about us and thinking, oh, you didn't do nothing, you don't got no power, you don't got no this. Let me tell you something, man. The ancestors is flowing through us. The Most High is flowing through us. And when you're meek, when you're a meek person, and you stand on business and you stand on truth, the creation listens to you. The very creation is going to tell you that you're alive. I don't have to say nothing. Creation is going to tell you that you're alive, because it's going to show you that we are who we said we are. When we told you we are not Africans, we were not lying. We were just telling you the truth. We weren't hating on Africans when we said that. We was just telling you what it is. Listen, we know. Maybe in the past we were in the past we were under heavy propaganda and witchcraft, but this ain't the year for propaganda and witchcraft no more. The veil has been opened. The veil has been cut. The truth is this is the year of truth. 2025 is the year of truth. 2025 is the year of truth. They tried to erase us, y'all. They tried to erase the copper-colored people. The copper-colored, I'm about to get to the, you about to see who the copper-colored people are. I'm about to introduce you to some of the tribes, especially in the southeast. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tribal names of our southern U.S. Come on. Come on. Hold on. We about to get to it. We about to get to it. Just relax. We about to get to it. We about to get to it, y'all. Don't worry. We about to get to it. So, y'all wanna know about the tribes? Who were the copper colored race tribes, especially the tribes in the southeast? Tribes like 𝗖𝗄𝗎. Anybody ever heard of the 𝗖𝗄𝗎 tribe? Go look it up. Y-A-M-A-S-E-E, 𝗖𝗄𝗎. The 𝗤𝗔𝗊. W-A-S-H-I-T-A-W, the 𝗤𝗔𝗊. Creek. Anybody heard of the Creek Indians? The Choctaw. 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘁. Anybody ever heard 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀? That is a copper. Forget what you thought you knew about 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘁. 𝗔𝗶𝗴 is us. 𝗔𝗶𝗴 ain't African. Despite some of them that might think they are, they're not. They may got some African ancestry. We're not gonna deny that. But 𝗔𝗶𝗴 is part of the copper colored people, the original Americans. Talk about the mound builders, the Mississippian. Come on. That's us. And how do you know that that's us? Again, why don't you do yourself a favor and use Google? Look up Webster's Dictionary 1828 and just ask Google, what is the definition of an American according to the Webster's Dictionary of 1828? You know what it's going to tell you? What the definition of an American is: coppered color aboriginals. Go look it freaking up. I'm gonna stay hitting that point. I'm gonna stay hitting that point, y'all. I'm gonna stay hitting that point. Hold on. I'll bring back up the picture. I'll bring back up the picture to show you. Hold on. I'll bring it back up. Let me find it again. Hold on. I gotta scroll through. I gotta keep scrolling through this. I keep pushing buttons, y'all. Y'all forgive me. I got this little iPad over here. Hold on. What's that say? American, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races. Copper color is a race, y'all. Found here by the Europeans. Found here by who? Who found us here? Who found us here? Who found us here? Who found us here? That's in the dictionary. Who found us here? The Europeans. They didn't. America was already here, and we were already Americans before they were even here. They found us where? They found us here in America. They found copper-colored people here. Here in America already. That's what you got to understand. Columbus did not found America. We were already here. We were found here by who? By Europeans. So, listen, if the Webster's Dictionary of 1828 told you what an American was, it told you what an American was. Why should we believe any different? Because somebody changed the information? Hold on. Somebody changed the information? Oh, because they updated the dictionary and decided to change the words? Oh, because they decided to say tell these copper-colored Indians or Native Americans, whatever you want to call them, they decided to say, hey man, listen, you won't be able to plug into the system unless we get to call you Negro. See, remember I told you that they had different terms? They had different terms, and we were classified. Remember I kept telling y'all, I wish 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 was here. If anybody can get 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, bring 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵 up in here. Anybody can go find 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, sweet 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵. If y'all can get a message to her, I need her. because she got these documents that I need to show y'all. They classified us as American Negro, Creole, and then guess what the other one they classified us as? African Negro. Now, why would they need to specify American Negro from African Negro and Creole? Why would they need to do that if they didn't know? Why would they need to do that? And it has a list of all the jobs and how much each one was worth. The American Negro was worth more than the African Negro. Why was that? Why did they specify American Negro? See, this is where me and our copper-colored Indians, you know, the black Indians and the Native Indian Americans who say they were never enslaved, my people were never enslaved. You are a lie. You are a lie, sir, and you just don't want to. You just listen. Listen, you're not a POW, sir. You got enslaved with the rest of us. Keep it a buck. You don't gotta hide from that or run from that and act like, oh, I was never enslaved. You were enslaved just like us. The Indians, the copper-colored race, got enslaved like everybody else. Now, some of us fought and stayed free. Some of us did. But some of us were slaves. And you can't run from that. You can't run from that. I don't care if you don't want to believe it or not. It's true. Because why else would they say American Negro, African Negro, American Creole? Those were the three classifications of slaves here in America. American Negro, American Creole, Creole is us too, and African Negro. And then a guy named Walter Pleckert. Gotta bring him up. Gotta bring up the Walter Pleckert. Gotta bring this brother up. Gotta bring him. Y'all heard about the paper genocide? The systematic reclassification of Native Americans, American Indians as Negro. That's why you got called the American Negro. See, they called you the American Negro. They called you American because you were indigenous to the land. Look it up. Oh man, happy birthday to little bro Dixon, Maya, whatever. Happy birthday. Sorry, I'm in the middle. I'm flowing right now, but happy birthday, happy 16th birthday, brother. Some quick advice, man. Work hard. Work 16-hour days, 12-hour days working, 4 hours in the gym. Do it all through your 20s. Learn how to execute. Figure out your superpower, and you're gonna be ahead of the game and just fine. Your 30s is when you really popping. Your 20s is for hard work. Utilize your strength in your teens and into your early 30s for work. Work. If you work hard in your 20s, you can live it up in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. I promise you. Do it the way I tell you to do it. 12-hour days, 7 days a week, 4 hours in the gym, 12 hours working, 6 hours sleep. You can do it and you'll succeed. That's my advice to your little bro, Dixon. Now, back to the message at hand. Listen. We had a paper genocide. Not only do we have an ethnogenesis here in this country, they were trying to erase us, family. You got reclassified from Negro to colored and to black on the census. The Dawes Act, remember the Dawes Act and the Indian removal where they stole land, redefining tribal people as non-Indians? Y'all heard of the Dawes Act, right? The Dawes Act is real. Go look it up. The Dawes Act of 1887. The Dawes Act of 1887. Now remember I told you 1828 Webster Dictionary classified copper-colored all the tribes here in America. They were classified as Americans. The original American, the definition for the original American was Aboriginal copper-colored races. Founded by Europeans. Found here by Europeans. That's the definition. That's 1828. In 1887, they had the Dawes Act. Because again, not all of us was enslaved. That's a fact. Some of us were truly freed men and got to move around and do what we need to do. And we, as long as we stayed in our little section that they put us in. But you know what? Being a meek people, meek doesn't mean weak, but we were meek people. We stood on business. We told the truth. We didn't know how to lie. We didn't know about deception. We never learned about deception. Those were one of the things that defeated us, right? One of the ways they were able to get us off our land, to defeat us, was they came with lies. We came with the truth, they came with lies. And we were so used to hearing the truth. We were so used to hearing the truth that we didn't know what a lie was until we figured out, man, matter of fact, we didn't even have a term for lie. We just start saying these are two-tongued people. Watch out for the two-tongued people. Because they speak from this side of their mouth and that side of their mouth. The Bible says, how can sweet water and sour water flow from the same mouth? Well, we didn't know that. We found out that it can. That these Europeans, these white Americans who came over with sweet nothings, sweet and sour, they will make a deal with you and sound so sweet, and behind the scenes they're doing something else and saying this is what we're really going to do. If you ask Columbus, look, Columbus even said it. Columbus said, man, these people are so hospitable. These people are so good-hearted. Columbus said we were good-hearted people. Good-hearted people and easy to enslave. Why? Because all we got to be, all they had to do was go, hey, come over here. Come over here, man. I got something good for you. I got something good for you. Come over here. I'm going to show you something really good that's going to blow your mind. And we're like, okay, yeah, I want to see something good. Yeah, show me. Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, we're in chains. They didn't even defeat us with the Bible, y'all. They didn't even defeat us with the Bible. They just straight up lied to us, and we believed the lie. Now, we started waking up, and we started fighting back. We started, going to WAR with them, giving them the business, the Gullah Wars, the Seminole Wars, the American Indian. Oh, man, we started giving them the business. We started fighting back after we realized, hey, and we got all the nations together. We got all the Indians together, the Native Americans. We had our little powwow, and we said, hey, these people are trouble. These people are trouble. We invited the red natives over too. Say, hey man, we got to have a meeting and we got to get these people out. And you know who sold us out? The red natives sold us out. The red ones. And probably, and I'll be fair, probably some of the black ones, some of the copper colored ones sided with the enemy too. But for the most part, what we do know is them red Indians, them red natives, them Siberians who went to Indian training school, who we taught how to be Indians, them ones sold us out. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They sold us out, family. They sold out us, the copper-colored, the true Americans. They sold us out. The red natives sold out the copper-colored aliens, copper-colored Indians. It was called, they were called the civilized tribe, and we were called the uncivilized tribe. Why were we uncivilized? Because we resisted. We were uncivilized because we resisted. We found out that, hey, these people were lying and they can't be believed. and that no matter what they do, they're going to try. So we said we going out with a shebang. We going out standing on business, and they knew that. Scalping didn't come from us. Scalping came from them. That was their way to know that the red natives were doing their job. I hope y'all understand and know that. We weren't scalping people. We probably took some scalps later, but we didn't invent that. That came from the red natives, and that came from the Europeans when they said, hey man, either bring them back alive as a slave or unalived. That's what they said. Bring them back alive, bring them back alive as a slave or unalived. And how we know that you unalived them, you're going to bring us back their scalp. This is how brutal the Europeans. Listen, YT, man, they can never say black on black crime anymore. They can never say criminality and deceitfulness. They can't project that on us anymore. That's part of their culture, not ours. Meek people don't lie. Meek people stand on business. We don't lie. That's why the meek shall inherit the earth. Because we don't lie. We stand on business. We don't have two tongues. That's why I love being a foundation of Black America. We don't have two tongues. What we say it is what it is. That's what it is. But Walter Pleckert, with his Racial Integrity Act, the paper genocide. Hold on, I got some visuals for that. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. Can y'all read that? Can y'all read that? What that say? Let me read it for you. Reclassification and erasure. Paper genocide. Systematic reclassification of Native Americans as Negroes, colored, or black during census count. Laws like the Dawes Act of 1887 and Indian Removal Act of 1830 stole land by redefining tribal people as non-Indians. And then we had Walter Pleckert and Virginia's Racial Integrity Act. So right on the paperwork where it said, American Indian, because that's really what we were called back then. Before they called us Native Americans, we were American Indians. That's when they start changing us to American Negro. That's where the term American Negro came in. Walter Pleckert. See how that makes sense? See how we connecting the dots? Because we were called Indians. We had many tribes. We were uncivilized and civilized Indians. And then Walter Pleckert came in and said, no, these are American Negro, and started reclassifying us. These are American Negro. These are African Negro. These are American Creole. That's how it all started. And then we went from Negro to colored to what we are, black. See how that works? See how that works? Man, I'm giving y'all some good game today, man. Y'all hit that like button, man. Hit the like button, share the live. Hit the like button, share the live. Hit the like button, share the live. Man, we going in. We are going in. So we talked about the reclassification. Matter of fact, Walter Pleckert's quote was, there are only two races in Virginia, the white and the colored. Every person having an ascertainable Negro blood should be deemed colored. Walter Pleckert. That's his quote. There are only two races in Virginia, the white and the colored. Every person having an ascertainable Negro blood shall be deemed colored. Walter Pleckert. I wish I had a screenshot of the census rolls. So yeah, so that's what it was. You may be classified. You may still be a foundational Black American who calls yourself African American. You may still be that person that still wants to connect with your African ancestry. You may even be a Pan-Africanist who thinks that, hey man, I need to go build up the motherland. You might think like that. You might think I need to go build up the motherland, and you think that's Africa. No. You need to understand and know that you are a descendant of the first Americans. You are a descendant of the first Americans. Look up again, Webster's Dictionary, 1828, and what did it call the first Americans? They called them Aboriginals, and they called them a copper-colored race. Why do you think that term Negro went to colored? We went from Negro to colored. Listen, nobody's the colored black. Unless you're from the Sudan somewhere, right? Now that's black. That's almost purple black, right? The people in the Sudan, the really, really dark. Those ones come from Africa. But we are the copper-colored indigenous people with the big afros. The woolly hair. That's us. And it's time that we reconnect with our land, our language, and our legacy. You're saying from where? I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? I don't know from where. What do you? Give me more context to that, because I'm saying a lot of things. I don't know what you're asking, but we are the original Americans. We are the truest form of patriotism. We built up a country that everybody benefits from today. We are the wealth in this country. If we didn't build it, there wouldn't have been an America. We had mounds, we had structures, we had buildings already here before the Europeans came. The Europeans, some of the buildings that we had here, the Europeans just took over. Just took it over. If you want to see the great things that foundational Black Americans built, I'll tell you what to look up right now. You want to see something that Black Americans built? Go look up not just the White House, right? Go look up Chicago 1890 and look how Chicago looked before the Great Fire. That was foundational Black Americans. We built that up. They look like Chicago looked like some stuff you see in Rome, ancient Rome. But you know who built that? We did. We built that. Go look at Chicago 1890. That should tell you all the things that was here. That should tell you all the things that were here. The system thrives on our ignorance, man. This is how it works. As long as we don't know who we are, they can keep running the same playbook over and over again, and we don't understand what's going on or what's happening to it, because a lot of us still think we're African. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They burnt it down. They burnt it down. Listen, if it's in the history books, they didn't show it to us. If it's in the history book, they didn't show it to the copper-colored people. Because a lot of us, again, what they do is they wipe out the generation of adults, and they enslave the children. And at that point, only, you know, some of the children still knew who they were, like the ones that were like 12 years old, between 10 to 16 years old. They could still remember who they were. They could still remember who they were. And a lot of them start teaching the other children, hey, this is who we really are. This is who we really are. Then the Africans came and they just kind of just said, hey man, you know, you're one of us now. And they just mixed us all together, breeded us all together. They didn't teach us about the copper. They didn't teach us about 1828, the Webster's Dictionary. They didn't teach us about the copper color race and the definition of America according to the Webster's Dictionary in 1828. The Webster's Dictionary in 1828 says that an American is an aboriginal copper colored race found here by the Europeans. They didn't teach us that, sir. That's very specific. Go look it up. Go Google it. I'm not here to go back and forth with anybody, brother. I'm not even here to. I mean, a lot of the comments ain't even worthy of answering. I'm here speaking to my people, foundational Black Americans, and I'm educating them so they know who they are, and giving them the ammunition to show people proof. So when people say, "How can you prove that you're not African?" How can you prove we not African? You African. When they start hitting us with that, all you gotta do is say, go to the Webster's Dictionary and look up, and it's on Google, Webster's Dictionary of 1828. What was the definition of American? It's not me trying to take Native American on my own. It's not me trying to take Native American as my own, sir. It is what it is. Copper colored. Copper colored. Copper colored. Copper colored. That's written in the 𝗖𝗄𝗏 man's books. That refers to the native. I'm white but educated. I am native. Don't look at my skin, sir. I'm copper colored. Hold on. Hold on. Look right here. Look right here. That is a Native American. That is a American Indian right there. That is also an American Negro. That is also a colored, and that is also a foundational Black American. All in one. All in one. All in one. Hold on. All in one. I gotta get this thing together. We are the same. Hold on, Jesus Christ. This thing just all over the place. Hold on, get it back. We are the same. That person and that person, they are the same. We are the original Americans. The copper color race is the original Americans, according to the Webster's Dictionary of 1828. You don't have to see that picture because listen. What you don't understand is Serbians, they came much later. They came much later. The Aboriginals, the indigenous, the ones that Christopher Columbus saw, was not the Native Americans that you see today. Not the 𝗖𝗄𝗏 looking ones. The 𝗖𝗄𝗏 looking Native Americans are not the same. It's not the same as me. They're not. They're not indigenous to over here. They came over through the Bering Strait or something like that. They came over from Serbia, walked across the ice and came here. But when they came here, you know who was already here? Abba, Daddy, Father. Foundational Black Americans, coppered, colored people were already here. You ever heard of the 𝗖𝗂𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗂𝘁, Creek, Gullah, Seminole, the 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗺𝘁𝗃, the Choctaw? They're already here. Those are all indigenous black races. And Walter Pleckert, I proved by Walter Pleckert. You do know I have Aboriginal folks in Australia? Yeah, that's cool. But they weren't the ones that were over here. That's Australia, sir. They're more Asian Mongol, they're more Asian Mongoloid over there. They're more what they are. But over here, we had afros, sir. We had afros. And we look like this. The Olmecs, the closest relatives to us that we know that we can say we really look like, the Olmecs. The Olmecs never disappeared. The Olmecs was us. Brother, you can say you've never seen a Native American with an afro, but that's a lie. Because I can show you pictures. That's a lie. Let me see if I can find some pictures. Hold on, because you a lie. I could tell you a tether. You ain't even from here. I've never seen. I hung around. You hung around the YT ones. But hold on. Let me bring up some pictures so you can see. This is 1900 something. Hold on. Hold on. These are American Indians right here. All of them. All of them. All of them. Can you see that? All of them are American Indians right there. All of them. Who that look like? That's us. That's us. But again, let me not be detoured by the comments, because I'm here to teach. You can't teach me nothing. I'm here to teach. I'm your teacher. You're not mine. Because you don't know my history, and you don't know my people. Yeah, those were freedmen. Exactly. Freedmen are the same. American Indians, foundational Black Americans, colored, Negro, Black. That's us, sir. That's what we can definitively tell you. We are not African. We are not African. And I'm done talking to you, sir, because you don't know what you're talking about with your 5 followers and your Finkster account. Come on, man. Let me just get, you don't have enough followers to speak, so let me just block you right now, get you up out the pain. Anybody else want to get blocked? You're not even Cherokee, sir, so I already blocked you. You're out of here. I'm Cherokee and Blackfoot. How about that? I'm Cherokee and Blackfoot. How about that? I'm Cherokee. You're a $5 Indian. That's what you are. You're $5. You're the real pretendian in the room. The YT ones are the real pretendians in the room. That's what they do. When they see benefits, going to a group of people, they start making them backroom deals. Money starts getting exchanged, and before you know it, all the real ones get rejected, and they start bringing in Hispanics and all this, and say, "Oh, you're indigenous," because the lighter they are, the more that makes them look good. I did my DNA, sir, and there's no African in my DNA. There's no African person that they can tie me to from my DNA. I've done my DNA. I've done my DNA and my genealogy. And they went down to my 7th cousin. You would think in your 7th cousin you're gonna find somebody that's African or from Africa. All my people come from here. All of them. All of them. There's not one that comes from Africa, sir. Not one. Not one. All my people come from America. Over 400 years. So let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. I'm almost done here. We just coming. I just gotta nail the point home. Marcus Garvey said, "A people without knowledge of the past, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." Now we know Marcus Garvey was leading this back to Africa thing that we helped get popping over here. Isn't it crazy though? Think about this, family. Think about this, family. And I'm about to bring people up. I'll start bringing people up. Just hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. I'll bring you up in a minute. Hold on. Think about this, family. Think about this. It's always people from other places that can't get it popping in their homeland. But when they come around us in America, all of a sudden, they got all the answers. All of a sudden, they're gurus. All of a sudden, they can. All of a sudden, now they know the truth more than we do. Think about that. Remember, I told y'all there was a Caribbean brother from Dominica who was dressed like an American Indian, claiming he's an American Indian, and claiming American Indian because of the word Americas. And dude was trying to tell us that you know, all kind of negative things about FBA and things, and just with a feather in his hair, sitting on a cot. Look, dude looked like he didn't have no money, like he just got here. But he's trying to tell us who we are at the same time while he's talking like us. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's saying, you know what I'm saying, but with a Caribbean accent. Notice how they can't get nothing popping. And he said to his own mind, he said that he was sitting here. He said that he was sitting here to wake up the black Americans. He was sitting here to wake us up and tell us who we really were. But he couldn't tell his people in Dominica who they really were. But he thought he could come over here to America and tell us who we really were. Isn't that crazy? I don't know. Go look. I can't remember the brother's name. I can't remember the brother's name. He's a Caribbean dude who dressed up like an American Indian, got his hair twisted up and everything. His hair is on point. I give him that. His hair is on point. His hair is on point. But he's walking around with the feather. He got the hat. He got the whole 1800s outfit. And he sits on a cot and he got like a little lion in the back. He got a lion in the back hanging up on his wall. It looks like he's sitting on a cot though. It looks like, I don't know if he's sleep on that. I don't know what that is he's sitting on. But he has his house look real simple. But he thinks that it's okay for him to come to America and tell us who we are. But he can't tell his own people in Dominica who they are. Isn't that crazy? Just like Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was preaching that back to Africa, back to Africa, back to Africa. It wasn't working in Jamaica, where he's from. So he brought it over here to America, and we got it popping. We got that back to Africa thing popping for him. That's what it is. It's sometimes the moment everybody get here, they think they can start telling us, and listen, I'm gonna just be honest. If y'all can't get it popping in your homeland, don't tell black Americans anything, because we already got it popping over here. Already got it popping over here. We don't need. I'm gonna speak for all foundational black Americans right now. Are you ready? Here we go. I'm speaking for all 43 million of us. We don't need your help. We never asked for your help, and we don't need your help. There you go. I just spoke right now for all 43 million black Americans here. We never asked you for help, and we don't need your help. Got me? You need our help. That's why you're over here. Because Our help is what got you over here. Go get it popping where you're from. That's all we saying. Very simple. Everything's for entertainment purposes only. No disrespect to any group or any person or any people. I'm saying this in pure love. Love is correction, people. So everything I'm telling you is in 100% love. I'm just correcting you. I'm saying the correct act to do is to remove the beam from your own eye first. And then you can see clearly to remove the beam from your brethren's eye. But first, go fix your homeland. Go get the unity popping over there in the Caribbeans and in Africa. Go get it popping over there. Y'all have a kumbaya moment and get everybody on code. And then you can look at us over here in America and be like, hey man, y'all need to get on code with us. But until y'all do that, shh, don't say nothing. Stay out of Black Americans' business. Get out of our spaces. Okay? Because we're talking Black American business. We're not talking African business. We're not talking Caribbean business. We're talking Black American business. So go tend to your business and allow us to tend to ours. And one day, when we're on an even playing field, when you have something to bring to the table, and not always looking for us to bring something to the table, when you have something to bring to the table, then we can meet with mutual respect. But right now, it's like this. It's lopsided. Y'all want us to come to the table and bring all our resources and all our money, and y'all just want to come to the table. And we can't have that. We can't have that. You gotta bring something to the table just like we bring something to the table. So until y'all can bring something to the table, don't come to ours trying to eat. Go build your own table. Go eat off your own table. Have something to bring to our table, and then we can talk. Then we can talk. Then we can talk. But I'm almost done here, and I'm gonna start bringing people up here in a minute. We're gonna chop it up. We're gonna chop it up. So what I need y'all to do is to just simple. Just simple. Do your genealogy. Go research everything I said. Don't take me at face value. Go look up the Webster's Dictionary of 1828 of what the definition of an American really is. Not, this was before they changed it. Understand, they changed it. That's what they do. They change the information trying to cover their tracks, but they forget that the original is still out there. Webster's Dictionary of 1828, you can even ask Google this and say, what is the definition of American according to the Webster's Dictionary of 1828? And it will blow your mind. So let me start bringing some people up. Uh-oh. We got a Caribbean up in here. Let's bring them up. Let's bring them up. How you doing, brother?
Yes, sir. How's it going? Thanks for having me up.
So what do you?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about your DNA. Is that something that you have shared as far as like the results online, or is this something that's personal where you just share it orally, or have you posted the results as well?
I don't think I've ever posted them online, but I've done my DNA. People who've been in my room, they know what my DNA said. But here's the thing.
Yeah, because I think yours is kind of unique. Because
no, it's not. It's not unique. It's not. It's not
most
unique.
Black Americans I've seen have traces of African in them.
Listen, we never deny our African ancestry. We never deny that we have traces of African ancestry because we mixed in.
But you don't have any, is what I'm saying. You one of a kind. Like most Black Americans have some.
I'm not one of a kind. I'm not one of a kind. What makes up a foundational Black American are you're indigenous. Some of us have white ancestry, some of us don't. Some of us have African ancestry, some of us don't. But that's what makes up a foundational Black American. Some of us do come from West Africa, but we're not 100% West African.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of you guys have African DNA, and not just have African DNA, but have predominantly have African DNA.
That's not true. That's not true. That's you from the Caribbean trying to Africanize everybody. Okay, you've been under heavy propaganda and witchcraft yourself, sir. You've been believing the lies of the YT man yourself, sir. I just showed proof. If you Google Webster's Dictionary of 1828 and ask what the definition of an American was, we had 3 classifications here in America, sir. There was American Creole, American Negro, and then there was African Negro. So why would they specify the African Negroes and differentiate them from the American Negroes, and then differentiate the American Creoles? Why would they have those 3 classifications here in America? If
I'm not disputing that.
Already here.
I'm not disputing that, but what I am saying is most Black Americans who have posted their results.
You don't know most Black Americans, sir. There's 43 million of us. You know a few of us. You know, so the ones you ran into have African ancestry, sir. The ones you
I give you an example. I mean, it's the same thing with surveys. When they do a survey, they don't survey everyone in the land. So of course, I don't know all Black Americans, but I'm talking about like on most spaces that I've been on, they usually have at least 60 to 70% African DNA. This is not stuff that I'm making up. We all see it. It's online all the time. Okay. Instead, what I hear them say is, "Oh, I don't trust DNA." That's what they say most of the time.
So let me tell you why we don't trust DNA. Because DNA cannot tell you clearly, specifically, what region you come from. How DNA? See, a lot of people don't know how DNA works. DNA works is they use markers. They have these markers, and if you match these markers, doesn't have to be true or not, but if it's similar to these markers, they say, oh, they lump you over here and say, oh, you're from over here. Because your markers are similar, not identical, just similar. Here's what you need to know. The copper colored people here in the America, we got similar. Listen, we were the reason why they were able to classify us as Negro is because we got Negro features. That's why. So instead of the DNA saying, oh, but first of all, here's what they all, here's another thing that you have to know, that the reason why a lot of people don't trust DNA. People then sent in tests where they tested their dog. And they sent it in and it said they came from Africa.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but it's funny to me how DNA works for every other group.
Hold on. DNA, let me tell you where DNA is accurate at. Who's your father? Who's your kinfolk? That's where DNA is accurate at.
I mean, I don't see YT folks disputing it. I don't see people from the Caribbean disputing it.
Listen.
So how is it only wrong when it comes to FBAs?
No. Listen. It's easier. See, the markers are different for YT people than they are for Black people, especially Black Americans. Those markers.
So are you saying that it's only different when it comes to you guys?
No. I'm saying those markers are easy because everybody knows that YT people did not come from America. Everybody knows that. They know that, and they tell you that. Okay.
I mean, I listen to the sister that.
So it makes sense that they come from what? Their markers are more easily identifiable. But when we talk about melanated people.
Man, I'm pretty sure you've seen this interview with this sister that works for one of those companies that do DNA tests. And she talks about how they have this massive pool of DNA and that their DNA tests are as accurate as it can get. And she has no intention of trying to tie you guys to Africa.
Let me say it like this. When did Nigeria become a country?
Very, very recently. I can't tell you the exact
So
year.
how can they label me to a region when my DNA is over 400 years old?
She,
How can
she,
they,
they,
how can
they
they direct
generally,
me to
they,
how can they
they
direct me to a
generally,
landmass that wasn't even around and say this was modern day
they do not
Nigeria?
tie you to a landmass. They tie
No,
you
they
to
did.
tribal groups based on the samples they collect. Now they can tell you what this tribal
You're
group
talking
is.
about, are you talking about African ancestry or are you talking about ancestry.com, sir?
I'm not sure which one it is, but what I know is that it's a sister that works for them. I think she's a co-founder or something like that. But the
So
thing is, it's like
you're probably talking about African ancestry, sir. And
most likely.
they claim to be more accurate, but what do we base that on? Just because a sister said, "Oh, we're more accurate," we're just supposed to believe it? See,
No, but
that's
I
the
don't. I don't see.
propaganda. That's the
I don't see
propaganda
what
of
she has to
Israel.
gain by lying, though.
Yeah, he's definitely talking about African ancestry. So you're talking about that. But again, here's what I'm telling you. My people don't even, if they did come over from the boat, and I'm not denying that they came over, that I have African. I'm not denying I have African ancestry. I did my DNA. I'm not denying that. Okay, I'm not denying that.
So
But
you do have African DNA in your.
I do have some African. Yeah, I do have African ancestry. Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay, what percentage?
40%. 40%.
Okay, okay.
And I've shared this publicly. I've shared it already.
Yeah, but I think that's consistent with the realities that we're living, though. It's
But here's what you understand. I am, listen, again, even that 40% is what I'm trying to tell you. Based on my Hablo group, it doesn't match African, sir. My Hablo group is different. That's what you don't understand. See, y'all think DNA is just this magical wand. It's going to, no, it doesn't work that way.
but you know I feel like
My Hablo group is different. It's more unique. It's different. And even if we just take out the indigenous to the Americas part, right? I'm indigenous to the United States. You can't take that from me.
no, but to me though, what difference does that make?
no,
though?
listen to what listen. Did you just say I'm indigenous to the United States? Is that yes or no?
No, I don't know. I didn't say anything
Am I
in regards to that.
am I indigenous to the United States? Yes or no?
I have not researched it. I cannot say,
No, you
but
don't
to
have to
me,
research it. You don't have to research. It's common knowledge. My family was here before the United States became the United States became the United States in 1776. If my people were here before the United States and we were here after the United States, that makes me indigenous to the United States. Yes or no? Are you not indigenous to Haiti?
go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Are you not indigenous to Haiti?
But I'm more. It's a little different
Are
for
you
me because
not
I'm more
indigenous
connected.
to Haiti? Haiti. Are you not indigenous to Haiti, sir?
Yeah, to the
I am
formation of the
also
country, Haiti.
I
Yes,
am
yes,
indigenous to the United States.
yes. In that sense, yes. I agree with that.
I belong to a coppered colored race, which are the true Americans, according to the Webster's Dictionary of 1828.
Now, here's my thing though. Like, what difference does that make though?
That
Reason,
when we tell
reason
you
why I'm
we're
saying,
not, when we tell you we're not African, believe us.
but still, what I'm saying
When we
is,
tell
what
you we're not
different?
African, believe
What
us.
difference
It's
does it
not
make?
but good.
I give you a perfect
It
example.
makes a big difference. It makes a
No,
big
but
difference because
no,
we're
but
not
I've not
immigrants.
said.
No, listen. We're not immigrants in this country like everybody thinks we are, or we're all immigrants. No, we're not
No,
all immigrants.
look, I don't see you guys as being immigrants, and to me, it makes no difference whether you're of African descent or not. What I'm saying is, if the oppression that we face is white supremacy, right? What difference does it make if you were indigenous here or not? Because if you really
It
look
makes
at
a
this
big
country,
difference. It makes
if
a
you
big
well,
difference
hold
because
on, hold on, hold on.
we're the only ones standing up against white supremacy.
No, no,
You're
no,
not.
hold on, hold
You're
on.
not. You're
Here's what
not
I'm
standing
saying.
up. You're not standing up against white supremacy.
Here's what
You're
I'm
not.
saying.
You're
No,
not.
no.
You're
What I'm
not.
saying is, look,
Where is the history of you standing up against white supremacy after Haiti? After your rise and kicking out the French and all that stuff, what have you stood on since then?
there's a lot that you don't know about my history. So I mean, there's a lot that you don't know. You assume, but I'm just gonna let you
What have you
assume.
done? Okay, tell it to me. Tell it to me. Tell it to me.
No, but here's what I'm saying.
Why you want to
Essentially,
go
this
over that? Why you want to run from that? You just said
I'm
something.
not trying to run because I've not made the point that I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is this country essentially is a European country. Essentially, that's what it is.
No.
But let me finish. Let me finish.
That's the
Let me
problem.
finish.
That's the problem.
There,
That's the
there,
problem.
there is there is
right
no
there.
difference between the countries in Europe and this country in terms of the idea, in terms of values, in terms of just about everything. So what I'm saying is, what difference does it make? Because at the end of the day, if the oppression is still there,
It makes a big difference, bro.
what, a sense of entitlement?
Hey, too much.
No, no, no,
What up,
not
Too
at all.
Much?
The
What's up,
difference it makes is knowing the true history. Knowing
You can't
the
erase
true
us, brother.
history.
You
And,
can't
and
erase
then
us.
what?
What do you mean and then what? What do you mean and then what?
Okay, so look,
Did you say that
Do
to
you
Haitians?
understand what that
Do you say that
does?
to Haitians? Do you say that to Haitians? You don't want Haitians to know that they're Haitian? You're not proud of that? You don't have some cultural pride for that? Oh, but
yeah, I mean,
foundational Black Americans, we're not supposed to have cultural pride? We're not
no,
supposed
that's
to be
not what
proud
I'm
of our
saying.
lineage and the greatness
Nah,
that we bring to the table? Only,
that's not what I'm saying at
only
all.
other groups? So why do
That's
you
not
do
what
that
I'm.
to us? Why do you other us? Why do you other us? That's what I want to know. Why do you other us and say we're the only ones who are not supposed to do that, but y'all do it? We're the only ones that are not supposed to
Nah,
gatekeep. We're the
at this
only
point
ones
in
that
time,
are not supposed to gatekeep
I
our
think you're
culture.
putting words in my
Oh,
mouth.
no. This is what you're meaning. We're the only ones not supposed to gatekeep our culture, but it's okay for you can. It's okay for Haitians, Caribbeans, Africans to gatekeep their culture. But when we start gatekeeping our culture, now there's a problem.
No, I think what I was trying to say is, like, say for example, even with me, I'm not one of those Haitians that go around with a Haitian flag talking about 1804. That's not me. And the reason why I don't do that, it's almost as if like there's so much more work to be done that it
But you
overshadows
weren't
what.
lied. You weren't lied to though.
Then why
You
aren't you
weren't
doing the
lied
work
to
then,
though.
sir? Why are
That's
you
the
over
difference.
here when the work is being done over there? Why are you over
Oh,
here
I
when the
am
work?
doing the work. Oh, I am
What
doing
work
the
are you
work.
doing? What work are you
I
doing?
invest in my country. I have about 15 employees in my country. I employ people. So I am doing the work. I'm not one of those that comes here
Well,
and
why
not go
are you
home.
over here? Sir, the work needs to be done over there. Why are you over here? Why are you over here
So
in Black American spaces trying to tell
so
Black Americans
so
what to do?
so he's saying that I have to physically be in Haiti? I
Yes.
think that's I think that's
Yes.
ludicrous. And I think that's ludicrous. The reason why I said that, because what you guys are
Yeah, like
saying,
Sir, that's
like
not
why are
ludicrous.
you
It's
here?
common sense.
even governments around the world not doing it. Like, why are there
No, but
government?
that's, sir, I
Why do
think
you have
I
government
think you're
officials in
moving.
my
Hold on,
country
brother.
and
Hold
in
on,
every other
brother.
country?
But if you're so, but
Hold
if
on, brother.
hold on,
Let
hold
her
on.
speak. Let her
If you're
speak.
so oppressed,
Hey, too much. Hey, everyone.
How you doing?
Sir, I've been listening. Too much is one of my family, and so is this gentleman right here underneath of you. You have to understand something, and I think this is where, when we start talking to people from other countries and other islands, you like to move the goalpost. This is not a European country. You all just started saying that. This country was built between the Europeans who came over here and us. And for some reason, a lot of your people who are coming from the islands and coming from other countries around the world that seem to be dark nations, because it's not coming from the lighter skinned nations, if you understand what I'm saying.
It's not.
You want to try and make us feel like we're not supposed to have pride in our own country and our continent that we originate from.
You're speaking
We
for others, not me.
no.
That's not my intention.
But you did get up here and say that. That's why I came up, because you were
Yeah,
talking
but there's a
about.
reason why I
Sir,
said
let
that.
me
Stop
finish.
cutting her off,
Let me
sir.
finish.
Stop cutting her
Yeah,
Because
off.
I
the
never
reason.
got to finish.
No, you've been
You've
talking the
been
whole time.
talking.
I just
You
came
gotta let
up.
other people talk.
You have been talking. Now, what I'm going to tell you is you couldn't even get your story straight when you were trying to tell too much about the DNA test. He already figured it out, and I wrote it in the comments. You were pushing this narrative with African ancestry because that's who you're talking about. They don't back up anything. They just are trying to get your money. And when they get your money, they're telling you where they think that you originated from without any DNA relatives. See, you're talking to the right one now because I definitely know about DNA. As a matter of fact, when Too Much put his DNA test results up, I helped him understand it the first day.
Yes, you did.
So this has to stop with this rhetoric that people from the islands, first of all, when you say European nation, your whole island is a European nation because they brought you there. Our history is completely different. First of all, our history doesn't even start until 1619. You have a history of the slave trade going on way before ours. And Africans can identify words that you all say down there in those islands. We don't have a history up here of having any African languages. We've always, as far as we've known, other than when the European colonizers got here, spoke English. So a lot of people are mixing that as well. Also with Columbus, as you know, we all sitting on this panel and people in the live already know, never came to the continents. So he cannot tell you for sure who was here. There were explorers who came after who tell you that there were people that look like you, me, the gentleman that's 𝗖𝗄𝐿 up there, and the other gentleman that's up in this live running around on this continent along with the other with tan-skinned natives. But one narrative is being pushed, and people from the islands have got to stop this rhetoric. Your people are direct descendants of people who came from Africa during the slave trade. And for some reason, you want to try and make your history our history when it's not. The only thing we have in common is at some point after Jefferson declared the law following behind Europe that they were not going to bring slaves to the continent, you see the inner slave trade that starts to begin real heavy. So we have to stop. Your history does not start when our history starts. We were already over here minding our business, skippity-doo dying on this continent before Haiti was even a thing, or Dominican Republic, Espanol, whatever you want to call it. Columbus only went through the American islands and on his second voyage went to Venezuela. So he can't even say that he actually went to South America, Central America, North America, or what is now called Canada or Alaska. He only went to where you are from, the islands. So you can only speak on island history, sir. That's why I came up, because it's a bunch of rhetoric being pushed. And now that we're saying that we have pride in our own country, the good, the bad, and the ugly, it's always somebody respectfully from Africa or somebody from the islands trying to tell somebody that's been here for generations that has more of a paper trail than half of you, telling us that, no, well, since you want to say that you're American, you shouldn't care about America because that's a European nation. Your nation is a European nation. They brought you there.
Okay,
It's just a whole bunch of you running around there. And then your people are yelling that they're from America when they're not. Your people can genetically be traced back to wherever you came from in Africa.
That was very beautiful. First and foremost,
it's not beautiful. It's a fact, sir.
Okay, that was very ugly.
It's a fact. You have
my
you
people
have
do not claim to be from anywhere
that you need to eradicate on your own. Don't bring that mess over here to us.
My people do not claim to be from anywhere.
Yes,
from
they
Africa.
do. You need to be on these lives more often because it's your people from Haiti that's yelling that you're from the Americas when you're not. Your people came straight from wherever you came from during the slave trade, whichever country that sold the people into slavery. Your people are here. You must be new.
Haitians as
You're
a
new,
whole.
Sir. You're new. We're not new.
So why don't you apply that logic to Black Americans then, sir? Why can't you apply that same knowledge?
That's what I was about to say. That's what I'm about to say.
For some reason, they try to act like we don't exist, but yet we have the most history out of all of them. And we're the wealthiest nation We're the wealthiest out of all of you, and you all
Man,
come to
this
us,
almost
sir.
sounds
You
like
don't
a
want to take
commercial.
that
You've
cold
been
glass of
talking
water,
for
but
like
the
the past
reality
whatever
is,
minutes
nation
talking
we
do you
about
are the
how awesome,
wealthiest
how
nation
wonderful,
on
how
the
great you
planet,
are.
and it's
This
nation?
almost
islanders
sounds like
and
an infomercial.
Africans that's coming over here asking us
What
for help
nation?
instead of putting your own work into your own countries. You just boosted about how you have employment over in your country and over here, and you got 15
Right,
people.
right,
That's you by yourself.
right.
Everybody else from your country is jumping ship and coming here, going to Europe and everywhere else. There is a huge, and you cannot say it's not true, there's a huge percentage of your
Man,
people
first of
from
all,
the
dialogue
islands
does
that are
not work
going to
like that.
Europe.
You've
Your people are
been
going to
talking
Europe.
nonstop.
They're not
You've been
staying
talking
in your
nonstop
island
as if
because the
you're
economy
the
is
only one that
jacked
has
up.
something to say.
Your
I don't
economy is
understand.
jacked up.
Okay,
Whatever,
Why are you not
whatever
why are
little
you not
bit
able
of
to hear from
starlight
someone
that you
else?
got
Like
in
why
the 1800s
why do you have
is
to talk
done.
nonstop
It's done.
as
What
if
You
you
need to
nation
put
talk
is
all
over
she
your
everyone
energy
referring
into
nonstop?
going over there to France
Since
to get your money
okay,
back.
too much. Usually that's not the way that you run the live. I mean,
hold on.
this
Sir,
lady
I'm
have
one
been
of
talking
too
for the
much
past
is
7
mine.
minutes.
So
I'm
you're
getting back.
getting
I'm
the
getting
real
the
full
order back.
effect of how we do things in
I'm
this live.
getting the order back. Don't worry. We're gonna let you speak. But the sister need to. Whatever thing she's saying is valid, sir.
It's all real
but
history.
I
You
jumped
can
on
look
the
up,
live first.
sir.
You didn't
You want
allow
to
me to
pick
like
and
make my
choose, but
point. As soon as I
reality
start
is, it's
talking,
all,
you start
sir.
pushing back. Like as
Sir,
soon as I say
it's
something you
not
don't
about
like, you
pushing
start
back. It's about
you start asking your question.
You
Here's
and
the
your people
problem.
need to stop.
All right,
It's
this
Okay, hold on.
disrespectful telling people
Okay.
that we're Yankees,
Right.
calling us this is a European country when your
look,
whole entire island can fit into one of the smallest areas in the United States, and it's all a European island. They brought you there. You're
Rebbe,
not from
first of
there.
all, if I say something, you have to address me, but you can't tell me what you heard some other
No,
Haitian
I'm
say,
not hearing
or what you
nothing.
heard
It's cold. I
African,
actually
or what you
researched.
or what
You
you heard
don't want to
African say.
accept the fact that you came up in this man's live thinking that you know what you're talking about, and you don't.
Hold on, real quick, Rebbe. I want people to hear.
I'm
what
sorry, too much.
We can't hear. If
Thank you,
everybody's
Rebbe.
talking over each other. I
You're
want people
welcome.
to hear, but I don't want. But here's what I don't want. Listen, you every time you come on this live, you make it about you, sir. Every time. It's not always about you, sir. You said something that was very disrespectful to foundational Black Americans, and we're standing on that. You call this a European nation. It's not. Americans don't even consider themselves a European nation. YT Americans don't even consider that, sir. Americans don't even really get along with Europeans, period, sir. If you really want to be honest.
Can I get a
They don't even
clarification
like
here?
us.
No,
We
they
don't like
don't.
them, and they don't like us. They're a little bit
Yep.
too sassy and too feminine for us, so we're a little bit more
you know,
masculine over
Can
here.
I get some
here's my
clarification on the
thing, too much.
context of the conversation?
Brother, I'm gonna have to drop you down, brother, because I just feel like your energy is not for this, so I'm gonna have to drop you down, brother. So sorry about that. I just
Yeah,
don't
there
feel
was
your
something. There
energy
was something weird with that. There was something
is-
weird.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
is not for this conversation, and I don't need that
Too much.
in this live. So, but go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Listen, we got a lot of people on the panel. I want to let them speak too. It can't always just be about you, but I'm gonna let
I
you
understand.
I'm gonna let you get your point. I'm
Yeah,
gonna let you get your point.
part of the
across.
issue that I have is that people take these topics and they have these emotional attachment to it, and then that's what when you start speaking on certain things, it's like they get very defensive and they don't allow you to speak because they get emotionally attached to it. But I'm not.
Are you
When I
referring to
said
me, sir? Because that's where it sounds like.
here's what
Listen, we're not going to play semantics. You're talking
ma'am,
about
if,
me, and I'm
all
not
right,
emotional.
okay, go ahead and
We're not going to play,
just
sir.
go ahead and speak all night.
You're way out of line.
We'll sit here and listen
You're
to you.
way
Go
out
ahead.
of line.
Go
You
ahead.
thought
Go
that
ahead.
you knew what you were talking about until you get people in here that actually know what they're talking about. So what we're not going to do, respectfully, because it's 12 o'clock midnight where I'm at, what we're not going to do is you're not going to sit
Ma'am,
up here
this
and say
makes no
underlying
difference.
things.
You sitting
Sir,
here talking
I'm
like
very
you don't know
highly
everything.
educated. I'm very highly educated, as you are trying to
Good
have a
for you. We're
conversation
very
with
happy
me.
for you.
But what you're not going to do is going to make me be the only female in this live where you're saying somebody's emotional. Everything I said can be backed up by facts. The point is you came in here saying a bunch of stuff that you thought that you knew you were correct on, and you were dead wrong. Excuse my French. I know we're not supposed to say the D word.
Okay. Anyways, this is what I mean by that.
It's
When I
not
say
an
this was a
anyways
European
anything.
nation,
That's why you have an
when I say
attitude.
this was a European nation, here's what I mean by that. Like, say for example, even if you see like the T-shirt that I'm wearing, it's basically European way of dressing. I don't
Where are you,
have
but
my
sir, let
I
me
don't
ask you a
have
question.
I
Since
don't know my
let's
traditional way
dissect
of
that.
dressing.
Sir, let's
Say for
dissect
example,
that.
if I
Sir,
had
I'm
not
trying
adapted
to
to
dialogue with
European
you.
culture, I would be
Sir,
dressed in
you're
African
trying to
garb, but I'm
push.
not.
Let's
And
dissect that. Sir,
part of what I'm
stop
trying to
right
say is,
there.
if you
No.
look
Let's
at
stop right
the
there
way that
just for a
people
second.
dress in America,
Sir,
it's essentially
let's
European. The
dissect that
T-shirt that
because
you're
while
wearing
you keep
is
saying this,
European. Say for example,
sir,
we
you
all
want to
want to
keep
wear
talking and you're not
jeans.
allowing
The
anybody
jeans
to
that you
address
wear,
what you're
the
saying
jeans that
because
we
you're
wear
you're
are
still
European. That's
wrong.
what I mean by
Listen,
that.
But
this
you're
is the
still wrong.
hold on. This is the problem with a lot of you people from the Caribbean and Africans. Y'all like to babble. Y'all like to go from point to point to point to point. We got to unpack some of this stuff that you say. You can't just say something and then try to move on to something else.
Right.
You just said that because of the clothes that we wear, we're a European nation. Now we got to unpack that.
No, that's not what I
That's
You
said.
what
did
That's not what I
say that.
said.
You said,
I'm
let
giving
me
you
use this
one
for
of
example,
many
the clothes that
examples.
you
Okay,
have
One
on.
of
so
many
let's deal with
examples.
that. Hold on. So let's deal
Right,
with that one example. Let's deal with that one example. We're a European nation because of the clothes that we're. The very clothes that we wear is not native to us. Now go ahead, Reby. Now be quiet and listen.
So, sir, this is what I want. Let's stop there because you're trying to stand your ground. This is what you're doing. You're trying to defend why you're saying what you're saying. So let's take it step by step. When we talk about clothing, because you just mentioned your clothes that you're wearing as well, that does not equate to European nation. Our founding fathers, yes, they came from Europe. We've created our own fashion. Half of the stuff you're wearing in the islands is American clothing or it's European clothing. And I hear this not just from your people, I hear this from Africans too. Africans are wearing European clothing, yelling that it's African fashion. When we all know Africans have their own distinctive fashion, period. But they're walking around in three-piece business suits that look like what you get from Europe. Also in the islands, your countries are European-based countries, meaning that they went there, took those areas over at whatever time they did, and created what is now the norm. Now, when you look at Haiti, I'm not really 100% sure, and I'm not saying this to be rude, what your actual fashion is other than what we would call island wear. Now, when you look at island wear, and then when you see you rocking a three-piece business suit, that's not your culture. But in America, we can say that's our culture because our country was created by the Europeans who came over here. Let me finish. Our country, but you're laughing, but it's the fact. Islanders have their own unique style of dressing, which has nothing to do with European culture. So if you're rocking a three-piece business suit, that's not island wear.
Now
It's not.
Now hold on real quick, Reby. I hope everybody in the comments got that because he can laugh and try to play it off, and people on the panel. I mean, this is in real time. Just because you laugh and you key don't mean you won anything. That really just showed that you intellectually just got beat up right now. Right. Because she hit you with so many facts on facts on facts on facts on facts. So you lost the European, you lost your European nation because of the clothes you wear. Now come with your other point.
No, I have to entirely disagree. Because what she's saying is,
if you want to, you can, but the chat heard it and the people on the panel heard it, and it's a collective in here, and we already decided that you lost that. So move on to your next point that we're a European nation. Go ahead.
No, I mean, she just spent 5 minutes talking about how all the clothing that you guys wear is not European, when in actuality, it is European.
I did say it was European. You didn't listen, sir. I said islanders have their own unique dress. So if you're busting down in a three-piece business suit, that's not island culture. That's European.
Yeah,
culture.
we acknowledge
I'm not
that.
disagreeing.
We acknowledge that.
No,
we acknowledge that. And what I'm saying,
shirt I'm wearing right here. You see the shirt
you
I'm
made
wearing?
a statement
the
to
hat
back
I'm
up.
wearing right here. That's American culture.
Yeah, you made a statement,
the
and
many
we're just
ways we
backing
can wear
up
our
what
hats.
we were saying in terms of our disposition.
The many
because
ways
you're
we can
supposed
wear our
to.
hats.
Yeah.
That's us. The do-rags, that's us. The jeans, that's us. That's American culture. That's not European.
How is the jeans when it was made?
Jeans started out as
German?
dungarees, sir. We have the whole history on the jeans. That's the thing. You may not know this, but when the settlers came over here, they were miners. They created
Ma'am, who invented jeans?
Levi.
You said jeans started as dungarees. Who invented jeans?
Jeans came from Europe. They are,
Okay,
what is it?
okay.
Levi. But sir, you're not winning any brownie points. You're the one saying that we're a European nation. I'm backing up what we're saying. You're the one that is walking around in the islands in a three-piece business suit that's not from the islands. So
yeah, man, what I'm saying is exactly the point that I'm making. We all under this very same system. It makes no difference whether you here, Black American, or you in Haiti. It makes no difference.
no, it does make a
European have
difference. The cultures,
European
it does
for the
make
most
a difference. No,
European for the most part have
sir,
influenced
it
this
does
whole
make a
side of the
difference.
world,
You
man.
were colonized by the French. We were not.
Listen. I'm gonna keep every time you start over talking the host. I'm gonna just start muting you. You're not gonna over talk me. Listen. You just keep moving the goalposts from one area to another area. That's what you guys do. Y'all babble and move the goalposts so y'all could try to win something. You got to win something. You got to acknowledge that what she's saying right now, what she just showed you, the difference between American culture versus European culture versus island culture is different. The way we do our culture here in America is different than the way they do their culture there in the UK, in the European countries. And what you're finding is, the way that we dress here, they're copying over there, sir.
Facts.
So you can say, oh, well, this person invented the jeans, but we upgraded it. We put the features on it. We made it fly.
Too much.
The zoot suit, the very zoot suit that a lot of people wearing back in the Harlem Renaissance days and some people still wear today, we invented that. You understand what I'm saying? American. It was made in America. Just like some things are made in China, some things are made in Europe. These things were made in America. So you can't call it European fashion, European culture. Now, do we do a lot of mixing and melting with European? Yeah, because guess what? They're one of our allies. We do trade with them. We do big trade with them. So some things that we do is going to end up out there. Some things that they do might end up out here. But for the most part, we're not copying them. They're copying us. So you lost that one. Let's go on to
disagree, man. Essentially,
everybody in the world
essentially what I'm saying.
American culture.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the next point because that point is gone. That point is gone. You lost that one. Go to the next one. Now you're a European nation because why?
Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. I understand. Here's what I'm saying. Essentially, my country, Haiti, is an African country to a great extent. For example, we share similar festivals. We share some of the same custom. And I'm saying America essentially is an offshoot of Europe. Say, for example, Christmas. A lot of these things that you guys have here come directly from Europe. It basically,
sir, the reason why you're saying that, let's break down what you just said again. Because I think I get where you're coming from, but this is where the issue is coming in. Haiti is not an African country. Haiti is a Native American island that was taken over by Europeans, and they brought your people there. So it's not an African country.
I'm not talking about the landmass, ma'am. I'm talking about the people there, ma'am.
But sir,
I'm talking about the culture there, ma'am.
I get you, but that's what you're essentially saying. You're saying that this is
how would Haiti, the
European
landmass, be Africa?
It's because your island is not actually African. It is a Native American island that Europeans took your people there too. And because you've been over there thriving, you assume that it's an African island. It's not. It's not. Your people just been over there thriving.
African island, ma'am. I am talking about the culture, ma'am. I'm talking about the culture.
Sir, I'm only repeating back to you what you just said. You said America is a European country, and then you turned around and said Haiti is an African island. That's what you said.
And yes, ma'am. In terms of culture, culturally, how would
culture?
America
You're
be
not the only group of people that live there, sir. You live in one section of the island.
Ma'am, are we referring to Haiti or Hispaniola?
I'm talking about
which it no longer is.
Hispaniola in its whole is one huge island that's broken
Ma'am,
down.
there is no more Hispaniola,
cultures.
ma'am. There is no more Hispaniola. What are you talking about?
You are Hispaniola. You are. Haiti
ma'am,
and Dominican Republic
is no Hispaniola, ma'am.
Sir, you have one little tiny portion of the island that is called Haiti.
It wouldn't matter if I had
come from. And when you trace your ancestry back further than that, you came from Africa. Period, point
You
blank. So
too.
how are you yelling that island, which is originally a Native American island, somehow is an African island? That's what you said.
Yeah,
Culture-wise,
ma'am,
you only own one half of the island.
ma'am, you're trying to get into
I'm
technicality. The
not
point that I'm
no,
making is
but
the
that's how
point
you have to
that,
go,
yeah, the
Paul,
point.
because you're saying universally the United States is a European continent, which you have not been able to really back up anything you're saying, because you're in a black
Ma'am,
live telling black
ma'am,
people
whether,
that are generationally
ma'am,
born here that this
how,
is just a
ma'am,
European
it is
country and
no
we should hate
different
our
from,
country.
it is, I mean, now you're putting words in my mouth. It is no
I'm not
different
putting
from,
words in your mouth.
say,
That's
for
what
example,
you're saying. And you're not
the
able to
Dominican,
back up what you're saying.
the Dominican Republic is essentially culturally Spaniard, the same way my country is culturally African, the same way the United States is
Sir,
culturally
you speak
European.
French as your first language.
No, I do not.
That is your first language down there in
about
Haiti,
Creole.
sir. It's not English.
Ma'am, that
Your
is
first
not.
language in Haiti is French and a Creole.
No, it is not, ma'am.
But it is.
It is.
That's
No,
who
it is not.
colonized that country.
So what?
And that's why
It
the
is not our
Dominicans
first
speak
language.
Spanish over there.
What's your hold
Ma'am.
on. So what's your what are you claiming your first language is?
Right.
It's not what I claim. My
That
first
is
language
your first
is
language. Your first language is
You
not
see?
English, sir.
You over
You're not
here
even
spewing
comprehending the
nonsense.
conversation.
Hold on, Ruby. Let him answer. What is your first language, sir? Go ahead.
my first language is Creole.
Creole is broken French.
No, it is
French and
not.
Spanish.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
It's a
No, it
French
is not.
derivative.
It is
So guess
broken
what?
French.
It's a
No,
French
it is
derivative.
not. Creole is a combination of African languages with French in it.
It's still broken French.
Broken
No,
You're
French,
not
it is
speaking
brother.
not broken
fluent
French.
French.
Okay, hold on. What language came first, French or Creole?
French.
What language came first,
As
sir?
far, as far as
What
the
language came first, French or Creole? What language came first? So you claim. So the truth is, the national language there is French, sir. That's the truth.
look too much. Unless you wanna argue against all of our official documents, it's also in our constitution. Creole is
how
our
did you
official is
get
our first
Creole?
language.
How
Creole
did you
is a
get Creole
derivative from the
without a
African
French?
languages that you said that you speak and the French people who
How did you-
created
Oh,
that island, sir.
now you
But
acknowledge the
it's
African
still
languages,
broken.
right?
It's a listen.
Now-
even if you,
now
sir,
you
let me
acknowledge-
tell you how serious it is. Even if you go back to Africa with them speaking Creole, those French-speaking countries that were taken over by the French, they either taught those people how to speak the language correctly, or they broke it into their dialects and mixed it in. That's all Creole is. Creole is not an official language. It's something that you all made up. The same way we have Ebonics up here. Not
Exactly.
official. You're the only one speaking it. When you come up here,
Yep.
Americans that speak Creole, they don't even speak it the same way you do. When you go to France, they're speaking fluent French. Your initial language is French.
Ma'am, we're not
Sir,
the only one
you
who speak
don't
Creole.
wanna
We're
take
not the
that
only
tall
one who
glass of
speak our
water,
Creole,
but your
ma'am. We're not the
official
only one.
language
There are
is
many
French.
other countries in the
You
Caribbean that
just
speak
didn't
the
learn
same
how to
Creole we
speak
do.
it correctly,
Right, but
so
it's
you
not the
mixed it
same
in.
Creole that y'all speak in Haiti, though.
It really isn't.
It's not
Even
the same
because I
Creole.
hear you, they be
Because
up here
Gullah,
arguing with
hold
them
on.
too much.
Hold on, our Gullah speak Creole. Some of our 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘁, they speak a dialect of Creole. Some of our Creole down in Louisiana, they speak another form of Creole.
No. Here's what
The
you
word
his
Creole, hold on. The word Creole, all Creole means is they combined two languages and made it one.
not just two languages. You're right.
That's all it is.
It's a
No.
mixture.
It's not even a
That's a-
language. It really
No,
is
there's
a
a
combination
difference.
of two languages that they shorten it and make it one. They use a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and they make their own little derivative of
Too
that.
much. You
That's
got
all
it. You got it
Creole is.
half right. You got it half right.
It's not half
Gen-
right. It's literally what it is,
Ma'am,
sir.
according
It's
to
a-
you, right now, if you Google Haiti's official language, it will say Creole.
It's saying, sir,
it's-
we're not debating you on that. Your official language is French. That's how you got that Creole.
Ma'am, it is
and then
not
some
our
of the
official language.
Africans, sir, if you
It is
would
not.
just stop.
First of all,
you're
I
trying
don't
to
even know
break
why I'm
everything
arguing.
I'm saying
I don't
with
even
what
know why I'm
saying
arguing
is
with you about my
facts.
official language.
Which
Sir,
one came
your
first?
official language is French. And your
Ma'am,
your
it
your
is not
people
our
are
official
identified as Afro-Latinos.
Okay, now too much. Listen,
Am I lying
she's
about
over
that?
talking me. She's
Your
talking a
people
whole
are
bunch of nonsense.
identified as
First of all, how you gonna try to
Afro-Latinos. You're
tell
part
me,
of the Latin
ma'am?
countries that were taken
What
over by
percentage
the
of the
Spaniards.
island speaks
So
French?
you going to
What
keep saying that
percentage
that's
of the
not the
island
case
speaks
either?
French? What percentage of the island speaks French?
Your half of the island speaks French because that's
No,
who
it does
colonized.
not. No, it does not. You don't know what you're
Sir,
talking about. No, it does
Sir,
not.
you just want to
the whole
argue
of
and
Haiti
you
does
don't
not
know
speak
what
French.
you're talking about. The truth hurts. The island was colonized by the Spaniards, and at some point the French went down there, brought your people. That's why
But you-
your half of
hold
the
on.
island is called
Hold on.
Haiti. Your
Hold on,
half of
hold
the
on,
island
hold on real
speaks
quick.
French.
Hold on real quick. Haitian official language is Haitian Creole and French. You got two official languages, sir.
The Creole
French,
is coming second
which
because
came
that's what the
first.
people made
French,
themselves.
which came first, and it's always going to be first because that's where the language comes from. And then you got Creole.
And the Africans that came
Okay, so
over
first
there
of all,
from
no,
parts of
look,
France,
Two official
sir,
languages.
and the
Too much. I know
Africans
you
that
much. You
came
much more.
over there that spoke Creole
Creole.
came
I'm
from
sorry. Too
French-speaking
much.
countries.
I know you much more intelligent than that. You know better than to
Too much.
believe that.
The
First and
Africans
foremost,
that were
if,
brought over there to
if
Haiti
French
that came
was the
from
official
those
language of
countries
the
came
island,
from French-speaking
that-
countries.
the entire
You
island does
just
not
don't know
speak
your
French.
own history,
In fact,
sir.
the entire island does
Like you
not
over
speak
here trying to
French.
tell us about ours.
That's Google, sir. Google
I'm
said
sorry?
official language is
That's
French.
that's what it is. You the one that don't know your history, and you over here
That's
like all
Google.
the other ones that get your feelings hurt coming to these lives trying to tell us about our history, and we're the ones that's most documented out of all of you. Your language came from the French and the Africans that came over that spoke the
Man, so
Creole.
Ruby, are you
and the-
telling me that I do not know where my language came from?
You
I mean,
obviously
clearly,
don't, because we
Yeah,
just
bro,
spent
you
20
don't.
I mean,
minutes
clearly-
with you arguing about why you
hold on
speak
real
Yeah,
quick.
that's because you
Hold on.
spewing
Hold on
nonsense.
real
You
quick.
No,
saying a
it's
whole
not
bunch of whatever you
nonsense.
talk
That's
to the
why you-
sides.
Hold on
Sir,
real quick, you guys. Let me
you
read
speak-
something. Hold on real quick. Let me read this. Although both French and Haitian Creole are official languages in Haiti, French is often considered the high language and Haitian Creole as the low language. See the class system there, the
Hello.
hierarchy there? French is high, Creole is low.
Okay, all right, great. Now, here's what I have to say to that. What you also have to understand, as
Okay,
of recently,
you're gonna change. Okay.
for the past
But
10
he just
years,
said recently, so we're going to listen.
there's been a push to somewhat set French to the side and push the Creole more.
How
The Creole
recently?
is our first.
How recently?
Meaning within the last 10 years.
How recently?
Because Jamaica just did it too.
All I can say is I can't tell you exactly just how
Within the
recent, but I
last
do
10
know.
years.
Well, here's what I can tell you right now. Who's running Haiti right now?
Hold on, baby. First of all, I have a hard time talking to you because you just saying whatever.
No, I'm not
yes,
saying whatever. I'm
running
listening
Haiti
to you.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm
you're just
and
trying to
I'm-
come across as
No,
if
you
like
want to
you know what
argue
you're
about
talking about
stuff
when
that
you
you don't
don't.
even know your own history.
But anyways, back to
That's
answer
the
your
funny
question.
Who's running Haiti
back to
right
answer your-
now?
He can't even answer that because he's trying to somehow get sneak attacks.
What
over here with me
exactly?
that he still
What
wanna
exactly
not
are you
win.
asking?
I'm asking a very direct question. Who's running Haiti right now?
I would say for the most part, us Haitian, in addition to the international community.
So Kenya, who else? Kenya's over there. Who else is over there?
No, Kenya's not running Haiti.
Didn't y'all get rid of Kenya? Didn't y'all tell them
Y'all
they
got
had to
rid of
go?
Kenya? Y'all got rid of Kenya?
I thought they told
No.
me had to go. Barbecue is
No,
over there
they
running a
still-
rebel
they
group
still
is
there.
over there running a group. So his
So
people,
barbecue is running your country right now.
yeah.
No, he's not.
Did they take him out yet?
To say that would be a high form of ignorance because
Did they
if you
take him out
read
yet?
even on the news,
I'm asking you a
you
specific
hear
question.
that the
Did they take
capital,
him out?
you hear that the capital is being overrun by gangs. And
Did
that's
they
just
take
one,
him out yet?
That's just one area
Sir,
of
did
the
they
entire
take him
country.
out
The capital does not represent
Okay,
the
I'm
all of
asking.
Haiti.
Did they take him out yet?
Did you get that too much?
No, I'm asking you a question. Did they take him out yet? Because they just said they couldn't land planes there. What is it? 2 weeks ago. So did they take him out yet?
Yeah, so too much. Like I was saying.
So this is so now
even as
he's
you
shutting
see on
down.
even as you see on the news, the capital is being overrun by gangs. That's just the capital, not the entire
So the
country.
gangs are running Haiti right now.
Bingo.
are running the capital,
So where
which
are
is
your
no,
people?
which which is which is
Where the
no
common
different
people like
than a
yourself
lot
at?
of American cities. I
So
mean, there
where
are
the
tons of
common
American cities
people,
that are overrun
sir,
by
where
gangs, but
are
the only difference
no
is
no
you have
American
a
city is
larger
overrun
police
by
force
gangs.
to fight with
Sir,
that.
where
I'm
are
saying
your
like this,
people?
sir.
Where are you,
Did
the
you
Sir,
get
Australian
that?
hold
citizens
on,
living?
hold on, real quick, Ruby. Hold on, let's be honest. There is no American city that's being run by any gang right now.
Bingo.
That's a lie.
That,
Name the
maybe
city.
not an entire, but I
Name
know
the
of
city that is
block.
being
I
run
know
by
Not at
gangs.
all.
many blocks.
Republicans and Democrats.
Name
That's
the
what,
I know
right.
of many blocks. I know the only difference.
Say it
The only
fast.
difference is
those are thugs.
you have
I'm
a
saying
bigger
what are the
police
gangs?
force.
Right.
That's the difference.
Those are
We're not
thugs. Who
laughing
are the
at you,
gangs?
sir. We're just saying, I just asked you a specific question.
I'm
Where
sorry.
the
What did you say?
regular
Too
people,
much.
I was
What are the
asking you
gangs?
a specific question. Where are the regular people like yourself? If you
What?
got those people who are doing what they're doing down there in Haiti, where are
Too
the
much. What were
normal
you saying?
people like
I
yourself?
missed what you were saying.
Yeah, he's doing
But
it on purpose
that's
too
your
much.
question. That's a fact
And
right
too
now.
much keeps showing you the facts, and you still
Let
trying
me
to
let
kiss
me read another
behind.
fact. Who's running Haiti right now? As of May 2nd, 2024, Haiti has no president and no
Bingo. Because they
functioning
ran him off the
prime
island.
minister yet, but a 9-member presidential council run by 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie. That's
Yeah.
what it is. Edgar Gardy and LeBlanc Fields. Those and they're part of some
Yeah.
9-member
Yeah. I didn't know if that's what you was asking. I thought you were saying like who has a bigger influence in the country right now. Yeah. Officially, yeah. It's
Barbecue.
a
I
9-member
didn't
council.
say, yeah, okay, so I didn't say influence. I said who's running it. That's why I asked who's running it.
Barbecue.
So all I'm saying is, what can you
Barbecue.
do? What can you do for Haiti
Right,
over here?
James. Barbecue.
What can you do for Haiti over here?
I'm sorry.
What can you do for Haiti over here?
Well, first of all,
What can you do for Haiti over here? They got a
I think that
no
I think the
president.
notion that every Haitian have to be in Haiti
That's
in order to
exactly
help
what you
Haiti
need.
doesn't make
I
much
think
sense.
You need to be down there on the
It's
forefront trying to get rid of
it's no
barbecue.
different. It's no different than Americans traveling. It's no
No,
different than Americans
you're
living
not
anywhere
travelers,
else
sir.
around the
We
world.
know the difference between
I mean,
vacation and
I
fleeing.
mean, we spoke
How
about
many
that the
times?
other day.
Okay,
There's a big difference
how
between
many
vacation
days?
and
How
fleeing.
many days out of the year are you in Haiti?
Never.
Um,
Never.
Rebe, I find you to be very disrespectful.
No, I find you to
The
be
Why?
just
You
not
can't
knowing your
handle
own
the truth.
history.
the
Ease
last
up a
time I
little
was
bit
in
off of them, Reedy. This, how many days? How many days have you been in? How many days of the year are you in Haiti?
the notion that I have to be in Haiti to me it just doesn't make any
He
asking
sense.
you how
asked you
many
a
days.
specific
One more
question, sir.
question.
How is
Here's
that
my last.
how is
Hold on,
that
hold on.
any
Thanks,
different
James.
from
Here's my
an American
last
living
question.
abroad?
Here's
Because
my.
you're not living in Haiti at all.
Here's my last
No,
question.
but I'm saying, yeah, you
Hold
have
on,
Americans who
hold
doesn't
on,
live in
hold
America, so
on.
what?
Hold on. Here's
No,
my last.
you can't put
Here's
us in
my.
that. We're
Here's
on
my final
vacation.
question.
You
We
have
can afford to
Europeans
move
living
where
here,
we're living.
Chinese is living here. I don't understand. I don't get it.
Hold on. Here's my final question, and I got to get to other people on the panel. Here's my final. You listen to this, okay? My final question: what makes you believe that you can be somewhere else other than your home country and be of help to it? Are you an ambassador? Are you a diplomat? What makes you believe that somehow you being over here is benefiting your country? Go.
Well, first of all, the notion that every Haitian have to be in Haiti.
Don't babble. Answer that question. I want you. What makes you believe that somehow you being over here is benefiting Haiti and helping them? Yo,
I mean,
just get
if
straight to
this is
the
what
point.
you want an answer to, I can easily answer that. But I still think it makes no sense whatsoever.
Answer it.
That's what he
Whatsoever.
wants you to answer, though.
First of all, like I told you before, I do have a business there which employ about 12 people and still growing. All right, so me being here gives me an opportunity to work, not just work, but also to grow my business. And I don't have. I've said this before. For me, it makes no difference. I don't necessarily have to live here. I mean, human beings go around the world looking for opportunities.
What do you think Haiti needs? What do you think Haiti needs to become what Haiti is supposed to become? What do you think?
I mean, that's like me saying, what do I think Black Americans needs to thrive in this society? Because
we can answer
by
that.
most,
Hold on. As soon
in
as
most categories, Black Americans here are failing.
That's not true. But go ahead.
Well, at least at the very bottom,
Your whole
even
entire
stack up
island
next
is
to the
failing,
immigrants.
sir. Your whole entire island is failing, which is the size of Rhode Island.
You intellectually lose when you crash yourself out. I ask you a specific question, and then I'll answer it, because we as Black Americans know exactly what needs to be done. We know exactly what we need to do. I'm asking you, what does Haiti need to do in order to be the Haiti that you guys all want to see? You tell me.
Okay, well, all right. Well, to answer that, one of the main things that
hold on, before you answer, have you even thought about that question?
we all know what the problem is.
What's the problem?
It's been the meddling of the U.S. government. They handpick every leader we have had. Any leader that's not a puppet to the U.S., they do not allow. In fact, if you look up Jeffrey Sachs, the professor, look him up about his conversation that he had with the last Haitian president. He told Jeffrey Sachs, he said, Mr. President, they coming to get me.
Hold on. So what you're saying is, in order for Haiti to be the Haiti that you want to see, they gotta leave y'all alone. Right?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Wow. What do you know? Black Americans say the same thing. You know what's gonna make us great? You know what's gonna make us powerful? You know what's gonna make us be the community that we're supposed to be? When the Haitians leave us alone, when the white supremacists leave us alone, when all these groups leave us the hell alone and stop destroying and sabotaging what we're trying to build, we can build something. But guess what we're not doing? But guess what we're not doing? We're not over there in Haiti.
You make a great point.
Listen, we're not over here in Haiti.
You're not in Haiti,
But
the government. But your government is in Haiti.
We're over here. We're over here in our country saying, you know what? Whatever they destroy, we're going to rebuild again, bigger, better, and we're trying to get everybody up out of our business. So
your government have never left Haiti, never. And in fact, don't take my word for it.
Didn't leave Haiti either, sir.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
The Europeans haven't left Haiti.
But guess what Black Americans aren't doing? Black Americans aren't over in somebody else's country complaining about America. We're still here in America fighting.
Some of us are still in Haiti fighting.
So guess what? Again, what would I benefit America if I'm over in some other country? How can I benefit my people if I'm over in some other country? Don't you think that's me lying to myself? Believing that lie that I'm helping my people and I'm thousands of miles away from my people? No. I need to be right here with my people. Like Moses. Moses said, you know what? I can't help my people unless I be among my people. Me being a
but at the end of the day,
it's not going to help my people. I need to be down.
That's not
boots on the
That's
ground
not necessarily true. When the U.S. government went to invaded Haiti in 1918, took our gold. Our gold helped the United States.
Hold on, brother. You stay there with barbecue. You team up with barbecue, and y'all get to barbecuing.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is,
you don't come to America and pretend like you're doing something for your people, brother. You're doing something.
Here's what I'm saying. Too much.
Doing something for yourself.
I remember as a kid, we were protesting. We wanted the U.S. troops out of Haiti. Did they leave? No.
Over here, you're saying I'm safe over here. I'm safe over here. While my people are.
But what I'm saying is, how is that any different from your country invading my country, looting our resources? How is that different? Did you know your government went to Haiti and ripped up my constitution, wrote up another one to allow himself to buy land in?
Okay,
That's interesting.
I gotta stop you, brother, because this is what you do all the time. You turn my life into your life. That's what you do. That's what you always do. You make it about yourself. I'm just gonna have to tell you, brother, until you come with some facts and some undeniable proof, you gonna have to stay down in the comments for a little while, brother. Because this is what you do, brother. You don't want to be accountable for anything. You always want to blame it on the government. Somebody else is meddling in your stuff. Now, and then you want to come over here and wag your finger and tell Black Americans that we're African. Why? Because you're African?
What's wrong with being an African though?
Nothing, but it's just not us.
Nothing wrong with being an African, brother.
Ma'am, you are an African. You may
No, I'm
not know you're an African.
No, sir.
What in the world?
No, sir.
We're American.
No, sir.
Ma'am, you're an African in denial.
No, I'm not in denial. I also know my lineage.
How do you even have time?
Exactly what I am.
How do
It's
you
not
even
African,
have
baby.
time? Think about this, brother. You are a terrible plight to your people. How do you even have time to worry about Black Americans and them being African or not when your people are suffering right now? How do you even sleep at night? How can you even sleep comfortable knowing that your people are suffering somewhere and you're not there with them? How do you even sleep at night, brother?
I guess the same way Americans slept at night when their country invades my country. How do Americans sleep at night knowing that they're pillaging? They literally did, but you know that they did though. It's all over the internet.
I gotta let you go, brother, because you know why, brother? You're never gonna get it. You are a fleer. Your people are suffering, and you're choosing comfort over revolution.
Facts.
And we're
Too
not
much.
the same. We are not the same, brother. We're not the same. We're not the
Too
same.
much. We've been fighting. We continue to fight. That's who we are.
Brother,
He's saying fight on your island.
But I know you're not fighting, brother. That's what I do know. You're not
Yeah,
fighting.
you over here chilling.
You're not fighting. You're
I would
over
have to say
here-
that's
you're
according
over
to
here
you though.
telling-
No,
you're
that's
over
what
here
you are
lying
doing.
to yourself,
Respect.
brother.
I mean,
You're over here lying to yourself.
You got to
brother.
be
You're
honest with
lying.
yourself, sir.
You
You're
have a
over here
man in the
relaxing. You
what
got
I'm
business
asking
going
is,
while
how
your
is
people
that
are over there
different
in
from
HELL.
your
You have a
government
man in the mirror.
invades
brother.
other country, take resources back to the United
Sir,
States?
everybody's
That
been
benefits
over there to
you.
take resources, and you over here taking resources too.
Amen.
At the end of
Ma'am,
the day, you have to
ma'am,
go. You need to go back home, and you need to focus on your country and stop trying to argue
ma'am,
with Americans
I
that's been
will,
generationally born here about their DNA
ma'am,
and what you think they
go
are.
back.
No, you
I
need to
will
go back. Get on
when the
the
U.S.
You
government,
can't go right
until
now.
he's
when the U.S.
forced to go
government
back.
You
go
can't
back,
go
I'll
right
go
now
back.
because then they shut
Trump
down the
gonna
airports
force
because
him
your
to
people
go
don't know how to
back.
behave down there.
See how much you know, ma'am? No,
They
the
shut
Puerto
down the
Rico
airport, sir. Your
ma'am,
people barbecue
ma'am.
is running rapid down there.
Hold on, real
Like
quick.
I said,
Hold on, real quick.
You laughing, but it's a fact.
Are you
no,
an
but it's
American
not a fact, ma'am.
It
You've been
is a
spewing
fact.
lies
You
and
He's
just
not
you
shit.
don't even
willingly
know where
going
your
home.
language
He's going to
came
be
from.
forced.
Hold on, real quick. Are you an American citizen, sir?
You're not going to answer that because that's
What
going to
difference does it make?
Yes.
Are you an American citizen?
And if he ain't, he's
Yes, I
trying
am.
to be.
Okay.
I have dual citizenship,
You
sir.
have dual citizenship. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I
He ain't
do.
going back home no time
Cause he
soon.
want to. He not like us, but he want to be us.
That lets me
He
know.
knows
Why
it's
would I
not
want to be you,
safe.
ma'am? Tell me,
That's
why would
just
I want
Because
to be
we the
you?
best in the
Hold on,
east,
hold on,
south,
hold on.
north, and west.
Hold on, everybody.
The best in what?
I'm about to
The
bid him
best in
a
the
good
east,
night.
south, north, and west.
Hold on. I'm
But
about
there's
to
no
bid him.
wrong with
Worldwide,
being the best.
global.
What's wrong with that? That's good for you.
I'm about to bid him a good night because, sir, let me tell you something, sir. As long as you carry that American citizenship, we know for a fact that you planted your flag here while your people are suffering.
I would have to say that's according
I
to
would
you
ask
because
you this question: how
you have
do you sleep at night, knowing
you have Black Americans with Ghanaian citizenship. How is that different?
They're going
That's
to
them.
Ghana to build up the
That's
country.
them.
You're not building
That's
up
them.
anything over here. You're creating wealth for
That's
yourself.
them.
Big difference.
That's them?
Big difference, sir.
Let me tell
You're
you
not
something.
helping
Shout out to the
anybody
people
over here in the United States. You're helping your
who
pockets.
sell-
They're going
Shout
over
out
there
to the
with
people in
businesses,
Ghana.
Ma'am,
and they're building
ma'am,
up that
for that
country.
trip.
Calm down.
Ma'am,
Shout
first
out to
of all,
those-
That is a fact. That's a
I
fact,
work just
sir.
like everybody else,
That's
and I
a
pay into
fact.
the
It's a
system like
big
everyone else.
difference. And then you're trying to take your trauma bonding and make it seem like we got the same trauma. We don't.
Ma'am, I don't
Your
have to
country is
identify
in
with other.
shambles because of your people.
Okay, I had to let him go
I'm
because
sorry too much.
it's all good. I had to let him go because we got to move on from that conversation. You know, we got to move on from. He always come to my live and make it about him. You're welcome to come back up another day, brother. But again, you need to go home and fix your homeland, sir. You over here, and somebody's mic is hot, so I'm gonna mute him up real quick. I don't know who it is. So I think it's this brother down here, Woods. Okay, there you go. Sorry if I muted your mic. I thought you were Woods because his mic was hot. But yeah, this brother, listen, as long as they have an American citizenship or a permanent resident, they're not going home. They're
Thanks.
lying to themselves. They're you know, here's the thing. You can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. The worst thing to do is to fall for your own propaganda and witchcraft. Don't propagandize and do witchcraft on yourself. You're never going home, brother. You done planted your flag here. You're calling yourself an American. You're getting mixed around into our politics and what's going on here, and you're slowly forgetting what's happening to your people. That's just what it is. So you being here, it's really of no benefit to you and us. We can't keep going this back. Every time this brother come on stage, he makes it about him and his country and his flag, and you know, black people need to be Afro. Listen, we don't have to be nothing but black. We don't have to be nothing but who we are. And all I want to talk to is listen, if you're not at foundational Black American, you're just wasting our time. I want to talk to my people and I want to build my people up. That's all. I'm a pan-Black American. I want to build the Black community. That's it. I want to build up where I'm at. I want to make my people great. And once we do what we're supposed to do, and hopefully somebody in the diaspora is doing what they're supposed to do, so we can meet on even ground. I don't want to be the only one bringing something to the table and y'all just show up to eat. That ain't a potluck. That ain't a party. If you don't bring a dish, you don't need to be showing up. Everybody remember that? You never show up at nobody's house without something, right? You don't show up at somebody's house empty-handed. That used to be a law somewhere back then where you just don't show up at people's house without something to bring, a drink, some paper plates, something. You got to bring something to the cookout. But it seemed like y'all want Black Americans to bring everything. Y'all want us to do the fighting for y'all. Y'all want us to do the marching for y'all. Y'all want us to do the talking for y'all. Everything. We can't do nothing without y'all saying, oh, we need your help. We need your help. We're all one nigga. We're all one. Really? Are we one nigga? Are we? I don't think so. Why don't y'all go get unified in the Caribbean and y'all go get unified in Africa, and then y'all can speak to the unified foundational Black Americans over here. Now, we're not going to say we don't got our own problems. We got our in-house beefs. We do. Okay. But it's no big deal. The only people making the big deal is y'all. What about Chicago? What about Chicago? That ain't nothing. That's just a small part of the Black sector. That's 17% of Black Americans. That's just 17% of Black Americans. I want to talk to the 83%. I'm not here to speak to the 17%. I'm here to speak to the 83% of Black Americans that want to do something, that have common sense and want to get on code. Now, we're going to have some of us are going to be Indians. So what? I don't care if you call yourself an Indian. I don't care if you call yourself a Hebrew Israelite. Shoot, I don't even care if you're still calling yourself African American. Or what matters to me is, are you from the lineage? And if you are from the lineage, I got your back. I'm on your side. I'm on our side. I want to win, so I'm on the winning side. And all I want to know is one thing. Can we get on code? Can we get on code so we can do something big? Can we get these tethers up out the paint? And can we do something big? And can we not invite everybody to the cookout? Can we stop inviting people to the cookout because they're only going to mess us up? Y'all seen what happened to Black Project 2025? Y'all ever heard of that name? Black Project. Did y'all see what happened to them? They included all people. They came out with their own coin called Kin, KYN for kinfolk, and they thought they were doing something big, and they raised all this money so fast and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, I just feel like it just doesn't feel right. I'm going to watch and I'm going to sit this one out because I do my due diligence. I just don't throw money at no agenda. To me, they didn't have nothing. They didn't have a goal. But everybody was throwing money at it. Now they don't got no coin. Now people are trying to get their money back. And they got, and you know what happened? Once you have tethers in the mix, once you start mixing political parties, DNC, RNC, it's bound to fail. You know what? How we're gonna stay unified and together? We got to get on code, and we got to kick everybody who's not of the lineage out, and we got to continue to call out our Sambos and our sellouts, and we got to continue keeping these tethers far, 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 far away from us. Because as you see our brother up there, they don't have the same mindset as us. They're worried about us being African. They don't got nothing. They don't got no solutions to bring to the table. They don't know how to fight or stand against white supremacy. They don't know how to stand on business. They know how to cave and run when the going gets tough. I don't want nobody next to me that's gonna flee. If you're gonna flee, go flee. Don't try to stand next to me and act like you're gonna be here when we know what the truth is. You come from a fleeing background, and that's all you're gonna do is flee. We don't flee over here. We're not running over here, over there. We're staying right here, and we're taking we're looking at the enemy in the face. We're looking at our situation in the face. We're looking at everything head on and saying we're gonna figure out how to deal with it some way, somehow. That's who we are. We're a meek people. Meek is not weak. Meek is I'm straightforward. Meek is I'm genuine. That's meek. Meek is there's no lie in me. That's meek. That's who we are. We don't have double tongues. And those of us do, it's because we learned it from somewhere. But now we got to go back to who we really are. The people that stand on business, the people that say what they mean and mean what they say. That's who we are. And if you run around with people who start double talking, get them away from you. Get them far away from you. Don't hang around nefarious people. Don't hang around people who have bad character and bad morals. Don't hang around people who do drugs and drink excessive alcohol. It's time that you guys return to righteousness. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. And guess what? When we're acting like the enemy, we can't all get along on one. We have to start standing for something and mean something. We got to start being who we are supposed to be. And that's how we're going to win. The code, the 42 laws of Mott, the code that says I am my brother's keeper. The code that says I'm not going to covet what you got and you're not going to covet what I got. The code that says when I see a black American, I'm going to pick him up. I'm going to do right by him and he's going to do right by me. The code that says there's no malice in me and there's no malice in you. That's what we need to be to each other. The same way the small hats treat each other, we need to have that same type of mindset. I'm going to do business with you until it hurts. I don't care if you got a business and it's just starting out and it's not where it's supposed to be. I'm going to support you until you get to where you're supposed to be, and then I'm going to support you some more. I'm going to be man enough to tell you what I don't like about your business, but I'm going to come back tomorrow and hope that you fixed everything I told you that was wrong with it. I'm not going to stop supporting my brother because we're all we got.
Yeah. Can I say something to you, brother? We was like that in the late 60s and early 70s. You know that, right?
Yeah.
We was on one accord. Somewhere down the line we
We got
slipped up.
infiltrated. We got infiltrated. We know that. We got infiltrated. We got infiltrated by tethers. We got infiltrated by the government. We got
Yep.
infiltrated.
Yeah, because I was telling some young people, I said, look, I'm old. I'm 58 years old. I said, bro, when I was growing up, I was born in 67. I grew up in the early 70s, late 60s. I said, bro, everything in our community was black owned, bro. We had grocery stores, pharmaceuticals, everything. Gas station, you got your car fixed by the mechanics. Everything was because we was coming out of the segregation movement. So some stuff was still going on, in the black community. We had the Panthers doing their part, keeping the popo out there with that drama.
Let
We
me
fell
tell you
off,
what
bro.
messed this up. Let me tell you what messed this up. Pan-Africanism messed this up,
Yeah,
and we have to acknowledge that was a operation by our government to harm us.
yeah.
Pan-African messed this up because the Africans they weren't on our level for us to even come together and do nothing with.
And they couldn't and they couldn't help us because they was in bondage their own self.
Exactly. So how can somebody in bondage, somebody who's down bad, help somebody else?
They couldn't. That's why I don't blame them for a lot of stuff, because that whole continent was bound down.
Man,
They didn't even get their freedom till the freaking 80s and 60s.
19, a lot of them became a country in 1960, sir.
Yeah, it was late coming out of that thing. And then Mandela came in over the 80s and got South Africa out of that crap. You know what I'm saying?
And we helped. We gave Nelson Mandela 14 million.
Yeah. So I don't blame them, because they was bound down by the colonizers. So they couldn't help us. They couldn't.
So again, we don't come to the table with people who are not our equals. We're not going to bring all the food and they just show up and eat. We can't do that. It's time that we learn as a people that we got to gatekeep our community. We know we're phenomenal, but we got to say, you know what? I can only worry about my brother. I don't got enough meat for you.
Yeah. So what do you think we need to do, bro? I mean, because I know we can't fight against them militarily, because we know they the powerful military on the face of earth. We go for that part.
Okay, hold on. Let me say it like this: we are the most powerful military on the earth because we make up America, sir. So
Of course we do it. I'm talking about weaponry.
But I get you. Here's what you don't got. They're not gonna drop the new you know what on America, because they'll be destroying themselves. They're not gonna do it. But
Right.
But that's not how we fight. You see, there's so many ways to fight to win a WAR. We got a WR going on right now. It's called tariffs. And we kicking their butt with the tariffs. So listen, what we have to fight politically.
Yeah.
We got to infiltrate the political we got to infiltrate politics and start pushing policies. We got to become lobbyists right away. First of all, we do got the numbers, because they have a negative birth rate, we have a positive birth rate. So we have the numbers.
Yeah, because if we was to all pack up and leave here tomorrow, America would be finished.
Right. It's finished. And they don't want us to leave. That's why they don't want us to know who we are, but we already found out. We are the original Americans, according to 1828. Webster's Dictionary. It said that the Americans are the aboriginals and the copper-colored people who were found by Europeans. Go look that up. We got to use, that's the type of ammunition we got to teach our kids, and we got to use it. You understand? We got to use that info. There's the information WAR, there's the technology WAR. It's time we infiltrate those things. We already infiltrated music and entertainment. We already did that. Now we gotta start leading in science. We gotta start leading in technology. We gotta start leading. We gotta start controlling our vote. Meaning we gotta use our vote as a voting block. We can't just vote individually anymore. We gotta pick a candidate, and we gotta make that candidate do what we need him to do. So how are we gonna do that? We're gonna do that by lobbying. We need our own cryptocurrency. We have the reason why we need our own cryptocurrency is because we don't want to depend on their currency. We don't want them controlling how we get our money, how we get paid. We need to control that.
Our biggest problem is
That's
we're
what's
afraid
going
of
to
each
help us
other too.
leapfrog. That's what's going to help us leapfrog. See, as long as we use their currency, they can manipulate it. They can make.
Yeah.
They can give us money and then devalue the dollar, and then that money doesn't do nothing for us, does it?
And
But
we got to
if-
stop being afraid of each other too, to do
But if
business
we
with
have
each
our
other.
own cryptocurrency, they can't devalue our cryptocurrency. Only we can devalue our cryptocurrency.
That is true.
They can't. So as long as we support it, and that brings me to the point. Listen, we got our own cryptocurrency, people. FBAcoin.org. That's ours. That's us.
That's
It's not
right.
it's not a meme coin. It's a utility token. It's phenomenal. All you gotta do is read the white paper. I tell everybody, do your due diligence. Don't take my word for it. Follow the logic, follow your gut, and then follow your heart. Don't lead with your heart. Lead with your head and your gut.
Yeah. The raccoons is the reason why we're behind too, them sellouts.
Yeah, and keep calling out our Sambos and get them up out the paint. We don't
Yeah.
get the Sambos up out the paint.
And we got some uncle
gotta-
sisters too, Uncle Toms and Uncle sisters.
We all of them. We gotta blow up the Black Caucus. Can I say that? Okay. TikTok friendly. That's not what I meant.
I love the TikTok shop. Please put some fruit in the live.
Please put somebody please drop some fruit in the line. I didn't mean to say that. I mean we got to dismantle the Black Caucus and bring it back to FBA only and not non-FBAs. We gotta take back the word black and keep that for us. Especially that's why it's key to put that foundational on that black so we know who's who and who's not us. We got to start checking people's lineages and start saying, listen, you don't belong in American politics. If you have dual citizenship to anywhere else, if you have an allegiance to any other country but America, you need to stay out of our politics. And we need to start calling people out. We need to put some energy and some motion behind that. We need to start that movement. The America only movement, meaning if you have a dual citizen for any other country, and I don't care who you are, YT, non-FBA, doesn't matter who you are. If you got dual allegiance anywhere, we need to make sure we run our own commercials. We need to make sure everybody know, listen, if you got dual citizen anywhere, we don't want you involved in our politics. And we need to push for a policy like that. But how are we going to do that?
Yeah.
We need money. Everything comes down to money. That's why the cryptocurrency game is so important for us, because that's the way we can leapfrog and catch up to our oppressor.
Yeah.
In 10 years instead of 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years that they say we're behind.
Yeah, that's why I was upset when they gave BET away. That was ours, BET at the beginning, and then brothers sold it, and then they start putting trash on there.
Right. Listen, I'm doing everything on the blockchain from now on. You know why I love the blockchain? The blockchain is a ledger, and it's it's transparent, and once it's written in there, nobody can change it. I'm starting to put my music. If people want to buy my music now, I'm starting to put it on the blockchain. They gotta go buy it as an NFT.
Yeah.
And get the whole album. That way, nobody can control my my royalties.
Yeah.
Nobody can say, oh, you're part of my record label, and nobody can put me out.
Yeah. I'm a musician. I built my own platform, bro.
Yeah.
My own company, Mind Print Media. That's mine. I own that.
How are you releasing your music though? If you release it through Spotify, I mean, nothing wrong with that. I got music on Spotify.
I got stuff on Spotify, but my goal is to build my own website and build my own download site.
Here's what you do: release it on the blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
You can release your music on the blockchain, and people can go there and buy your music from the blockchain.
Yeah.
You control all of that.
And then I had a website, but it was outdated. That's the only reason why I put some stuff on Spotify, YouTube, but I had a website where you can go in there.
You can still
and
put it on that, but
yeah,
here's that higher game. Put it
blockchain,
on
bro. I never heard that before, but I know where's that at? Online?
It's cryptocurrency. Release it as an NFT.
Okay.
NFT can be an image. It could be a digital video. It could be anything you want it to be. Most of these coins out there are nothing more than meme coins. Meme coins is nothing more than an NFT. So there's so many ways that we have to see. It's strategy. That's all. I'm just giving you a different strategy. That's how we come together and we do something. We got to strategize. We got to we all need to understand what the blockchain is and what crypto is, because that's and I keep telling y'all, we are futuristic people.
And that's why they changed it from the platform to digital, because we started selling our own CDs.
Now remember, everything went from analog to digital, right? Remember
I was selling my own tapes back in the day and my CDs out of my hand.
Right. Now guess where everything is going? To the blockchain. Everything is leaning towards cryptocurrency and the blockchain. So we're going from analog to digital to blockchain technology. Think about that. We need to be first. We need, if there's any platform we need to dominate next, it's the blockchain technology platform. Technology is where we have been deficient in. Is now we need to be more efficient than they are. And that's easy for us to take over, because guess what? You don't have to go to school for none of this stuff. You can self-educate yourself.
That's true.
Peace,
that
brother.
Is true.
Brother. Isn't that why they
educate yourself? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Isn't that why they locked up Tory Lanez?
Tory, what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so what? Tory Lanez was on the right idea. Tory Lanez was doing what he was supposed to do.
That's right.
But they can't lock us all up.
Yeah, that's why they went after Michael Jackson and Prince too.
See, here's the thing. Once you get involved with the beast not gonna let you go. So don't get involved with the beast.
You want to control your art, bro.
So that's all you got to do. Don't get involved with the beast. Don't get involved with nobody that's not your people. Don't let nobody pimp you out. Nobody. Nobody's supposed to pimp in. We're not supposed to pimp out our people, and we're not supposed to allow ourselves to get pimped out.
Yeah, and we don't have to do all business with the Western world either.
And use it for your people.
Yeah.
I say this all the time. If I don't ever be rich, I'm okay with that. The only way I want to be rich is if my people make me rich.
I got a friend of mine. He
don't make me rich. I don't want to be rich because I don't want to be owned by somebody who don't care about me or my people.
One of my friends, he grew up with me. He opened up a bank in Dubai, and he got a couple of them in Africa. And he tried to do a bank here, a black-owned bank, and they just gave him hell, man. So he hooked up with two Arab brothers, and he opened up a chain of banks in Dubai. He worth about $50 million now.
It's so easy to start your own bank. First of all, banks, remember, we went from digital to analog to blockchain technology. We don't need a bank anymore. We need a decentralized bank. We don't need a Freedmen's Bureau. We need a decentralized Freedmen's Bureau now. You see that? Because guess what? Once you do it over there, nobody can take it. Nobody.
And guess what? The European dudes know that too. That's why they put their money in Swiss banks. That's why they put their money out of here.
Guess what? We don't need a Swiss bank. We need a decentralized bank for our people.
For our people. You know, Gaddafi was trying to do that, right?
Well, he was trying to start a bank. Yeah, he was trying to unify the whole
continent of Africa under one currency. Yep.
That's still a centralized bank. But here's what I'm saying.
I understand.
Decentralized. No longer, everything is moving away from centralized and government control. We need to bring something that has more power and
that's right
in the people's hands, not in a group of oligarchs.
Yeah.
If we move from that, so let me explain like this. Imagine when we have our own cryptocurrency and it's fully funded and we have money in it, we can send emergency relief to our people and we don't have to depend on the government.
Is that what the guy, what's his name, 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie when he kicked France out, I think he moving in that direction too.
He might
Nasir. What do you call it? Nasir?
He might.
That's
They
right.
might. They might be. They might be. I mean,
Yeah, he moving in that direction too. They mad with him, bro. Oof.
Too much. He's talking about those few countries. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. He's talking about those. The gentleman above me is talking about those few countries that have completely went rogue from the other African nations that are working together to eradicate the situation. And they're still not even listening to what they're doing.
Currency. It doesn't make sense for them to start their own currency because guess what? All the other countries got to do is devalue their currency, right? Because they're connected to what? A bank. And who owns the bank?
No, I think he pulled away from the banks too, because he was tied in with France.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that if he keeps his money, let's say he starts his own bank, he still got to trade with other countries, right?
Yeah, I think he going that crypto way too. What you talking about?
All they got to do is devalue his currency. So if he goes the cryptocurrency route, it's decentralized.
Yeah,
They can devalue his currency. As long as his people support that currency, it's going to be worth something.
yeah.
Nick, are you pro-African?
You mean like the continent of Africa?
I'm just saying because you keep inserting Africa and everything. You know, this is an FBA channel, so I'm wondering.
Well, I don't mean they got their own world. We got our own world, so that's how I look at it. But I know a lot of African people. I'm friends with a lot of African people. Some of them cool, some of them not. You know.
So you are pro-African?
I'm not from there, so no. I'm
of course you're not from there. That's not no mystery. I was just wondering because you keep inserting Africa in the whole conversation.
Well, I watch everything going on every continent now. I pay attention to everything. Because when I was talking about the guy, I watch what's going on over there too. You know, because I always look for doing business and stuff. So, you know, I try to stay open, you know, to everything around me.
Ain't nothing wrong with paying attention to what's going on in the world.
Yeah, I just pay attention to everything.
Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with watching what's going on in the world. Everyone does that, you know.
Yeah.
But I just noticed that you kept inserting Africa in the whole conversation.
I seen stuff going on over there. That's all. New stuff.
The host is speaking, y'all.
Shout out to 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and what they're doing over there. I wish them brothers well. I hope they do get out from up under the oppressor and build something great, and they have an opportunity to. But as long as they open up a bank that deals with the world banks,
the G7.
As long as their currency is connected to the world banks, they're gonna lose because
that's the G7.
All they got to do is devalue their currency.
That G7 will do it to you too, bro.
Can I ask the host a question?
That's all they're going to do is devalue the currency. So as long as if they go the cryptocurrency route, they got a chance.
Yeah.
They got a chance. And I'm saying what we need to do is we need to go that route as well as a people.
Yeah. And the only difference between the continent and us, they got enough. They got a lot of gold and stuff to back up some of that stuff.
Bro, we got a lot of gold. Here.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
You talking about Fort Knox?
They got.
No, I'm talking about right up under our ground right now. We
sure do.
Well, show me where's that because I need to get me a shovel, bro. Shit.
Well, I'm trying to give you the game, but you keep going back to Africa.
That's what I'm saying. That was the point. My point exactly.
Yeah.
The game is
get rid of the YT people out of here. We be fine.
I'm giving you the cheat code. The cheat code is crypto. Is blockchain technology. That's the cheat code for Black Americans. How we can level up because guess what? Nobody has laid a Bitcoin ain't even that big, y'all. You understand?
No, it's not.
It's not even that big. We have a chance to overtake Bitcoin. We have a chance to become the next Bitcoin. This is the blockchain technology. Nobody has mastered it yet.
I think with crypto and Bitcoin, we had a lot of people over the last couple of years was interested in investing in it, but then we had a lot of scammers that was playing that game too. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, that's why I tell everybody, y'all just got to start doing your homework. This is homework. If we don't do our homework, we can't get ahead. We got to do our due diligence. We got to do our due diligence and find out what it's all about. Whether we don't understand, listen, it's not good that we don't understand it and we sit on the sidelines. It's better that we attempt and try and get around people who understand it and know about it, because whether we like it or not, it's going to be the future.
Yeah, something getting ready to change over.
Technology, hold on. We can't sit out of technology, and we can't sit out of blockchain technology. We got to even technology. Listen, y'all, technology, even with ChatGPT and all this other stuff. Listen, man, it's not. We haven't even touched the surface of what we can do with technology. We haven't.
So we need America to crash so we can rebuild, though.
Oh,
under that crap.
Lord.
I'm not sure about that, Rob.
I told you he pro-African. I don't know.
Yeah, I was listening to you, but you kind of lost me there too.
Yeah,
that's something the African would say.
You need to listen just a little bit more. I know I feel you're an older gentleman, and I respect what you're doing, but what I'm talking about, this is on revolutionary stuff. This is not no ABC 1 2 3. We passed that. We're past that. This is real game that I'm trying to give you here. And if you mistaken it, I'm telling you, probably just need to listen a little bit more, and then you'll catch what's really going on. And then somebody in your family, you can tell them about it, and they can help guide you and bring you to where you need to be. Because America, we're not gonna let America fall. That's not the plan. The plan is not.
Only people that talk like that is a bunch of tethers. Real stuff.
I don't. When I'm saying fall, I don't mean us.
You said it. You just said it.
I'm talking about the YT money.
No, whatever.
But Too Much has already told you about that, Nick. The issue that's coming in is, I think I hear this often, and I'm gonna keep it short because I know I kind of was long-winded the first go round.
Okay.
We do not need to unite with Africa to get what we're trying to get done. We can go back at a later time and help them, but right now we have to focus on.
Why can't they help us?
Well, they can't even. But that's the thing.
They don't never help nobody.
Right, but we just need to focus on ourselves. What I'm saying is,
need to focus on us and only us.
FBA. Yeah, but it's a lot of us that feel like for some reason we can't do it without the numbers. That's the issue. We tried this in the 40s and 50s.
But those numbers don't even mean nothing over there.
Bingo. I'm agreeing with you 100%, ma'am. What I'm saying is in the 40s and 50s, that's what we're trying to undo now. Our grandparents and great-grandparents brought those people over here, and they didn't do any of what they were supposed to do.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask everybody respectfully not to talk over each other.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. So, Nick, I'm sorry, my voice has changed drastically, so I don't want y'all to think because the other guy thought I was being emotional. My voice has changed.
No, it's fine. What I was talking about, we need the YT system to crash. That's what I mean.
That's part of, but see, that's where the issue is coming in. We're part of that system.
Exactly. Too much. No.
Does that make sense?
Let me tell you something. Their system doesn't have to fall for us to rise, because we.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
Here's the thing you got to understand. If their system falls, what do we have in place to respond to it?
Well, before they had Wall Street, we had it. We know how to build.
He caught up in the 50s and in the 60s. It's not trying to reason with him.
And this is what I want you. What do we have in place right now to replace that system? We don't have
intelligent. We're intelligent. We'll figure it out.
No,
you ain't figured it out. We already got it figured out.
Okay.
We don't.
Well, I understand what you're saying. We got a crypto system, but I still think us as a people need to separate ourselves.
Hold on. We don't scratch. We don't put ourselves. We don't go from one bad situation to an even worse situation. We don't do that. No. We build a system so when something does, the same system we had in 1920 when they were going through the Great Depression and we were going through our Harlem Renaissance. You remember that?
Yeah.
It was because our system was not tied to their system.
Exactly.
Right. So we have to build that system again.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We have to
So
pull
we
away from
have
their
to
stuff.
build that system again. It's
I
not that
got
this
you.
system have to crash. No. We start building simultaneously while we even feed off this system that they got going so we can build up faster. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then when we get our system going and make sure it's indestructible.
Yeah. I got you.
Can you break that down? What system we had?
I got you.
It's called segregation. We had black businesses. We had something called the black dollar back then. We had some of that that stayed in our community that didn't go outside our community. While their money wasn't worth nothing, our money was.
Yep.
That's the system that we had in place. We knew how to barter with each other too, and we had all kinds of things. We had all kinds of ways to keep our economy going.
And they were millionaires too.
We fully integrated into this system that Martin Luther King said he was afraid of. It's a burning house. So if this house burns down, who burns down with them? We do.
Gotcha.
Why do you think all
That's
these
right.
tethers? Why do you think all these tethers want to burn the house down? Because they don't care about us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they want us to be tied to them.
They just like I want my lick back.
Yeah.
They messing with my country, so I'm gonna mess with. No. This is our country. That's why they want to make us think that we don't need to. Yeah, we need to defend this country with everything we got.
Because it's our home.
Because this is our home.
We're 100% Americans.
Yeah,
they came here.
All they care about is their selfishness and their pockets. They don't care about the country.
All they care about is themselves.
Right. We are the true.
That was the example we saw earlier.
We are the true patriots of this country. We built it for free. We got nothing in return. We made it easy for everybody to come over here. We did that. No other people would have done that. So when they talk about, see, that's what they don't want. They don't want us showing patriotism. They don't want us showing. They want us to be anti-America like them.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you catch that earlier in the live? I know with the other gentleman that came up here from Haiti, I'm not going to talk too much on him, but he is speaking what the norm is being spoken with people from other nations that come over here. It's not connecting with them that we are American. It's also not connecting with them that this is our country of origin. We've been here for generations before this country was even put together. We created this country. So now it's, oh, well, you got too much patriotism. So now it's, oh, well, this is a European nation. While he was saying that, he totally forgot his country of origin is a European nation apparently as well. And then was in here arguing about where his language came from, which is a spinoff from the people who created his country.
The French.
Didn't want to answer any of the questions, but wanted to keep trying to control the conversation. So when it comes down
to be down bad, but they don't want to acknowledge that they're down worse.
Yeah, their economies are.
They want us to be like that. That's how they want us to be. And see, it don't pay for FBA to be pro-African.
No, it doesn't. And it's not giving us any benefits.
No dollars, no cents.
Nothing.
Well, they're the reason why we're in this predicament anyway.
Yeah. And then don't forget, y'all, he mentioned something about Ghana. I had to step in again. You're lining your own pockets. The Americans that's going over to Ghana were asked, one, to come over there. Two, they're not over there lining their pockets. They're over there creating economic wealth and businesses and trying to balance out. And also something else he didn't mention. Those melanated Americans that's going over there are not living amongst the locals. They live like any other wealthy group of people that's coming over there. So the locals have to get it together in terms of what they want to do. Yeah. We don't have anything to do with that. And a lot of people keep comparing that. And then when they can't figure out what they want to compare, they start trying to do this weird trauma bonding. Well, it's the white T-man's fault. We all know he's at the back of everybody's situation. However, your issue is not our issue. Right now, you're the issue. Because we're working on something and you're hindering us from doing what we have to do. How long do you think somebody's going to stop you if you asking your wife to make a meal in the kitchen and everybody keeps coming in there bothering her? Eventually, she's going to tell everybody, you got to leave out the kitchen. I gotta have this meal prepared before my husband comes in to sit down and eat.
But
That's
I
exactly
think
what they're doing.
I think part of it is our fault too, because we kind of spoil them.
Well, yes, it is. And that's what we're
And they
saying in
never
terms
spoiled
of
their
we
own
figured
people.
out what the issue is. Back in the 40s and 50s, during the freedom fighter movement in the 60s, you know, all of that era, we brought them, our grandparents, parents, and
Exactly.
great-grandparents brought these people over here from the islands and parts of Africa for
Hmm.
the numbers. And they did not do what they were supposed to do. Once they got over here, they jumped ship. And they have been
Hmm.
hindering us ever since. So we can't even focus on who the original issue was and who we're trying to get to, because now we got to move them out the way to get to where we got to go. That situation
Hmm.
that happened over in California with the black carcass should have never happened. We go back and now we look at it. None of those people, except for maybe one or two, is actually generationally born here. Everybody else is from another country with their
Wow.
own views and trying to leech off of this country to get what they need. The guy that was just up here from Haiti, he's leeching off of this country. You got a dude that named himself Barbecue that's running around in Haiti doing whatever he's doing down there while he's sitting up here living a high life and his people down there struggling. He's one of the ones that had the money to get off the island or finesse to get off
Yeah.
the island.
And that's a predominantly black land, and they can't get it. They can't get their shit together.
Yeah, but look at the same thing with Africa. It's the same situation. All of
Yep.
those leaders are homegrown. They're the ones doing business with Europeans and they selling out their own people. And then
Yep.
they come over here when they start that picking with us and we start throwing the facts at them, all of a sudden it's, well, this is a European nation and you shouldn't like your country. Don't talk to me about what we shouldn't like. You're the one that hate where you live at. You're coming over here. There's no reason why you have 54 nations. You got 4 of those nations that Nicholas was talking about that's
Yep.
trying to do something. The people
It's
over there
only 4.
watching them do what they're doing. And instead of getting on board and moving with them, they over
Yeah.
there still talking about their tribalism.
Yeah.
I don't like this country. Look at, if you think I'm joking,
That
look
don't
at
make
Cameron.
no
Look
sense
at
for you to even come
the
here.
Congo right now. You got a whole African judge, because they'll sit on here and tell you that slavery's been ended, they're not doing that. But you got a whole African judge that's over there in Europe now that's sitting in lockup because she done took a woman from another country over there, which is what they've been doing to each other, and took her passport and was holding a hostage in her house.
Wow.
Yeah, they
It's
got a
all
lot of
it was
drama.
all over the world news. And the lady didn't feel like she was doing anything wrong because things that they think is normalized is brutal to us. And then the
Yeah.
dude sat up here talking about, well, you got whole gangs overrunning the cities. Who told you that?
That's a lie. They always
Where
make
that
up
come
lies
from?
about us. They have no human rights over there in the whole continent of Africa.
Wait, you talking about an American gangs?
Yeah. The gentleman right here, the one that says she must be out of talking points.
He
This
watched too
dude,
much
You
the
movies.
one
understand
right here,
Latinos
was
run
sitting
all
down there.
gangs?
He's saying a whole bunch of nothing. He's
Yeah,
over
'cause
here lining his pockets. He's not helping his people. He's not helping anybody over here. All of these people come from other countries and they're benefiting off of America. And their excuse is, well, America is disbanding our country. Well, if we disbanding your country, why would you want to go straight
Why would
into the
you come
lion's
want
den?
to eat with
If
us, live
anything,
with
you
yeah.
us?
wouldn't want to do business with us at all. They over here lining their pockets, and the islanders make out like fat rats anyway. All of their economies are in shambles. They don't have any economies, and they make their money off of tourism. Those people don't want you on their
Okay. I
islands.
think he want to ask something.
I'm
the other
sorry.
day.
Go ahead.
Let me say it like this. Let's say we do got gangs that are in our cities, and we got gangs that are in our cities.
Yeah.
They not running amok like barbecue though.
You
No.
can't even go on that. They shut down the planes 2 weeks ago, and the dude sat in here stuttering like he didn't understand what was going on. And when Too Much asked them direct questions, that's what they do. They never answer the actual questions. They start dancing around and talking about something else. He asked them, "What did you eat for breakfast?" Well, I went out here and bought 2 pairs of Clarks, and me and my girlfriend went and we went down here. That's not what he asked you. The question was, "What did you have for breakfast?" That's it. That's all. It's them that do it and the Africans because they never want to talk about what's going on in their nations. They're over here in everybody else's business trying to tell you what you're genetically mixed with, what your history is. And the man didn't even know his own history. He doesn't even know why he's speaking Creole.
I think it's a jealousy, me. I think they're jealous of African Americans.
Too
They
much.
are. They
Too
are.
much. Did you hear about the big podcaster Mav Hoffa losing his
Yeah.
podcast because he let Fat Joe go on there and talk about the FBAs?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
He
Yeah, they
lost.
definitely want
He
Fat
lost.
Joe right now.
Yeah,
He's losing it. He's losing it. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, we
70.
we
That's
already
right.
don't rock with him, and we shut Fat Joe down where he can't even host the BET Awards no more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
he
shut
lost a
him all
lot
the
of
way
money.
down. Yeah, because see, when people keep saying y'all don't got no power, and then we show them, they get even more butthurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then with that gang stuff, 70% of the gangs are Latin Americans. 70%.
Man, they don't know nothing but what they get from fake news.
I know.
They
In
don't
the
know
movies.
nothing but what
In the
they get
movies.
from their daddy.
Half our brothers playing in the NFL. Come on now.
They don't know nothing but what they get their information from is propaganda. Their daddy is propaganda. They've been colonized. The colonizer said
Yeah.
something, and they believe it. The colonizer said, "Oh, you
Yeah.
niggas are smarter than these niggas," and they believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 58 years old. The hood has shrunk. Ain't too many black people left in the hood.
Man,
They living in upscale and middle class. So
But
that's
sir,
a
you
lie
should
too.
see them argue about that. They will take an impoverished area from where they come from or what they know from their home country and try to compare it to poor people over here who still have a house, may not
Yeah.
be where they want to live at, and a car, may not be the type of car they want, and businesses across the street. Look how you Americans living. While in the act, while no flies were harmed in the process. It's just ridiculous. They're
Yeah.
mad because we have sat back. It's part like what the lady say up above, and I'm God say we have sat back and watched people, not all of Africa, because we know it's not everyone, and
Yeah.
we know it's not all of the people from the islands, talk and say whatever disrespectful things they want to say about us as an individual group within America, and also Americans in general. Because we just went through this whole spiel with the British
Yeah.
attacking white tea Americans as well, and America in general. So we're tired. We didn't do anything to any of these people, but they have chips on their shoulders and they're coming over here because Too Much said it earlier. And he walked right on over that, what he said, and kept going. We're not going to Haiti, parts of Africa, Europe, or anywhere else talking craziness to any of those people. We don't. And we know the difference between going on vacation and fleeing a country because you can't stay in your own country because your country is in shambles. There's a big difference. When
It's
Americans go on vacation, we come home. We don't
yeah.
stay. And the ones that do decide to stay, they have the money to stay in those countries.
Well, you don't
But if
need to
they're
be
asked
angry.
to leave, they know to leave.
You don't have to be angry. It's a jealousy. Okay, we got more millionaires in African American millionaires than they have over there. I mean, it's a jealousy.
Let me
It
tell
really
you.
is.
Let me tell you the definition of meekness, so you can understand who we are and why they have been allowed to do all this to us. Enduring injury with patience without resentment. That has been us.
Yeah.
So that has been us for so long that now that we're no longer taking anymore, it's considered we're aggressive now. Think about that. We are long suffering. We allow these non-FBAs to come into our home and just say whatever they want to say, believe whatever they want to believe, and we didn't correct them. We didn't pay them no mind. We didn't pay them no attention. We just thought they don't know. You know, we just kind of playing like that. But now that we're fully understanding, like, listen, they are taking our meekness for weakness right now. They are trying to co-opt everything we do. So now that we're like, hold on.
Including pretending to be us.
Yeah, pretending to be us.
That's the main one.
We should have been checking that. We should have listen. They should have never been allowed to use the N-word. We should have been checking them out the door. Like, brother, you don't dress like that.
Yeah.
We should have been checking them. Like, hold on, man, that's culture appropriation right there. We should have been doing that.
You
But
should see them
because
now too much.
we
They
are
hooping and hollering about the Creole lands because they got some type of Zulu
heard,
parade, which nobody knew about. Again, over there in the Creole lands, they had June 19th, which they've been celebrating forever before they made it an official holiday. And now they got something else that half of America, including Black America, didn't even know about. So you got South Africans hooping and hollering about that. And they told them about the history and why they celebrate. They actually given dedication to a handful of, I guess, people who came from that area. That's not my argument. I don't care. What I'm saying is we're trying to fix what our parents, grandparents, and great grandparents did, depending on what your age is. And
right?
that's where the issue was coming in. We have people who have gotten very comfortable, and they've gotten very comfortable with attacking our community specifically because they can't go talk this mess to white tea America or to the British people that's over there in their countries that's taking over their country. So the next best thing is to come over here. Also, they're coming to us also peep game. We are the wealthiest nation on the planet from our group of people who have these skin tones.
Yeah.
We're not even
Yeah.
talking about the resources they have in Africa because those are all homegrown leaders who are selling out their resources to
Yep.
other countries on other continents. Here, we create the wealth. We also are the wealth. So even when even when we think we're not making money, we're still making money in our sleep. Now we have to home into that wealth. People like Too Much and others that have the right idea, they're trying to tell us, home into your wealth, now make it ours again. Because it was ours back during the freedom fighter era. What messed everything up to an extent is when we integrated. When we were separate, we all had the same exact issue and we only had one focus. But once we integrated, like I'm God said, we started bringing all these people into the country that really never had our interest at hand. It was, oh, that's the way to get in there. Black Americans going to help us get in there. And then white tea Americans is telling us that they're lazy. So that's where that whole laziness came from.
Yeah.
Even though they're sitting there, they're going taking pictures at the White House.
Yeah.
Our ancestors built the White House and we couldn't even go in there.
Yeah.
But these are the same people, like the gentleman that was just in the live yelling that, oh, I'm over here doing this, that, and the third. You're not doing nothing but lining your own
Yeah.
pockets. And
What
when
is
we
his name?
call it out,
Benjamin
they get in
Banneker
their
or something like
feelings,
that?
and then all of a sudden you emotional.
Wasn't the brother named Benjamin Banneker the one who came over with the blueprints and stuff for that whole DC area?
But it's not just that. We've
Yes.
created everything here because
Everything.
we were already
I
here.
know.
Some of us
I
came,
know.
yes, during the slave trade, but they're
Yep.
indoctrinated into our people because they were here before 17, what is it? Help me out, 1777 or 1776, when this country became a country. We are the original people who
Yeah.
look like us that are
Yeah.
from this area. We do not need anybody from respectfully Africa to help us do anything because they haven't been helping. If they wanted to help,
I
they
had
could have
to
united all 54 countries and they
yeah.
could have came over here and assisted us. They're not assisting each other because they're doing this tribalism thing. And then they're bringing that mess over here. And when we say
Yeah.
we don't want to be a part of it, they keep trying to pull us in, saying, well, you should hate your country. Why should I hate my country? You don't hate yours.
They just mad because you overcame.
Thank
That's
you,
all.
Sean.
That's all it is. They can't believe that
Up again.
we overcame all that crap.
Yeah, we like the good, the bad, the ugly. If you want to say the racism, we like everything about this
Back
country.
it up,
That's what
Salty
makes
Butt.
us fight. We dealing with a situation right now with two boys in the news. One, unfortunately, is not with us anymore. We
Yeah.
already know how it's going to pan out. We hope and pray that we get a shock and they let this boy go. But
Yeah.
reality is, where are all those groups? Also during Black History Month, the whole Black History Month, they disrespected us. We on it, our people. Now this is where we're at fault. On there arguing with Africans and islanders all throughout Black History Month. But you can't find them in December. They over there enjoying their own holidays. We over here still talking about what we've been talking about. So
They
you can't,
jealous.
we're not peeping game and we're being drawn into these non-realistic fights because they're only fighting with themselves. Our economy is not going anywhere anytime soon. And the president we got in office right now is making sure of that. We watching history being made again. But in terms of us, We have got to, and I've said this over and over and over again, we have got to stop arguing with Africans and islanders about our history, our DNA, our genetic heritage.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't
it's
have
wasted
anything to do with
energy.
that. They're putting all of their energy into arguing with you while their whole countries are in shambles and the
Because
economy
you
is so
coming up.
low that they got to leave their islands and their countries to come here, Europe, and other first world nations to try and make it. That's what the issue is. And then when
How
you start
can
calling it out,
you
you're the
even
problem.
how
They
can
coming
you
here
even
because they
hold
see
on?
you on the come up.
How
That's what
can
they
they
see.
even
We're
how
not
can
on
they
the come
even
up.
hate?
We're already there.
Yeah, Warrior.
All
Yeah.
we have to
How
do
can
now is go
you
back to
hate?
what we were doing in the 60s where we separate so that we can focus. But we have a better
Yep.
understanding now of how to do this. Where before we were completely separated, we don't necessarily have to 100% separate. We just need to take what our grandparents, great grandparents knew back then and apply it to now. We have more to work with too.
Yes.
But we
Sister,
do
Yeah.
not
can I
need to
say
bring in
something?
two other groups that
Uh,
don't have their stuff together to help us do anything.
Sister, can I
Yeah,
say?
I had to
I think
correct
a
some
lot of
Africans too.
those
Hold
I
on.
had to
African
correct a group.
platforms,
Hold
most
on.
of them are agents.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
over there trolling. And
I
the
had to
dude that was
I
Y'all
had
in
to
starting
here,
to
correct a bunch
believe
of
that
them.
that
Two-Face,
dude from
Too
Haiti?
Much already said it. He comes in here and tries to make the live about him. This is a foundational Black American live.
This is what they
That's it.
all
That's
do.
all. What don't you understand about that?
Listen, this is what they all do. They come in here and whine to us, and they want us to whine back. And you know, I'm so done with that because after I showed this that we now know the real definition of American. American
Yeah.
means is originally applied to the Aboriginal or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. That's the definition for Americans.
Mm-hmm.
We are the true Americans.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
ends
Yeah, they know that.
everything.
That's the end of the conversation.
That
And then
ends
when I
Yeah.
I
everything.
walked him through his history, a lot of people keep doing that too. Please stop talking to us about Columbus. We all know this. Columbus never came to the two continents, Central America, what is now Canada, Alaska. He only went through the islands. Their history is their history. It has nothing to do with us other than that at times we had a slave trade. That's it. They don't have so him yelling we're African. You don't know what the next melanated American is until they've actually done their history and their genealogy to find out where they came from. What we do know is Haiti is an African slave trading colony that those French people and the Spaniards brought those people there. And if you really want me to go there, those French people really took what they already had over in Africa, which was other slave trading colonies, and only brought what they already owned from another continent over there. So those people don't have anything to do genetically with us.
Like I told all of them, you don't no African know who my mother laid down with to create me. Okay, so don't even
Bingo.
come at me with all that. You know I'm African and all this and everything. You just gotta let them know.
Yeah, but
But
after a
I
while,
had
you
to
get tired
correct
of
a
even
group.
doing that because everybody is trying to mix this history. That's the first thing. Before we even get to the financial aspect, the history needs to be fixed because people all over the world are getting on apps like this arguing with us about, well, Columbus. What does Columbus have to do with us? Nothing. You go talk to people in the islands. People in the islands can tell you about Columbus. And then the largest slave trade went to South America. We're not South Americans. We're North Americans. It has already been proven that Canada and the United States had the least amount of people brought here that were from that continent. Period, point blank. There are explorers and other European groups that came over here and clearly documented people that look like you, me, the host, and everybody that's walking around on this continent right now over here chilling, doing whatever they doing, kicking rocks, picking fruit, whatever they was doing in their natural habitat when those people got here. But for some reason, people from the islands and people from Africa want to take their history and try to make it ours. And then try to say that you're crazy because you don't know where you came from. No, you don't know where you came from because I don't know how you come to somebody's country on their continent and start calling yourself the name of the people that was created for one group of people. Because if you go to Africa, you can't be Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Delta. You can't be none of that. If you go to Haiti, I'm not Haitian. And then they contradict themselves. They're quick to marry somebody over here, have a child, and say my child is half African and half African American. So that
We the
already
shit.
lets you know genetically we're two different groups of people.
Bro. Because we the shit. You just gonna say it. We are the shit.
The only time it's applying is when they're trying to get under the radar. Like right now, we got a whole situation going on where there's clean sweep in the country. The whole entire country is under martial law, whether you want to admit it or not. The whole entire country.
Africans out of here too. You know that, right?
But that's what they're doing, and
that's
you know
why
what
they
they're
trying
doing.
to
No, I
They
ain't black
start shipping some
American.
Haitians
No,
out of here
they're
too.
not.
Hold on, y'all. Let her finish. I wanted to finish that. We're under martial law. Go ahead.
We're under martial law. If y'all don't know what that is, go look it up. It's not nothing to be afraid of, but it's something that you definitely need. Remember, woke came from us. Whatever they done spun it around to be in the media is not what it originally is. So we know what woke means. But I'm going to tell you this. This whole entire country is under martial law right now. They are clean sweeping. And it is really KILLER, these people that we're not immigrants. We've been here the whole time. And when we kept saying it before the election happened, you should have seen the debates on here. No, they're going to come get y'all too. Don't talk to us about anything. Focus on you, because it's your people that's coming over here that has made it hot for your people. Y'all over here doing these arranged marriages, you know, what is it? Half doing what you're supposed to do. You're letting your what is it? They was letting their They was letting their immigration papers expire, and then you knew we got the one person in office that everybody says really represents what America is. Crazy. We don't have no common sense according to the rest of the world, and we just out there on our own boat by ourselves. And y'all thought that y'all was going to somehow think that he was going to come. No, he can't change nothing. It's too much going on. That dude within the first 90 days of office has done nothing but sign executive orders. And he said, I can show you better than I can tell you.
The first week,
people are acting like they stuck on stupid.
And none of it affected us.
Not one thing. Even when they was talking about segregation, even when they were saying that he was supposed to get rid of Black History Month came in with the only people that missed Black History Month was our people that was arguing with Africans and Islanders that were purposely creating arguments and couldn't leave it alone like flies to a flame. So you missed out on your Black History Month because you were arguing with people who purposely created that environment. And instead of leaving them alone to focus on your own history, you're arguing with them.
And it really was a slap in the face when Trump got into the front of the whole world and let the whole world know that Black Americans, the 14th Amendment was created for the children of chattel slaves, who is the Black Americans, FBA. And also, he let the whole world know that we built this country. Yes, he did.
He did. He said it several times.
We did.
But somehow that flew past everyone. Then it's you're just hanging from there. White teeth, so we don't know what's going on. That's not what we're saying.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yes, sir.
Have y'all ever heard of before today? Have you ever heard of the real definition of an American before?
I knew it because I'm of mixed origin. I knew it.
Yep.
A lot of people, other people knew it. They just didn't know if they could say it or not.
A lot of people didn't know that we were already something before they made us something else.
Yeah.
Americo.
Let me can I add in?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for welcoming me to the panel. First of all, sis, you're right. There is a certain level of martial law that we're under because when Trump decided to take these immigrants and put them in Guantanamo Bay and in prisons, he had to invoke a military act that the illegal immigrants had engaged in an act of war against.
Changing the laws to do what he needs to do.
Yes, and he's doing it. And to point out what these people keep saying that, like you pointed out also, there's I don't know if y'all know about the website Slave Voyages. Y'all know about that website?
Yes.
No.
Okay, well, if you don't know, there's a website by a white man, and I saw a video of him the other day, and he was saying the Black Americans are indigenous to the Americas, and he's the one that set up slave voyages, and he has all of the manifests of the ships, and he shows and proves that bringing slaves from Africa was outlawed in America in 1803 or 1806.
Under Jefferson. Jefferson
Right.
followed suit. I can pick it up from there, sir. Jefferson followed suit behind the British. That's where we get the largest inner slave trade that happened afterwards, where they were moving people up and down the coastline.
Exactly.
So a lot of people don't even know that Jefferson, the same Jefferson that was married to his wife and was dating the sister Sally Hemingway, that Jefferson.
And
Look him up.
he spoke about how
1807.
1806, 60 or 1865 is when they first did the census, and there were 4 million Black Americans in the census. And I traced my genealogy, and I found my family in the census. They owned this big farm. My grandmother used to always tell me we was from this land, and I found them in the census. I found that my great grandfather had he had people working for him on the farm in the 1860s when slavery was supposed to have just ended. They didn't get 40 acres and a mule, so where the fuck he get this big farm from? And also, they know that he said it was impossible for 4 million people to be here, Black Americans, unless they was already here, because only 5% of the boats came to North America. Everything else went to the islands.
Too Much got a question.
Let me ask this question to the people, right? Because that's my only issue with some of our indigenous brothers and sisters who claim we were never slaves.
What's your issue, brother? What you say?
So that's my only issue with some of our indigenous brothers and sisters who claim that we were never slaves.
We were slaves.
Bro, it's not that we weren't slaves.
Not all of us.
Hold on, because I haven't asked my question yet. We have to be honest. It's this time that we listen. You can't move past something. You can't grow past something. You can't become whole again if you don't admit the truth.
Well, do you know that the black man was the first slave owner in this country? You can easily look research.
That's not true either. That is a history. You're true. That's a history, but that's not true.
Indentured servitude. It was indentured servitude. It wasn't like the slavery.
Because you'll get that from. I'm sorry, Too Much.
Indentured servitude is different from chattel slavery. Now, from 1860, when was the biggest? My question is, when was the biggest land grab? When did our land get taken from it? When was the biggest land grab happened between 1830 and around 1890. What's significant about 1865? Does anybody know?
Well, slavery officially ended. Ended because
slavery actually ended in 1863. 1865 is for people who were in Texas and those areas that weren't told until 1865.
Okay, but what also happened in what year was the Homestead Act?
That came right behind it.
Okay. So
because remember, they couldn't pay them.
Whose land did they take?
It was ours.
Our people.
Okay, so that's the biggest land grab. And what happened in 1830? Do y'all remember what happened in 1830?
They sent those people over to Liberia.
That was the reclassification of our people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
William Pleckert.
Yes, sir.
When he said everybody who's non-white is considered what? Colored.
Yep.
One drop of blood. One drop.
If they got one drop of Negro in them, they are colored. And he reclassified our people and called them the American Negro. And the biggest inner slave trade, like she was talking about, happened when we start breeding like crazy, sending some up here, some down there, some out west, some back, just start shipping them out in droves.
Yeah,
brother, can I touch on that real quick?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
According to my studies, right? Because when you say slave, right, they also talk about the Slavs, and it makes it seem like, you know, they came over here and shackled us up, and we didn't fight back. So a lot of brothers and sisters are doing the research that we weren't actually slaves; we were prisoners of war.
It's still a slave. What
Yeah.
is a prisoner of war? It's a
Again,
person that
listen.
doesn't have control over what they want to
Again,
do.
we just got to be honest with ourselves and admit that the white man was slapping us up in a time.
Yeah,
And they were. We just got to admit that, brother.
Well,
There's no
well,
way
brother,
they can take this whole land from us if they didn't dominate us on every sector.
not
Don't
necessarily. I don't think
forget
that's
that
necessary.
they made sure and put laws into place so that
Ex-
black people could have
ex-
zero weaponry.
they dominated us in every sector. We got to admit that they did. That's
yeah.
how the
But
only
guess
way
who
how
helped
they
them?
took it.
But guess who helped them?
The
Africans.
Africans.
Africans showed them
Africans.
how to get over here. That's where you start to get the history of what happened with Columbus. Columbus didn't know how to get over here. And that weak story that they told everybody wasn't
But
true.
let's be
The
specific.
Mauritanians showed them.
Let's be specific. This is why I don't trust them Moorish Temple brothers. The Moors, they've been traveling over here and doing business with us forever. We taught the Moors, and the Moors went back and started teaching the Europeans.
Yep, they sold us out, the Moors. I've been saying that for years. People get
That's
mad at me
who
about
helped
that.
that's who helped Columbus bring them people over here.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah.
they
You
But
see
they
what?
were in Iberia.
Okay,
Well,
again,
That's right.
how did the Moors know our language to communicate with us?
Because they've been coming
well,
over here working
Because
with us
they've
the whole
been
time.
and they've been hiding. What they were doing was taking our knowledge and acting like it was their knowledge. That's what this whole Moorish temple is about. Stealing other people's knowledge, collecting them together, and then cutting the whole world off from it.
They were
well,
sellouts.
I
see,
do
no,
not
this,
trust
according to,
those
can I say
Moorish
something? I
temple.
think it was like this. You're going to always have your uppity niggas. And I think that's what you could say some of the Moors was, the uppity niggas.
It wasn't us.
Sellouts.
And
No, it's regular people.
No, they weren't
No,
us.
they were
We're
Africans.
not Moors.
Moors are people.
Moors.
The group that
And they
invaded
want to make
Iberia
people
came from
see,
Mauritania. That's in
well,
Africa.
look,
they're the reason why the Moors was the first to recognize the United States as a state because they were in on the whole thing. They're
They
in
sure
on the
were.
cover up. They helped in the cover up. They don't want you to know that you are this ancient people that were brilliant and they took advantage of your meekness, your long. See, we were teachers. We knew that they didn't understand the world like we understood the world. So we were more patient than them. We were like, well, they just Moors, so we gotta let them
you ever
fly.
heard the song? You ever heard the song where they say, "From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli"?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my favorite song.
Now, listen. What
Phone call.
What happened? What
that
you got a
went
call?
from Montezuma, and see, we over here ruled the whole world. This is where our ancient, but I say the Moors is like your 𝗖𝗄𝗏 niggas, the niggas that went and they were the ones that went and set up all those castles in Europe and all that shit. King James and all them niggas is
They did.
descendants of the Aztecs and the
But they
Incas. Yeah.
were all about taking other people's knowledge, making it their own, and then setting themselves up to be the teachers, the master teachers of this
Yeah,
stuff.
because the castles were here first.
Yeah.
And
That's
they were
what
Muslim.
everything was here first, but that's what I'm saying. See, like the what from my research, and I'm just a brother trying to put pieces together. The ancient American black people went over to Europe and set up all them palaces and all that shit, and they was coming back and forth over here, them the 𝗖𝗄𝗏 niggas. But really, in any of our cultures, really the grassroots is where everything starts. Just like today, the people in the hood really is creating all of the culture. You know what I'm saying? Or they the source. Now the 𝗖𝗄𝗏 niggas, they went over there, they did all that. The white people kicked their ass, and then that's when they came back over here. After they
Wasn't
kicked and defeated the
So
Moors,
this is what
they
they
came
did.
back over here and then started trying to take shit.
they Muslims, bro?
So
The
They
Moors.
was Muslims, but you got to pay
Okay.
attention. The
Hold on, let
same
me give
year
y'all
that
some knowledge.
Columbus, the so-called, discovered America, is the
Right.
same year the Moors was defeated.
Let me give y'all some knowledge. Okay, we know that the white people came from the Caucasus Mountains. We know that they were hairy. I mean, when I say they had hair coming out their eyes, their ears, their nose, their face, they
They
all
still
over.
got it.
Okay, all over. We know that. Who's the one that dressed them up and made them more refined?
The
The
Moors.
Moors.
The Moors. They got a
The
whole history
Moors.
of the hairy men of
The
Europe, but I don't know if
Moors,
we can talk about
the
that too
Moor,
much.
that was the Moors' baby.
Yeah, they got a whole history. It's called the hairy men of Europe.
Nah,
The
because
You gotta
Moors,
be
look,
careful
look.
with that.
hold
Check,
on, hold on. I'm about to hit you with, listen, connect the dots. The Moors created them.
Can
That's
somebody
why
no,
they
no.
put some
kept,
fruit in the
hold
chat,
on.
please?
That's why they kept saving them.
Well, check this out. We
Matter of
had
fact, they
from
got a
here.
whole, hold on,
Please throw some fruit in
they
the
got a
chat.
whole religion and a book behind it they call 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀, who supposedly created them. They're the same people. And where did they learn how to do that? They learned it from us.
They were traders.
Because we had all the knowledge and the technology.
Thank you.
We had power centers. We had electricity before anybody had it.
They were traders.
Facts.
And they were like, man, we got to get this information out from, man. These people, they were like, these people can't control all this because
Well,
they're too good. They're like, these people are too
was
good.
remember
These
when I
people are
said the
too
Hasididi
racist.
niggas went over
We
there?
gotta, yeah, right. So kind
No,
of like
but
that, yeah, they're like, man, we gotta take it from them, but we gotta find a way, and they found a way.
no.
They
Peep it.
created
Check it out.
a
Look,
hairy group of people, and they taught them how to dress, taught them how to put themselves together, and they knew they had this warrior-like spirit in them. That's why they're more vicious than they're more. Man, these were wildlings.
well, one of the things I did learn, the Moors did the when all of the royalty over there, the Christian royalty or the Israelite royalty that left from here and went over there, the Moor, they had beef with white people over there. The Moors helped them fight some wars. The Islamic Moors helped the Christian and Catholic black people from here fight some wars against the white people. And then eventually, when the white people defeated the Moors, they was able to come back here. But those Catholic and Protestant royalty from over there, those are ancient Israelites from America. They went over there. Once they got defeated, they was able to come back over here and get to our homeland. This is the home base.
Okay, so sir, I
They
have a
could never
question.
have got there if they weren't led by someone. If someone wasn't telling them, hey man, I know where all the gold's at.
Yeah,
I know where all the inventions is at. I know where everything. Man, if y'all can get open, I know where all the spices are at. Somebody had to tell them because we're on the other side of the ocean, disconnected from them. We were cut off from them.
and I'm not going to say that what you just said true is not facts. That's just not the history that I was taught. So disclaimer. All I know is in 711 AD, there was an issue that occurred between the Mauritanians, that is the specific group of the Moors who went over into Iberia, which is now Spain and Portugal and a few other countries that make up that that group of people. They invaded due to an issue that occurred with one of the daughters of Mauritania and something to do with one of the sons of theirs. So there was some type of conflict. When they didn't get what they needed, they went and invaded. By January of 1492, which is the same year that Columbus set sail for the Americas, the last of the Moorish strongholds were being pushed back. Now, why they didn't hit a beeline and go straight on over there to Mauritania, because that's what countries did once they were conquered. They showed them how to get here to the American islands, and that is where they did their best work. They brought stocks and bonds, which is now called the stocks and bonds now, but that's what they came. And they came with a decree from the King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. So that gives you the time frame of who was running those lands at that time. They had a king's decree to come over here. And they started that mess when they got off the boat. So boots on the ground, they started enslaving those people on the islands, whether they were just Taino or Arawak or whether they were us or whatever else. Also, if you go look at that manifest of who Columbus brought, they tell you the names of the people. They also tell you what their jobs was. And some of them were interpreters. Now, we've had this argument going back and forth with the history and everything else. Where are the slave ships? In Baltimore City, the original USS Constellation is still sitting there. And I'm finding that as you go up and down the coastline, a lot of original ships from their heyday are still there. They're not replicas. So it's not making any sense when we're listening to people saying that they were all packed in like sardines and brought over here. And then we have a history of having the least amount of people who were brought here. Most of our trade really kicked off after the inner slave trade. So stuff like 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, which are real events, they really happened, those people specifically, and we're finding that there are a handful of people that have been able to trace their ancestry to the 20 and odd Africans. Those people are the only people in the United States, other than the 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, that can say that they have a history of coming directly from the continent of Africa. Everybody else is doing their genealogy, their DNA, and finding that they either came from Oceania, they came from Europe, because there's a whole nother history that's not being told, which is that you may not be hidden from Africa. You may be making a beeline from Europe, because you're talking about, again, you remember you said the 𝗖𝗍𝗁𝗂𝘁 ones. You're talking about a whole group of people that flourished over there for 800 plus years and longer.
But what I was saying is that from what I researched, right, the Moors originally came from over here, just like the Israelites came from.
No, they
This is
didn't.
the
That's
whole
what
world.
that's where the problem is coming in. They didn't. The Moors came from the Arab lands and they overthrew Africa. And then those people, let me finish, those people over there started taking up their customs by force, and then it become a natural way over there. So an African, is not uncommon for them to say they're Muslim, but it didn't originally come from them. That came from the Arabs, who overtook it with the East African slave trade, which is being mingled somehow with the American slave trade that started after 1492. Now, us speaking Hebrew over here, when you look at what Columbus, some of his interpreters were saying, according to what's documented, keyword documented, was that some of those interpreters were speaking a Hebrew and a Hebrew language to the inhabitants that were in the islands, which could give notion that either those people were already there or they came there at some point from Africa or other parts of the world. Because we know Hebrew is a language that is spoken over there in the Levant territory and has always been there. So again, we can't say the whole group. We have to trace our own genealogy and our own DNA to find out what group you specifically belong to.
Yeah.
Well, that's
We
why
had two groups here. I got you.
that's why I said, when the white soldiers be marching and they say from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, because North Africa, I think, was part. It wasn't the Africans in control of North Africa. They still ain't in control of North Africa.
North Africa is controlled by the Middle East. You mean the Africans aren't in control of
That
North
used to be
Africa?
the
Right, the
Moor
Africans.
territory.
Right, that's
And they kicking them out. And didn't Libya just send something out? They just sent out the call letting them know that y'all got to get up out of here, even though they're originally from there. The Libyan, the Middle Eastern looking Libyans are not originally from there. They're the ones that's putting out the call now, talking about if you look like the typical looking African over there, we getting you up out of the country. They just sent that out a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Morocco too.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk y'all, but I'm just saying, like, the information is coming specific. North Africa is not really controlled by what they call sub-Saharan Africans.
Yeah, Morocco
was never controlled by Africans.
Even ancient Morocco, that was the Moors' territory.
That was never controlled, but what I was saying is the Africans never had nothing to do with all of all of the Muslim lands in North Africa or the Christian royalty in Europe, which all of that shit could be traced back to the Americas. That's why they link Montezuma they was saying this is all the people in America ruled North. The people in America ruled North Africa, Europe, and they had to defeat all of that before they could place all them other motherfuckers in North Africa and Europe, and then come over here and also over here. That's why
the North Africans. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not saying that what you're saying you didn't read. I'm just not. Keyword me specifically. I'm not familiar with that history. What I will say is North Africans, a lot of them are not genetically related to us. They're related to people from the Middle East. We don't unless you've done your genealogy and it's tracing you back over there, you're not related to those people. So it's not making any sense for us over here to be eradicating anything over there. It's not. Now,
We
what we
can't just
don't
use your
know is
DNA.
why the Moors showed Columbus how to get over here. And that would have a lot more to do with the Moors being seafaring people. Because remember, they controlled at some point the seven seas. So they would have been all over. And it's not uncommon for Africans to have been doing business. And I'm talking about specifically Africans. They were doing business with the Mediterranean, Iberia, and other parts of Europe. Because for some
Not the
reason,
Africans wasn't never doing shit with nobody. Them motherfuckers is
No, no,
like
no,
Mansa
Africans have
Musa,
no,
Mansa Musa
sir.
was.
No, I'm not arguing with you.
Excuse
Africans.
me.
Now, this is what I do know. We may be American, but Africans, we're not going to take that from them. Africans have always done business with Europeans. They've been doing it with business with them since the beginning of time. As a matter of fact, the first people in Europe were Africans. They were the first ones over there.
Yeah, that's just like
Excuse me.
Egypt and was doing business with Greece and
Yeah.
Rome.
And that's
yeah.
how those other groups got over there. Also, people don't realize over there in Egypt. Oh, Lou, go ahead, Lou. You got your hand raised. Just jump in, babe.
Okay, I'm about to hop down, but I wanted to share something before I pop down. Um, we were talking about like the history and like how people were reclassified and stuff like that. And one of the things that we found, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Hold on. All right. There's a document by the Pennsylvania Law. Let me just go down a little bit. It says Pennsylvania Law Review. There we go. University of Pennsylvania Law Review. And the document is called "Making Indians YT: the Judicial Abolition of Native Slavery in the Revolutionary Virginia and Its Racial Legacy." You have to type that whole thing in, and you type in that and put in PDF, and it'll actually pull up the PDF. You can actually read it. It's a really good read. It not only just talks about them reclassifying them as YT, but also talks about them reclassifying them as black or the N word. So for people in the comments, it's a really good read to kind of get some history about what has happened or what has perspired over history and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Thank you, brother.
Lou,
Yeah.
can you send that to me too? Because I know you and I follow each other. He's really good information too.
If you notice, right, in Europe, they say that they didn't start using so-called Arabic numbers because the numbers we use from 1 to 9 and 0 is not Roman and Greek. Roman and Greek is a I, a V, and an X. You can't do complex mathematical formulas and pi. All that pi stuff started over here. So what they did was, that's why if you study, Moors used to be also applied to not just the Muslims, but the black Israelite royalty of Europe used to be called Moors too. And
I'm with you, but what you have to understand is you have to trace. See, this is where people get stuck. You have to trace the history back in time. People will get stuck at one part. Like I had somebody telling me, "Oh, well, the Moors came out of Africa." No, they didn't.
no,
The
they
Moors
came out of here.
They initially came from the Middle East. They were Arab traders who came from the Middle East during the East African slave trade. A lot of the history, when you hear people talk, when I was saying about Columbus earlier, they're mixing histories. Our slave trade didn't even start until after 1492, after Columbus was shown how to get here by the specific group that came out of Mauritania, which had already been invaded by the Arabic Moors who came from the Middle East. So even if there were Moors over here, the only way that they could have gotten over here is if they sailed over here from those areas after they had become a group of people under the Moorish rule. They weren't originally here. Now, what the Moors did do, what it sounds like they did was they had a stronghold. What it sounds like it's leading to is that they had a stronghold in the islands. And when they got kicked out of Europe, or they were pushed out of Europe in 1492, instead of hitting a beeline for Mauritania, they just said, well, y'all can have what we had left in the islands because we set camp up down there. but they didn't own the whole Americas because Columbus never actually stepped foot in the Americas other than, I believe, on his second voyage when he went to Venezuela. And that's the last time he stepped foot on the American continents.
Even when you go to DC and you go in DC, they got paintings on the wall, right? You even see George Washington sitting on a horse and the Moor dude standing right next to him.
Yeah, the Moors, Benjamin Banneker, that designed Washington, D.C., wrote the first almanacs and all that, they used to wear feathers. And they taught them. That's why I said, what we got to realize, y'all, and this is my opinion, the Moors, they did have a stronghold in the islands, right? And they taught them, they taught the devil. They taught the devil masonry and all that.
There you go. That's exactly what I was getting ready to say.
Right, but you got to keep in mind, there's always Hasidity niggas, and then there's the real niggas that everything come from. So what the Moors is, and I'm telling you, if you really do research, you'll find that there's no high sciences that come from anywhere except from right here, whether it's north, central, or south. It all comes from here, and it's spread it over there. But it comes from here. This is why to build those palaces, they had to use what's called Arabic numbers. We use Arabic numbers for our number system is called Arabic numbers. Why is that? Think about that.
Can I ask a question to the panel, please? Too much. Thank you. I'd like to ask you guys, where is Eden?
Well, Eden apparently is the whole world, ma'am.
It's the whole world?
Yeah, at one point it was all one continent. We're just broken up into many different areas at this point.
Okay, I guess I'm coming from a Christian point of view. Can you tell me where Adam and Eve were first created?
Adam and Eve were created in the Garden of Eden, and then at some point, they messed up and they were kicked out.
Right, I understand that. So where is the Garden of Eden?
The Garden of Eden would have been the whole world. Even in the Bible, they tell you they were
as a particular region. It is an unknown location.
Nobody knows.
Specific
I
region.
was always taught that it
unknown
was in Africa.
No,
I would say it's the Americas.
No, it just says in the Bible that we read from today, keyword we read from today, that they replaced eastward in the garden. Eastward is separate from the other groups that were created on the sixth day. Now, where that is, that doesn't mean it was in Africa. But if you have a whole continent and people were placed specifically in certain regions before it broke up, then it's one continent. Now, after that, as of right now, the only continent that supports that theory would be over here because we have natural fruit trees and stuff that grow here.
What they don't tell you, too, is that the land was one piece.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. But
and then the great flood, water is powerful.
You know how
that has to do with the
great flood,
conversation.
it divided the land. Water is that powerful.
But Nicholas, Miss Gee, we're talking specifically about what happened with the Moors and what was going on there. Why are you bringing respectfully the Bible into this? This has nothing to do with the Bible.
Because I was wondering where the first people came from, and I was always taught that it was from Africa.
Okay, well, ma'am, respectfully, that's not the conversation. Our topic is talking about the Moorish people, how Columbus got to America, what's going on with us separating from other groups, and how we can make economic wealth in this country. The Bible right now, you can stay up here with us if you want to, but respectfully, and I don't want you to think I'm attacking you. Respectfully, that's not the conversation right now. I just wanted
to ask a question and find out what everyone else thought. I had been taught this years and years and years ago. And I just wanted to ask a question. It came in my mind and I said, well, I'll ask my panel and see what they say. And that's why I'm asking. And that's the only reason. And I thank you. I will research it, after I get off or whatever. But I thank you for explaining that to me.
You're welcome. Stay up here with us. Do you have anything that you would like to contribute to the other portion of the topic?
No, I'm just listening and learning. I have forgotten more than I remember these days.
No problem.
Miss G, if I could say anything, I would only say when you use your religious eye, you have to remember that the greatest thief on the planet is the Catholic Church.
I know that.
Okay, so the idea of trusting a thief's knowledge and information doesn't seem like something that we should just be wholeheartedly saying, okay, that's gospel, in my opinion.
Right. And
They've got too many things on their plate.
Right. And I understand. I was married to a Muslim, you know, and I have done some research here and there, and I just wanted to know what the panel thought. That was all.
Yeah.
No, you're most welcome. It was just that we got to be careful with some topics because they will flag the live. If we get too deep into politics, they'll flag the live. If we start talking about religious stuff too deep into it, and it's not general, people get into their emotions and feelings, they'll start reporting a live. So that's
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It was okay that you asked.
Because I've been into some other lives, like the YT lives, and they don't treat them that way. And so I understand. I do. So I you know, I apologize. I just wanted to see what the panel felt. And that's all. That's the only question that I have. Other than that, this is a great live, and I'm really.
But you can go and look at the map of the world, and you can actually see that South America and Africa continent. You push all of it together, you can see it was one piece of land.
Okay.
It fits together like a puzzle. It just, you know, it was all
remembering. Neil deGrasse Tyson has already given us the information of the continental drift and rip. They found it. They found it in the ocean. They know exactly how the planet has been shifted through the.
And that's why we got cities under the ocean, right?
Well, I would say stay tuned, people, because they're starting to uncover a lot more stuff that has been spoke of in those biblical books, as well as other books and throughout history that people thought was deep.
The host is trying to say something, y'all.
Has anybody ever noticed that?
Too much? You saying something?
Hold on. Let me say. Can y'all hear me? Am I low?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, you good.
Okay.
Turn your volume, bro.
Is it my volume? Can y'all hear me now?
When you move closer,
we can hear you.
Okay, let me say it. Like this. Okay, let me say it like this. Let me just shape everybody's mindset and get y'all thinking. You know, since she brought up the Bible, who do y'all think the Bible is talking about when they say sons of man and sons of God?
I got it.
I got you.
Can somebody else go before?
I got you.
I got one too.
I got you right now.
Okay.
We're talking about
everybody. Hold on. Let me put it like this. Everybody likes to say that we are Hebrew Israelites and we're all this and that, and I'm cool. I'm down with all of it. But I want y'all to understand who we are in the. See. There's no such thing as the Bible, but there is such thing as Holy Scriptures. The Bible is man-made. The Holy Scriptures are just scriptures.
That's right.
Okay? My type of topic.
So when you put together
let me know when,
which are out of order, you're missing some books. Like one of the books that the Bible talks about is the Book of Jubilee, but you can't find it nowhere in the Bible.
Well, here's the interesting thing.
Back. Hold on. Before we get off track, I want y'all to contemplate who are the sons of man and who are the sons of God. Go.
Who wants to go first? Because I got to answer.
Can I touch that?
Go ahead.
I believe the sons of God is the angels, right?
The sons of God
deeper than that.
Yep.
I got something different.
Then the sons of man is humans.
I got something different. Miss G, you got something since you brought this topic up?
I feel like when he's talking about the sons, he's also talking about the daughters. So yes, I'm the daughter of God.
I put it this way, y'all. This goes back.
The Bible says the sons of God.
It really doesn't have a gender to it. It's more of an adoption. It's more of an inheritance. So
right.
Sons of God and sons of man. So who are the sons of man and who are the sons of God? And I'm going to give y'all a hint.
No. Too much, because you got to get everybody's answer first. Okay, I got something different from what everybody says.
How y'all want to go down the panel? Everybody give a different opinion? You want to do it in order? Before we don't outspeak out of place.
We can do that. Cousin, you can participate.
Give everybody a chance.
Cousin, you can participate in this, cousin. I know how you are with the Bible, but you can participate in this.
Well, I think the Bible says the sons of God went in unto the daughters of men, and they built they had giants of men of renown or something of that effect.
The Nephilim.
And that
but
what they began to do is they began to do things that God prohibited like hybridization. Hybridization only results in either a being that is infertile or a being that is what's called a specialization hybrid that only can reproduce with people of the same hybrid species, like i.e. YT. So when you create a hybrid, you're creating something that has to only interbreed with itself, and therefore it is an abomination, because it's not what God wanted. And that's why eventually all hybrids are temporary. They have to die out eventually.
Does somebody have anything different? Thanks, Truth.
All right, can I get at it?
Go ahead, Bo.
I got you. I pull from this. This is older than a lot of people know. You got to understand when they pull a lot of stuff. The Bible got made.
Your signal breaking up bad, brother.
They pulling the information.
Bo, your signal is
Pulling
breaking
the
up.
information from emerald tablets.
You might have to go down and
My
come
signal's
back up.
breaking up.
Yeah,
Now
brother.
you
Yeah.
sound clear.
Brother, you're gonna have to get to a place where we can hear you, where it's not echoing or not echoing, but just hiccuping. Go ahead. Let's see.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, we can hear you now. Go ahead and
I
talk
think
now. Go
Oh,
ahead.
his
better
numbers
now?
went back up.
Better
Yep,
now.
your
Yes.
numbers went back up because you had something with the
I'm
bars.
better
left.
now. All right. What I was
Yeah, go
saying
ahead.
was this is kind of older than what we know. Like I was saying, the Bible was created around the 1500s, when like right around the time when they invaded America. This thing started in 1492. There was a global war that started in 1491 that got rid of all the Nubian races. Which I'm doing both things, the Moor thing and this. And then on the whole Moor thing, we have two different groups of Moors. But they don't teach you about the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗃 and the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. There's two different sea lines on the earth. And then you have two different people on the earth. You have mankind versus humankind. The people that came from the Caucasus, and you have the original people. This pushes back over 200,000 years. People got to understand that when the Anunnaki came to the planet, who will be your fallen angels and your cherubim. All they're talking about two different fashions of people who made us. You have the Anunnaki. That's the original race that we come from. The first homage came from, who was made by Isis. This thing's a whole lot deeper than what people was getting taught. The Bible's just different religion books that was pulled to make one book. That's why it's really a representation of your body, how to go to a higher level of conscious. Well, Christ Yeshua was a person, not a thing. The Christ is a conscious that's coming to the spirit now. That's why they talking about all this radiation, all this stuff going on. But you gotta understand, it's way deeper. I just gave you the icing because I don't want to take up all the time. But this is almost 200,000 years deep. And this is actually just talking about people who came from outside the ice wall that came into this realm, what is known as Taurus. We're already in hell. That's why they're not teaching you, because you got to project your conscious to a higher state before you're going to evolve. That's the short version. But I can get a whole lot longer. But I just want to take all your time on somebody else to speak on it.
Okay, cousin, you got some, who else didn't get a chance to go?
I can rock with a little bit of that. Yeah, but go ahead, because I'll go last. Go ahead.
I would
Go ahead.
I would counter, not necessarily counter, but I would interject the idea of the religious indoctrination that has been occurring throughout
brother. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Sorry about that. Go ahead and unmute yourself, though.
throughout the country or countries and the world. Okay, first let's 325 AD. We know about the Council of Nicaea. This is when they removed all of these the Book of Jubilee, the various books that they supposedly eliminated out of the Bible in order to get it where it is today. That's when this happened with Constantine and the group of supposed religious leaders of that time. But as to the Anunnaki and Enki and Enlil, my belief would be, I'm a bit of a person that kind of follows a little bit of science. So for me, if these people came here, these outside forces came here, and they needed some, according to their own documents, they needed workers. Okay, and they made humans to be their working force.
Well, the Gigi first.
Correct.
That was one of the groups. That was the working group that came.
I would just say the idea of a hybridization program was probably done throughout various sections of the planet. It wasn't just one lab where they were creating this perfect one set of humans.
I can't agree with that. You got to read the Emerald Tablets.
I'm saying one set of scientists went to
next.
One set of scientists went to, for lack of a better way, just using locations, people, not facts, just as an idea. One set of scientists went to America. One set of scientists went to Africa. One set of scientists went to some smaller islands. Now, these smaller islands, we know history is now we're finding out that we have various branches of our human family throughout history that would come along. We find the bones, we find these histories, and we know that these people, they're in completely isolated regions of the world. We know about the, I don't want to say pygmies because that's in Africa, but there's another group, or the Davidians, I'll say it like this if I'm not mistaken. There was a small set of humanoids. Okay, they weren't trolls, they weren't hobbits. Okay, but that set of scientifically engineered people had to go. Now, I would say it like this to almost hopefully bring this back into the idea of that hybridization program being slowly wiped out, eliminated. It had to happen. We know the story of David and Goliath. Most of us should know that Goliath had 4 other brothers in the background. And the fact that when the Philistines came to fight the Israelites, and the giants of the day they were just far greater than what the people were able to put up with then. Okay. They saying giants, but if you're in a country and or a place where most of your people are 5'2", and then somebody comes along and they're 7'6", well, that's a daggum giant now, isn't it? Now he's making, these people are mating with the Philistines, supposedly, but they're not dominating in the regard of their mental acuity. They're not bringing any scientific knowledge to the people. They're just controlling the people. They're being used as a form of a defensive measure.
Okay, cousin,
Now,
hold that thought.
that being said, I'll pull back on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let her
Hold
get
that
the
thought.
table. I want to see
Bo,
that.
hold on, Bo. Nicholas, do you Nicholas, you have anything to say? Because I still haven't gone yet.
I would say that the sons of God is the angels and some of them fallen angels too. And then I know that the sons of man is melanated people from the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
Yes, sir.
Bo, did you want to go? And then I'm gonna tell you what my understanding is, and then I guess we can move on from there.
I'll go one more time to put a little more perspective in it to build off what Homeboy was saying. I just think that what they don't tell us is they downplayed our greatness, because a lot of that people don't know we are the creative beings. That would be your Black Americans, because I was trying to get the story of 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀 and 𝗔𝗲𝗏, because everything started in America. The Garden of Eden was here. We have proof on that. I already got the information. Check my channel out. This is what I do. I put out this information. And I get a lot of criticism putting this information out because the public schools and the school system don't teach this. This is ancient knowledge where a lot of the conference are sitting with Billy Carson, Dr. B. Series, different influential teachers like the God Power, all these learn this information. Or Dr. Love Valentine, I sit in their conference to learn this information. So I'm giving you the real information that's coming from ancient tablets. You know what I'm saying? So it started here. Then everything branched out because they don't teach you the Mississippi connects to the Nile River. That's how these civilizations started. They went up the Nile and they went into Africa because the 𝗔𝗯ance didn't get along with the 𝗔𝗯ance. We are from the bloodline of 𝗔𝗯ance. We are the digits of America in South America. We married people from Africa. And I can give you documentation on that, even through U.S. on sensory. You get what I'm saying? And they just released FBI files on all this stuff. You can go online and get the information. They ain't hiding it no more. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the deeds and the stuff over here got taken from us when y'all talk about that Moorish stuff. It just old bloodlines, and to get on the fallen angels. It's just different groups. Like anything else, you have positive and you have negative polarities. But we are created by a different race, and that's what they was talking about in Genesis, where you're made in the image of God. Basically, just made in the image of other things. And I want to break one more thing down while I'm on here. You gotta look at God itself. Capital locks, that means the creator of all. A capital lock with lowercase lock, that's your gods, 𝗖𝗄𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗁, your gods are the different Tamanian, different belief factors from Samaria to Egypt and to Indian beliefs, all that. Those are your particular gods that was on the planet at them time. And then you have the one with lowercase lock. Let's talk about me and you. They just not letting you know that the original man or the original seed of the original Haman are gods too. Our DNA is getting unlocked right now through the sun as we speak. Then you have another group that will be mankind, who came from the Caucasus caves, but some people say they came through portals 700 years ago, and they or you can go to other storyline where they only been on the planet for 6,000 years. But those would be your seeds of man, and you have your human beings, and you have the original is your seeds of man. Then you have your third race that's on the planet that would be both seed lines mixed. That's what we're caught up in.
So, Bo, let's just pause there for a second.
I know I put out a lot of information out there because I know you're gonna finish it off.
Nah,
I heard you talk earlier, so I know you're gonna finish it off.
All right, so here we go. When you read the actual book, most of you that have said something, you're talking about after those people were created. If you actually pay attention. In the Bible, the one that we have that you can get right now that's in your home, it says on the sixth day, God created man and woman and told him to be fruitful and multiply, take over the earth and subdue it. Those people were created on the 6 days. That first generation that was created were sons of God because they didn't have belly buttons. The ones after that subdued the earth, because through intimacy, they were able to now bring forth what is now us. Now, when you start getting into the story of 𝗖𝗄𝗵𝗵𝘁𝘀 and Enlil and the Anunnaki story, yes, there is a story that is told of another race that comes here from a planet within this solar system that's supposedly behind Pluto, that came here at some point, and they were looking for monatomic gold. Now, when you break down that story, basically they were creating another worker race because the race that they brought with them, which was the 𝗤𝗄𝗵𝘁𝘁, started complaining after thousands of years of doing their work. They were saying it was working them too hard. So what they did was they took what was the natural species on this planet, which we would say through science would have been the Neanderthal. They took the natural species on this planet and was splicing the DNA. That's where you get all these unique stories like the island of Patmos and all of this wonderful stuff that comes out of this original story. Once they started splicing the DNA, they took an Anunnaki female and they put that DNA back into her. And once she brought forth those children, according to that story, were us, which was the new class of worker bees that was here. That is that whole story in a nutshell. But when it comes down to specifically, if you go get that Bible right now without adding to it, because that's one of the rules in the Bible, you cannot add to it, you can't take from it. If you go read that Bible right now, word for word in Deuteronomy, in the first chapters, it breaks down that man was created in the image of God, created he them. That first generation that they created was all created all at once. And they were told to go into the earth and subdue. So none of them had belly buttons. They didn't come out of a vessel. They were hand created. And then they got together and had children. And when Miss G was asking, well, where's the Garden of Eden? At that time, the whole entire world would have been the Garden of Eden. What they say specifically in the Bible, and you can go back and look at your book, it says Adam and Eve, that creation, which was the last of the group that was created, because they're specific to being the group that's going to bring forth the blood royal when you get into the New Testament, when you're talking about hint, Jesus Christ, or if you want to call him by his other names. That group was placed eastward in the garden, which is a total different area specifically to where those original groups were created at.
But can I say something?
Let me go.
And everything that you said, Bo, comes after that.
Not
whole
really.
point.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
how can everything I said come after when the Bible only
Because you mixed
hold
the
on.
Sir,
Can
you mixed,
I let you talk.
no, we let you talk. You mixed the Anunnaki.
I didn't mix the answers up because the Emerald Tablets came before a Bible.
Hold on. All
that's
of
the only thing I gotta say. That
Bo,
you keep saying the Bible came before the Emerald Tablets.
All
The
you've
Emerald
done is
Tablets
talk,
are older.
sir. You've mixed
what I'm
two
saying.
different historical stories together to combine them as one.
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Yes, you did. The Anunnaki story is not the biblical story.
I'm not going off the Bible because the Bible's man-made to a degree.
All of it,
it's
but
not
sir,
even
everything.
about
Slow down. Lower the temperature. Lower the temperature. Lower the temperature. Lower the
everything
temperature.
that is
Cats and
written is
kittens.
man-made. Everything.
No, it's not.
Whether
No, it's not. It's
yes,
not
it is.
man-made. It's
Sir,
not man-made. You can go in a museum.
I think what we
Bro,
should do
everything
is give
that is
everybody a
written,
period of
whether
time
it is
to
inspired by
discuss
something else, was
No.
man-made.
No, it wasn't because
Yeah.
the right choleriform. Do you understand?
Everything that is written has been man-made, meaning that whether it was inspired or not, it was written. You sat down, wrote a verse, and then it spread out to the world. We see that all the time. Too much.
Can't hear you too much.
Yeah, you on mute.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, I'm over talking about.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, now y'all can hear me. Okay, listen.
Can I interject?
Hold on, hold on. Listen. As men, we got to be way more calm.
Yes.
We allow our women to emote, but we don't necessarily emote back. We don't use our power on women, and I always preach women don't use your power on men.
Mm-hmm.
It looks real sassy when you start arguing with a woman, sir. We don't do that. We're men.
I was trying to argue, brother.
I'm hearing you though, brother. We don't get out of our character because a woman is emoting.
Oh, my bad, family. I wasn't getting out my character. That's like when I get out my character, y'all know. I just probably raising my voice a little.
And over talking is never good. Don't over talk each other. Let people speak. Listen, everybody gets to say it with their chest here. Men are men, women are women. Say it with your chest. But understand, we got to stay in our position. We never get out of position because someone is emotional or someone is getting loud or a woman is speaking the way she communicates. We don't do that. We stay in our calmness and we speak. So that's all I want to don't get sassy on here, brother. We're men. Let's stay men. Let's stay.
Oh no, I'm not even sassy, bro. I just talk. I gotta explain myself. When I talk with passion. But that's not as we get sassy.
I get it. And we
what part of New York are you from, Bo?
We don't.
I'm from Philly, bro.
Right. We don't.
Oh, okay.
We don't tone police, but
don't put that on us.
It was the accent.
It's not in us. Okay, hold on.
I'm not trying to be that way. I'm just trying to get a point across.
I got you.
That's all it was. I was trying to disrespect the sister I love, sister.
No, I'm with you, Bo. I was just saying that everything that you and I and everyone else has been able to read. Remember,
I agree with that.
Keyword read. Somebody actually, whether they were inspired by something else or whether it came out of thin air to them, wrote it down. It was just in different texts. When you start getting into the Emerald Tablets, somebody wrote that. Somebody actually sat down and wrote that.
I'd say something. I wasn't directly talking about like what particular authors wrote. I was going right directly to the tablets that was made over thousands of years ago.
Right, but Bo, you're missing what I'm saying. Those tablets that were written thousands of years ago, it was still somebody that's like you and me.
It's a scribe.
And chiseled those tablets.
A scribe, yes, I agree with that. There was a scribe.
A scribe is a person that is the keeper of records. They're the person that is employed to write whatever the history is at that time. So those histories that you're talking about, even with the Emerald Tablet, is something that went missing for a while. Somebody was able to find it, archaeologists, whatever, or it's been talked about through history, and then it was rediscovered, and now people have translated. Because the only reason why you're able to understand what the Emerald Tablets are is because somebody first had to get it, then translate it, and then put it into the language that you actually understand. Remember,
you can learn choleriform.
but
Or you can
somebody
learn
else speaks
cuneiform.
a different language.
Or you can learn cuneiform.
Well,
You
even
can
if
learn
you
the
learn
language of speaking.
clerical, it's still a form of communication. There's no art, respectfully, there's no argument there when it comes down. Like I speak Hebrew.
Me
I
too.
also speak French and I speak a few other languages. If I speak those to you, that
Dale,
doesn't mean you understand them, and you may be practicing as a Yahuda.
No, I'm not.
You know
I
what
don't
I'm
believe
saying?
in religion,
But
sister.
no, you're missing what I'm
Man,
saying. What I'm saying is, in order for you to be able to have a conversation with us right now about what you know, somebody had to go out one way back then and chisel those emerald tablets, and then somebody rediscovered those emerald tablets and was able to translate them so that you could read it in your own language. You speak English. That's the language that you're speaking with us right now. So a lot of times people disconnect from things because they're like, no, it's something else. The only way that we can say that any of the stuff from thousands of years ago came from somewhere else is if there's proof that it actually landed here from another planet. But even with you telling the story of Anunnaki, they landed here according to the story to look for monatomic gold. And they brought the worker race, the 𝗔𝗔𝗊𝗵, and those 𝗔𝗔𝗊𝗵 were working for thousands of years and eventually got tired. And so they created, according to that story, in the nutshell, they created us. And that story essentially gives no real foundation to why we're actually here, other than that we were created by an alien race, that another alien race was complaining that the first alien race was overworking them. When you get into the Bible, however, the Bible now gives you some type of sense of belonging because that was written by somebody else, whether it's inspired by the Anunnaki story or not. And it's saying that no, there's a greater purpose.
Bro.
Let me say something, please,
Go
brother,
ahead.
brother Bo. And I understand your passion, but part of holding a civilized conversation is letting everybody talk, because otherwise you're just saying and nobody's getting a chance to interact. And we are reading and studying, and we are interpreting things from our own perspective. Now, the sister made a good point when she said that story would say we're just the result of workers that got tired. Now, I've read some interpretations that said, I've heard some people say that the workers were actually the hominids, and that they didn't have nothing to do with us. So that can go on, and that the Incas are the children of 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and all that stuff. But what I want to say in terms of what the brother said earlier about the Council of Nicaea and taking certain books out of the Bible, actually, those books were not taken out of the Bible until the 1800s. If you look at King James Bible, you'll find that it was identical to the Ethiopian Bible for 200 years. It was created in, I think, 1611, and it stayed the same all the way up until, I think, the 1850s. And then that's when they finally took all of that stuff out, because it indicated where America was, that America really was the ancient old world. When you see that
yeah, I
King
agree with
James
that.
Bible used to have the book of Joshua, and it used to have the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch in the back talks about a map that there are 4 portals around the world, and each of the portals, 3 portals on north, south, east, and west. And that when the book of Enoch describes that there are certain energies coming out of the portals onto the land masses, and that the Americas was the place of prosperity where everyone wanted to go. And this is an ancient, that's why they took that out of the Bible when they came and took over America, because they knew it would show that America always was the place everyone wanted to come, not just now. It always was. And you can see this, and you can read about this map inside the book of Enoch, just like you can read about the hybridizations of the sons of God and their children with the daughters of men, creating hybrid beings with humans and animals, and that was prohibited, because we see what happened when we see the world has been overrun. But if you look, my brother, I know you think that the Council of Nicaea, no, they took that out in the 1850s, right before they ended slavery, actually, because it was always in the King James Bible, because King James and all of them came from over here. This is the what inside the book of Enoch, it calls it the land of prosperity. It's the only part of the world where there's no plagues and all these things coming. All the stuff we see around the world always existed. There was always some energies of
the planet's going to be a planet. It's going to do what it's going to do.
Do what it do. But this place here has always been the sacred place, and this is why not just the royalty of England, right? Because when I went over to England just to look, and I saw in the palaces they have corn over the
try to land your plane a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna land my plane real quick. They had corn over the thresholds in the palaces, which indicated that the people who built those palaces were from America, and that they pretend that Columbus came over here, but those royalties were.
Okay. So I just threw. Hold on, brother. I just threw that in the flex to just get y'all thinking, because my real question is, who is Melchizedek?
Yes.
Does anybody know who he is?
The ancient Michael,
or where he comes from? Melchizedek represents who? He was a priest and a king to what?
An unknown land, correct?
To the Most High God. The first one to receive a tithe, a tenth. The first one
yes, he was.
to take an offering, to receive an offering. And he was said to have no beginning and no end. And he was a king and a priest of the Most High God. Who was Melchizedek?
So was Melchizedek. So was Yeshua. You got to understand that he can transmit his consciousness.
That's what you say.
You want.
I'm just answering the question. You can answer it that way, but don't get mad if I don't agree with that answer or if I don't say the same thing.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm just
that's okay.
I said you want the answer.
That's okay. So who is Melchizedek? This brother thinks it's 𝗖𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵. Go ahead.
No, because I was given a definition why it was 𝗖𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵. Because it's 𝗖𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵 has he can change his conscious to different bodies.
We know that you're talking
on the body throughout centuries.
But let me help y'all out. What do we call ourselves over here? Anybody know what Black Americans call themselves over here?
Ninjas.
No, we call ourselves kings, right?
Right.
Kings.
Mm-hmm.
We say peace, God. We call ourselves
that
God.
initial tweet, but I don't think anything sank.
For the record, my bad. My bad. I'm getting rid of it.
Mute up, cousin.
For the record, I've never been a ninja, ever. Not one day. I do not accept being called, and I despise when my brothers and sisters refer to themselves at that.
What he meant to say was nigga. Nigga is the king.
Or Niger.
But anyway,
you use the word Niger.
Anyway,
I don't use that to refer to my brothers at all. But the NEGUS of which Too Much is speaking, I will accept that. But that is not how we are using that. Right. And I refuse to do that to my brother. I think that's probably, you couldn't get more demeaning to me.
Right. Well,
you couldn't get more demeaning.
Let me finish real quick, cousin. Listen, we refer to ourselves as gods and goddesses, and we call ourselves kings and queens. And Melchizedek, he was the priest and the king to the Most High God. And people came to him for wisdom. People came to him for blessings. What people did he come from? They said he didn't have any origin. They said he didn't have any beginning. But what I'm telling you is, he was a Black American. He was an Olmec.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ancient peoples of the ancient peoples, because we were teaching people who God was. See, people knew there was a God, but they didn't understand how to come to God. We knew. See, everything is a frequency.
Facts.
Right?
I agree.
If you don't tap into the frequency, you can't receive anything and you can't hear anything. See, we think the world is a globe, but remember what our forefathers and ancients used to say was the world was flat.
On it, go.
But why did they say it was flat? Because the world wasn't flat. It's just that the world is everything is a wave.
Facts.
If y'all listen to our brother Terrence Howard, who's another foundational Black American, he got the piece of the puzzle
that free energy.
Understand creation, and some people call it heaven. I don't call it heaven. I call it realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yup, you going into that where
on a deep level here.
Yeah.
Realm. So you're talking about.
I like this conversation.
You're talking about the ice wall, but what's beyond that ice wall is
ice wall
realm.
The rims are.
We're not in Hades because Hades is outside the ice wall. There's actually so if you want to know what the Earth is,
we're in Taurus.
If you want to know what the Earth is, I wish I had a map where I could show you. But the map of the galaxy, see, you're looking at when you look up in the sky, you're actually looking at water.
Facts. Bodies of water.
We're underwater.
In the bubble.
The only way people can get to our Earth is through the water.
Water.
Please throw some fruit in the chat.
Because they can't come through the above because it's a dome on the top. See, that's why nobody's been to the moon yet.
The firmament.
Because there's something preventing them from getting to the moon and getting to the liquid.
I get deeper, bro. Can I interject on that?
Hold on. I'm gonna let you interject, but hold on. Let me finish. Again, everything is a wavelength. So that's how, if we operate and understand the knowledge that everything is a frequency, we can understand that if we flatten the Earth out to, or flatten the galaxy out to extent, you can understand that Mars is not up, but Mars is kind of like
it's a cross.
It's across these.
It's across. It's a whole different land.
Right, and where the Most High is, he's in the Most High realm. He's
I like how he thinks.
And the word and how we think God is omnipotent and all this stuff, we can't think of it like that, because if God was omnipotent and omniscient, he wouldn't need nobody to tell him anything.
Or to worship him either.
Facts.
He wouldn't need nobody. See, he has a hierarchy, and his hierarchy tells him, and just like there's good and evil, there's really no such thing as good and evil.
Good and evil. I'm glad he said that.
There's only did you follow the instruction. There's only did you follow the instruction of the Most High God, or are you following the structure of yourself? Because we're all gods. See, we are the I am. We are the I am. We are the I am.
Yeah.
But if you break down the word God, it just means superpower.
Power.
We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, spiritual wickedness in high places. And if you understand that that's a hierarchy, and that I tell people all the time, we got two brains, you got to use them. You got the head, which is the mind that can be conditioned. And then you got the gut, the intestines. The intestines where the real energy comes. That's where you really need to listen to, is that gut, because that's what contains your spirit. That contains your spiritual discernment. It doesn't just discern food. It doesn't just tell you what's good food and what's bad food and get rid of the waste. It also tells you what spiritual knowledge is, what's good information. And I really can't say it like that, but it's more like what's positive information and what's negative information, or negative and neutron. Protons and neutrons. It lets you know. See, the reason why you know when you're hearing truth, because your gut is gonna tell you, like, hey, that's game right there. You better. It's an unction that you feel, that you know that you're hearing truth. That's why I say we gotta learn how to rightly divide truth, because if we listen to our gut more and we get in true alignment, our mind, our gut, and our heart is where our desires are at. That's why it can be led astray. You're never supposed to lead with your heart.
Tap the screen, y'all.
That doesn't mean the heart is good or bad. It just means it can be easily corrupted, just like your mind, because your mind can be conditioned from many different things and traumas and things. But your gut probably the only thing that is not deceived. Just haven't been listening to your gut. So when you rightly divide truth, you want to make sure that all that stuff is lined up, and then you move forward and you know how to act. But Melchizedek is us.
Absolutely.
I
And
agree
brother,
with that
when you say
concept too.
We
I agree
are
with that.
priests and kings, and we're supposed to judge the righteous and the unrighteous. We're supposed to judge the land. We're supposed to tell people, hey, that's not what God said. This is what God is saying. They don't tell us. See, that's why when all these people try to point their finger and try to wag their finger at Black Americans and try to tell us we need to do this, and I look at them like, brother, hold on, you're not us. You're not a king. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. I can tell you. I know when I'm hearing sound knowledge, but you don't. You're going off of propaganda and witchcraft and things that you heard that you don't even know about. I'm hearing.
And brother,
I'm rightly dividing the truth. Go ahead, True Master. You want to say them? Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
When you said it, really, I really felt it when you said, "What do we call ourselves?" And then you said kings and queens, because kings and queens, I would kind of say Melchizedek was the first sovereign king, because because he was the first sovereign. The first king is a priest king. And with people now, they get king mixed up with, oh, I can flash all what I got the way white tea people show. But a king is actually, to be noble means to be selfless and to be a servant of everyone else, to help everyone else and to help each other. And that's what really royalty is, working together. The one thing about our people here, even with us being with people coming here and taking control of our land, when it's time, we still form Voltron and work with each other. That homogeny is nowhere else.
And every time we get on code with each other, magical things
happen. Because and that king also is symbolic of a functional pineal gland. That's what the crown represents.
Now they're getting into the truth.
And so we are the people of the crown. We are the true royalty of this.
They have to calcify our pineal gland, because if we open that thing up and then we start working with each other, it's game over.
They didn't calcify it, brother.
That's
Even in our state now.
When people ask us, what are Black Americans trying to do? Are we trying to go to WAR? No, because our power is meek. See, we're the meek.
Yes, sir. We shall inherit back the earth.
I keep telling y'all that. We are the meek. We are the Melchizedek. We are the meek. We have
talk to me, Almighty.
We have long, so we're patient people. That's why we allowed so much disrespect for so long. That's why we gave out so much game. We're not weak.
We're selfless people.
We're the meek of the earth. Definitely the meek of the earth.
Exactly. Listen. We like our gold, and we did all that, but that's not where we put our power. Is in our nobility. Our power is in our morality. Our power is we were born righteous.
Yes, sir.
Righteousness has nothing to do with good and evil, but it's the position that the Most High put you in. He said, "You wanna know where Yeshua came from? He came from us.
Facts. 24th elder. Facts.
He came from us.
This is why the original sovereigns are servants.
He became the Son of Man and the Son of God. He became both to redeem who? We don't need redeeming. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
We're already.
Can I ask you a question?
We're already where we're supposed to be. Go ahead.
And nothing can change it.
Got you, brothers, a question? Do y'all believe, I heard you say you believe you're a god. And I don't know if the sister believes she's a goddess. But like you were saying, that core word just means power. See, the way I believe we all gods. Because even in the Bible, when you read it in the original text, it don't say God. It say gods. I believe there's a creator of all. That create all. And we're from his family, his direct line. That's how I believe. That we come from the direct line. That makes us different from everybody else going through what you're saying. That's why I always let people know there's different bloodlines on this earth. And that's very key. Especially to the last days. And that's where you go into that format of different worlds and all that outside of Ice Wall. I believe we're on a plane that ends with affirming. And
Bo, can
what?
I intervene
How
with you
old are
for
you,
a
bro?
moment there? Let me roll with you for a second. So when you break down, let's
Okay.
go back to the Anunnaki story. Something that people missed in that story was it took them several tries before they got the right genetics together to
Yes.
create us.
Yes. You're
So
correct on
what
that.
they also don't tell you is they didn't eradicate any of those groups. This is not the right one. They threw it over their shoulder. So you got all of these different groups that were morphed out of that story. If we're going by the Anunnaki story, now in the biblical text, now when we switch over there, going back to Genesis.
Can I interject one?
No,
Like
Wait a
how
brother.
you
Let
minute.
him
did
Let
me?
me
land.
finish. Let me
Can I
finish that
interject one
out.
thing? In the
I
Naki story, you got to understand there was events that killed a lot of them particular races off
well,
too.
watch the language. Watch the language. Don't use that K word. Say eradicate or something else.
Okay. That got finished off. Can we use that word? That got
Yeah, you can
finished
use
off.
that.
You get what I'm
That'll work,
saying?
but let her
Yeah,
So
finish
a
that's the
though.
lot of them
thing.
sea
In the
lions still
Anunnaki
wasn't on
story,
the
they didn't
planet. I
finish
just
them.
had to put that in perspective too
Yeah, but in the
before you go
Anunnaki
on.
story, they didn't finish them off. They
Yes,
left them.
it was
When you're
wars. You forgot about the wars that swept a lot of them sea lions off the planet.
yeah,
If you're
but
going to
not
tell the Naki story,
but
please tell the whole story for
that's
the
what I'm
whole
saying. When
picture can
you
get said. That's all I
Bro,
want you
fall
to
back,
do.
brother.
We're
but
gonna
when
go
we're
into that.
having
Brother,
these
let her
discussions about the
finish,
Nope,
Anunnaki
please.
I had to
perspective,
inter. She cut me off, so
No,
I
you
had
did
to
not have
interject my
to. Have
whole
some
thought.
impulse control, brother.
Brother. That's
Oh,
why I asked how old are
I
you?
was rolling with them for a second. All
no,
I
it
was
wasn't
saying
about.
was
Maybe I'm
from
wrong. I don't know.
what I'm saying in the Anunnaki story, and this is what sometimes people don't realize because we're talking about two different stories that somehow, in some way, depending on how you look at it, can be combined or still separated. In the Anunnaki story, in the actual creation story, they are telling you that it took them several tries before they were able to find the right amount of DNA and genes to create what was going to become that secondary worker race, but they don't say that they got rid of those other creations. So those creations are still roaming the earth, which could be also, if we're applying it to modern understanding, that might be some of these things that we're finding that's going bump in the night. But what was according to science, because you got to throw science in there as well, because all of them back each other up to an extent if you're catching it. Scientists say the group that was here was the Neanderthal. That's the group. The question is, where did we come from? Because we don't fit anywhere on the food chain. But when you start getting into stories like the Anunnaki story and you start getting into the creation stories in the Bible also tells you some people don't catch it. Some people believe they think they know. But if you read that book like a book in the beginning chapters, it tells you there was a group created on 6 days. Then it says he rested for however long he rested. Then it says that he created the Adam and Eve, which is part of that bloodline that's going to become the group that the Yahudas, aka the Israelites, or the people that they speak of in the Bible come from. And it also tells you that from those two individuals, one came out of the other, because they're telling you one came out of the other. It was specifically done that way for whatever the reason the creator had in mind in the Bible. So when you look at that story, you also hear all throughout their lineages moving forward into time that they were told not to mix and mingle with other groups of people that were already roaming the earth. A lot of people don't catch that either. They were told not to because they came from a specific bloodline, which eventually would bring forth that individual that we all know today as Jesus Christ, or another name that you may know him from, or the biblical name Joshua, however you want to say the name. But when it comes down to what the Anunnaki were doing, a lot of the stuff that is being mentioned when Too Much asks, where did these where did we come from and what is the sons of man and sons of God, a lot of the stuff is backing up after the creation. So when you start getting into everything that happened before, because you were very specific about some of the things that you talked about, Bo, and everybody else was as well, all of that stuff comes after they had to be created.
Oh, what stuff you talking about?
Everything that you've talked about has come after the creations of, whether they came from the Anunnaki story or whether we came from the biblical story that they speak of in the Bible, or whether we came from another source that is saying that there was a creation that happened here, or whether we're talking about the realms, because you got to remember, you had Atlantis, you had the Lumerians, you had so many different groups that came before. Some of these
Well,
groups,
you
some of
had
these
the
people in this chat
Atlanteans was the
have never
first group.
even,
The
some of these,
Atlanteans was the first group. Then
the
you had
Atlanteans were not the first group. The Lumerians came before them. And after the Atlanteans, we just had a group that just ended, which was the mud flood era. So the Atlanteans were not the first group, but that's the one that's most talked about.
Sumerians are the
But
Atlanteans, though. If
the
you going to
Atlanteans, Bo, the Atlanteans were not the first group. Before them was the Lumerians. Before that was a whole nother group of people. And before that was another group of people. We go back generations, ancient generations. As of right now, according to scientists, no matter
who's
whether you're
scientists? That's what I'm
African or whether
saying,
you're
though.
from here, the Negroid people are the oldest people on the face of the earth.
But you're going by. All right, this is what I don't get with people, right? Y'all going by what people taught y'all. I go by what my spirit leads me to,
You're
or my
right,
particular.
but
Hear me,
Bo,
hear me. I never cut you off, though. You
everything that
always
you're
cut me
talking
off,
about,
sister.
you read it. You
I
got it
read the
from
Emerald
somewhere.
Tablets, and I read the I read information out of the Book of Creation that's older than a Bible.
But we're not.
That's older than.
Bo, we're
I'm
not
going
just.
by. You got to go
Bo,
by a
you
history
set the.
line too,
Bo,
sister.
you're.
That's
I
what.
think you're missing what I'm saying. You set the tone when you. The question. Here's the question. The question was, according, you got Miss G, and you got Too Much. The question specifically was, what is the difference basically between the sons of man and the sons of God in the actual Bible?
Oh, the
You
actual
when
Bible.
you
Okay.
that was the specific question.
Okay.
Miss G came up and asked where exactly was what is it? Where exactly was the Garden of Eden?
Okay.
So when Too Much asked, he said, I got a question since we going in this direction. Who are the sons of man and who are the sons of
Oh
God
yeah, yeah, yeah. He did go
in
there.
the actual Bible? When you were asked to go ahead and give your understanding, you went off respectfully and started talking about the Anunnaki story. That's not what he actually asked you.
No, that's where it originated from because
But
that's
that's
the
not
truth.
what he
Because that's
asked
where they
you.
pulling the Bible from.
But
Once you
Bo, that's
understand where they
where
pulling the
people, Bo,
Bible
if
from,
this was a test, you would have failed the test because that's not what was asked.
oh
He
yeah,
asked you
you got that part.
specifically, the question was asked specifically from the Bible. That's just like a lot of people will sit here and tell you that they read something completely different in the book, all the different stories, but yet they know Noah's story existed. They know what's his name, Samson and Delilah existed, their stories, but then will turn around and give you their own representation of what they think happened. But when it
Because
comes down to the ex,
can
sir,
I
let
say
me
something
finish.
without cutting your
No,
knowledge
you need
off?
to, no, you got to stop for a second. Because that's where the issue is coming in. You're banging off in 40 different directions. And then when we keep trying to get you to bring it back in, you're not getting what we're saying because you're still banging off in 40 different directions. The question specifically was, who are the sons of man and the sons of God in the actual Bible? Your answer was you went off talking about the Anunnaki story, which is completely different from the Bible. It's not the
Well,
same story.
Completely.
it's not the same story, but I was
And it
giving you the
has,
original
and
context
honestly,
where it came from.
it's
That's
but
where I was going
but
to. I was
that's
going
not where
directly
it
to where
came
it
from.
came
That's
from.
where you believe. Keyword,
It's not
you
belief
believe the
because when
story
you go
came
to
from.
I used to be a junior minister. When you go to theologian school, you have to learn from the Sumerians first.
You're not learning anything about, and I can
Even when you
assure
go
you,
to
you're not
theologian
learning
school, they
anything
make you learn
about the
about them first
Anunnaki story
because
when
that's
you're
where the
going to
original,
ministry school.
original
You're not even
information
learning
comes
about that,
from.
sir.
That's
You're
where the
you're
original information comes
Bo, you're
from.
when you went to ministry school, you did not learn anything
Yes,
about the.
they have. You have to
You
learn
did
about
not,
the
sir.
Sumerians
Now we know
first.
that you, sir. I was
He's a
with you,
little
but
too
you're not
wild.
being honest because everybody that I know that went to
Okay.
ministry school they were not taught about the Anunnaki story. That is a
Not the
whole nother
Anunnaki
story that
story
was
to learn
just
about the
translated.
Sumerian background. first.
But sir, again, you are
Okay.
treading on a thin line because you know for a fact when you went to ministry school, you did not learn anything about the
Who do you
Anunnaki
get your
story.
information
You went
from?
off on your
Who you get your
own.
information
You
from?
went
You get
off
your
on your
information from
own
the
and did
Catholic
that
Church, right?
research, and then you somehow
Okay.
combine the
Starting to
two
think
together
Bo is
to say
slim.
that one is older than the
Can I
other.
ask you a question? What is your belief? I just
It's
want to
not
know your belief.
about my
I don't want
belief.
to like argue with you. I'm not
Bo,
trying to
it's
argue.
not, but
But every
Bo,
time I
this
say
is
something, you
Moderator,
directly
regulate,
cut me off.
because nothing that you're going off in
Anybody
40
else, you don't
different
cut off. You cut me
directions.
off every time.
Because Bo, you're going off in 40 different directions. That
Hold
wasn't
on,
the
you guys.
question, and that's the part that you're wrestling with. He
Hold on, you
asked you
guys.
specifically about the Bible and specifically
Okay.
about
You
who
sound
was
like
the
you.
sons
You
of
sound like
God
you're a
and the
Christian.
sons of
I ain't
man.
trying to disrespect your religion.
Hold
I
on,
don't
It's
believe in
not a
religion.
religious
hold on,
thing. It
Bo.
was a
hold on, you
simple
guys.
question. You went off talking about a whole nother history and another topic.
Listen. You
Bo,
got it.
he's
Hold on, real quick, you guys. Listen, you guys. Listen. It's very easy. Listen. You gotta understand that just because she's chopping up game, you may have a different piece of the puzzle, and she may have a different piece of the puzzle, but you can't get mad because somebody's not agreeing with what you're saying or not seeing it from your side or what you
Nah, I'm not
believe.
mad, bro.
Okay,
I,
and
well
let
every
him
time I
speak.
talk, she
you
cuts
sound
me
a
off.
little like you're mad, but
No, because she cut me off every time I say something. So I
okay.
was
I
like,
was
I didn't do
following
that
He's
to
with
her
you,
doing
at
you
but
all.
doing that.
I didn't even get a point across, and I try to get into my point. I
because
get
Bo,
cut
you're
off.
not
So
making
I'm
any
like,
points.
all
You're
right, what
you're
good can I
throwing
say?
statements out there
Well,
to the community that
here's
have
what
nothing to do with the topic.
here's what you got
I'll
to
fall
do.
back.
You got to learn to not say no. That's not correct. And then start like that. That's not a good way to start. You first you hear what she has to say, and then you say, okay, well that sounds good, but let me share this with you. But she's right, brother. We weren't talking about Anunnakis or anything like that. You added that in there, which is
Yeah,
cool.
I did. I agree to
Which is
that part
cool.
of it. I was
We
going right to the source.
Bro, that's not what we was talking about.
I mean, if you, but you gotta understand. Listen, if you really understand the galaxy, you will understand that there's something even above Anunnakis.
Yeah, I know.
You understand? So what she's talking about is there's something before them. There's something before them. And when the Bible was when the Bible was in the creation part of the Bible, you got to understand there were humans already. There were people already
Already
on the
here.
earth
Yeah, I know.
when Adam and Eve were here. Adam and Eve was set apart. But see, there was a problem. There was a problem with breeding because he just the first creation was just created. They couldn't even breed and have babies until we came along.
Mm-hmm.
Or the new Adam, or I should say, I say we, but the new Adam came along. That's when they were able to breed, and they end up breeding with them.
They violated laws.
Yeah, they did. They said when they said that they they went against the creative all. I know that part.
Bo, how old are you,
I
brother?
think we all saying the same thing from different dialects. The brother did hit it on the nose.
All you gotta do is listen
Calm down.
and not if
Sister, I
you
mean, if I came
listen
off like I was
with
being
this and your gut,
disrespectful, I don't come off like that. I don't mean to.
No, you
you'll
good,
hear it.
Bo. I don't want you to think I'm arguing with you. I'm just stating a lot of times when we have talks or discussions, it doesn't even have to be about this topic.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't listening specifically to what the person all the time is asking them. We can all read the book Tom Sawyer together, but if they ask you whether Tom Sawyer was wearing red dungarees or blue dungarees, and you go in there and say he was wearing blue, and it clearly states in the book that he was wearing red, you got that answer wrong. So what he asked specifically, you got Miss G who asked originally, where was the Garden of Eden? She threw the question out there. Everybody gave their own understanding of what they understood, and they stuck to the point, including yourself. But when it came down to who were the sons of God and who were the sons of man, specifically in the Bible, when you were asked, and we let you talk for quite a bit of time to break down your understanding, you went off respectfully. Doesn't mean you did anything wrong. You just trailed off in a whole different direction
I
about the
did.
Anunnaki story. It doesn't mean what you read was incorrect. I'm just saying that's not what he actually asked you. Everybody, and I purposely went last because I can be long-winded too. So everybody was able to give their understanding, and some of you went more than once. But when it comes down to those stories, I'm not saying that there's not similarities in it. I'm not saying that it's not the original story that they didn't take from, because when you start breaking it down, it does sound like the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁 could have been the angels and the war that happened before the Bible was created. And you have where they had the whole thing where the angels fell from heaven. But the question specifically was, who were the sons of men and who were the sons of God that were created in the Bible that we all can go grab right now and look it up?
Yeah,
Some
that's my
people
fault. I
don't
ain't
know
stay on
about
top
that
of it.
other story yet. Not saying that you can't bring it in, but that wasn't the specific question.
I
My
would
fault. I
say
didn't stay
this,
on
brother.
topic. My fault.
No,
I
you
respect
good.
that.
Sometimes impulse control is what you're going to have a little more tighter rein on. I get it. You know, people are going to say stuff and it's going to trigger you. And that's by everybody. But the idea is, okay, wait a minute, pull back. I don't have to be Babe Ruth on every particular thing.
Fact.
I don't have to hit a home run. So let's let this thing ride. And Too Much was right when he said it. You know, everybody's got a little bit of a piece of this puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody got it all.
That's right.
What we're supposed to be doing is sharing our piece of the puzzle so that we get the big picture into focus.
That's it.
No.
Because we can't build when you shut somebody's argument down and say, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about." Then the building is over. The building's over after you do that. So you listen, and then you respond, and you say, "Well, let me interject this," and then you add your piece in there, and then you know, we all need to learn how to sum it all up, so we don't just keep going on and on and on and on. Learn how to get to the point. Learn how to articulate yourself and get your point across in fewer words. Because you know the time that we live in, our attention span is not that deep like it used to be. We can't sit there and just listen to 15 minutes of talk. We need you to sum it up in 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops. And that's how 3 minutes is a long time. Are you okay? You okay, son?
I think somebody was yawning.
That's right. He just fell asleep.
Somebody was yawning. But Bo, one last thing. I know that you mentioned about Atlantis as well. Atlantis is the more famous story that we know of throughout history. However, the last era that we had, which was recent, was the mud flood era. And they're still destroying what was left of their civilization. Then before Atlantis, you had Lemuria. So for a long time, people only knew about Atlantis. But as you go further back in time, you will realize, and it falls back into line with the realms. These were different civilizations that thrived and lived before us. And maybe at some point, as they talk about in Atlantis, they got to a point where everything, came to a head with the technology, and then we started over again. Because there's a whole nother history that's saying that we have what they call this huge cycle. I'm going to use a quote from a Marvel movie. If you've seen the movie, what was it? Thor. I think it was like part 3. If any of you are Marvel fans, that's the best one to explain it. If you can remember, they have a portion of the story where they're explaining where their world comes from. And they said every 20,000 or something years, they find another place to recreate, and everybody starts over again. Somewhere in between the stories that we're learning throughout history that we're finding are not just stories, but there seems to be more to them. What we do notice is that there is a consistency where there was a civilization and then the civilization ended abruptly. It's never one that seems to just, glided into their end. It's just like abruptly, whether it was a volcano that hit or whether something happened where something hit the earth, or whether we're talking about something like the Anunnaki, where they came from somewhere else. But I think it's the third movie of Thor, because I'm a Marvel fan, they're telling you where their world comes from in the history. The father was breaking it down before he passed away. And he said, you could have created us here on the earth in this area. So he was giving his son and Loki, the other son, leadway. Listen, y'all got to go get. That's the one with the woman. Remember, they had a sister. Mm-hmm. That's the one with the sister. Remember, she was the first of the group, and they had known nothing about her, because also that also showed that at some point their father wasn't the nice person that he was in the other chapters. He was sometime at some point ruthless. So I don't want to go too far into it because everybody doesn't watch Marvel movies, but that's one of my things.
I get down with some Marvel, sister. But can I interject? Not trying to cut you
Go ahead,
out.
love.
What I was going to say is that's a good thing you was going into.
Asgard is a real place, right? It's just
Yeah, Asgard. That's what I was trying to get out.
Yeah, those are different realms.
It's another realm.
Yeah.
And if y'all start breaking it down to the simplest form of it is, y'all will really catch the frequency of the universe and figure out, add some more pieces of the puzzle. We don't. Where do these things? We think all these stories just come out of nowhere. We think all these fairy tales and these things that somebody just creatively thought of this stuff. It's a frequency.
You're not that creative.
It's a frequency. And these stories are meant to be told. Earth was inhabited by another being before we got to it. They just lost control of it because they lost the WAR.
Reptilian.
And imagine the Most High being so good, but there sure is a lot of WARs going on. There sure is a lot of
in every realm.
Every realm, and it seems like they want to get over here bad. But guess what? The Most High just put this dome over us that said, "Hey, not everybody's going to be able to get through."
Hey, I got a different.
We're not necessarily going to be able to get out. So, have y'all ever seen? Have you ever seen those games that you play on your phone, and you have to build up these cities and this army? But they give you
like a Sims.
They give you like a 7-day period of grace. They put this dome over your little city and give you time to build it and collect coins. And then once they take that dome off, what happens?
You on your own. You got to protect that dome.
You got to come up under attack.
All the other players come and wipe you. You mad? You like, man? Why they take this dome off now? Now everybody comes. Now my city is controlled.
You got to learn your strategy.
So we got this protective dome over us right now.
That's Genesis, bro. You talking about when?
What's gonna happen when that dome?
Yeah,
comes off?
I would say it seems
to meet the other world galaxy realms at the level that they're at. Or are we just going to get?
I would say it like this.
And we're chipping away.
We're tapping into the Akashic records as a spiritual body.
Yeah,
and the more we tap into the Akashic record, the stronger we get. The stronger the connection get, the more information comes through.
We get
the more knowledge comes through.
I must agree.
I was going to tap on what you were saying on, sister. With the whole planet, we go through cycles. That's either like a moon cycle or a sun cycle. And that's where we get our calamities. We're going from a moon cycle to a sun cycle right now. So that way we go through different cycles, and that's where different people leave, go to different areas. And when you was talking about with the whole dome thing, that would be the firmament. They even talk about that in the Bible when the God of the Bible, aka Enlil, so you understand, in that Bible is different gods they're talking about.
That's running down a different path again, bro.
Breakdown of the God thing with the capital G, with the lowercase, it did all lower cases. That's just talking about different gods.
Let me ask you another question. I want you to answer this, right? Do you believe there are two Most Highs?
I believe there's.
Do you believe there are two Most High gods? And the best way to explain it, hold on, let me explain. The best way to explain it is, if we believe God is all good, all knowing, all righteous, and can't do no wrong, and then all of a sudden he's wiping out people, and then there's another God who's supposedly Most High, and he's the one exacting justice and taking, unaliving people and wiping out.
I'm gonna throw all them fairy tales out.
Let me finish, brother, and I'm gonna let you. I promise, I'm gonna let you cook. I just want you to fully understand it. You're anxious, but just slow. We got a little bit of time. I'm not gonna end the live probably for another 5-10 minutes. But check this out. Listen, do you believe there's two Most Highs, and there's a positive and there's a negative in order to add that balance? That there are two Most High, or is it one that encompasses the all? Because I hear you say you believe in the all, and then you believe in all these other beings But is there a most high? Is the most high the all, or is the all? Or is there the all, and then there's the most high, and then there's this balance? There's the good most high, and then there's the bad most high. Go.
All right. See, my thing with the whole thing, I believe that we are gods. That would be your black race. Period. We're part of the creative gods, and that goes into the 𝗖𝗄𝗏 story. All that. I believe it's a creative. It's a creative all. Yes, it's a creative all that made it. That's actually a frequency. We just our soul is this emanation of Him in this dimension. We're actually somewhere else. That will be that voice you hear in your head is projecting from a whole different dimension. So we're dealing with dimensions. I gotta be. I don't have enough time to explain the whole thing. Like, I believe that there's a source outside of us. Then there is your gods that was created that just have different levels of power. And then when you're on this planet, you're here to learn, to make your soul go to a higher level. That's the shortest way, because I don't want to be long-winded. You say you only have 5 minutes. But if you want to know the way I believe, just go to my channel. I put it out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here and be long-winded. I believe that we was here on the journey. When we came here, we had a contract before we came here. And we're here to go to different levels of consciousness to get to a higher realm. That's what I believe in the short version. I left it open. But, you know,
Still didn't answer his question, brother.
Are there two most highs? We believe there are two most highs.
That's a yes or no.
It's no two most high. It's only one creative all. The most high is just a title.
So the creative all. So the creative all is the most high, and the other two are just the.
No, the most high is just a title. There is a frequency that we come from, who created the whole universe.
So you believe there's a frequency outside of the most high? Is that what you're saying, or is most high the all?
No, most high is just a title. It's just a title through your ranking of conscious knowledge.
Bo, he's asking you specifically. Do you believe
that you're talking about?
No, I don't believe in the Bible. I believe the Bible is more coded.
Rebel, what did you say?
Then the most high is the frequency that he's talking about.
Yes.
So the most high is
the frequency. Then you're not answering. Then you're not answering the question.
Because I know the most high to be a title too. So I'm saying the creative all source. Some people use source. I use God because I'm used to that word. That's why I was brought up.
That's not what he's asking you.
The frequency is the creative all.
Oh,
the most high. I mean, that's a title. That's okay. He'll be the ultimate title.
Yes, but you have to give it a name to understand what it is and its position.
What he's asking them, Aqua, specifically, do you believe in one or more gods?
I believe in one God.
He's not saying yes or no.
I believe in one God, and I believe the rest of them are just.
There are definitely many gods, but then there
God just means power. I'm just getting to the core.
Yeah, but he's not asking Bo, listen, baby. He's not asking you to give the definition. If I ask you what is your favorite color between two different color blues, you can either say all or one or none. He's asking you specifically, do you believe that there's more than one God? You're going into definitions. It's a yes or no question, and then you go in and give your disposition.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. I believe there's one creative all. The answer is
wait a minute, Bo, that's your answer right there. Then when you let him respond to it, then you give your disposition on why you believe in that.
I ain't used to debate stuff or formats and all that. I just have conversations. I'm out of line. I'm out of line.
No, you're not out of line. We're just trying to get you to get. We're trying to get you to answer the actual question, and that's where the issue is coming in. You're going straight into the disposition.
If you got a channel and you want to build that channel and you want people to actually sit there and hear what you got to say, you gotta first of all you gotta shorten it, and you gotta the best communicators can use simple words and convey what they mean. The best, I'm not saying I'm the best. I'm nowhere near the best, but I'm saying the best communicators can use shorter amount of words and still convey what they mean.
Can I say something better? I see something else. we understand, like, everybody's not knowledgeable about a lot of things, and all of us want to say what we know, and everything that we have learned and stuff. But you got to learn how to let other people around you. You're not the only one that know everything.
Right.
Not saying that
It's
you think that you
okay
know it
to
all,
have
but
the
you're trying to
information.
throw everything that you know out there so fast that when you're not giving everybody else a chance to, you know what I mean, to put out theirs, to where you can have another perspective too.
I got the energy coming off, and my fault. I didn't even know, like, if it's coming off like that. I ain't even trying to let it come off like that.
No. I understand what you're saying, because it is a passion, but I get it. It's a passion because I catch myself too when I'm in a group, when I'm talking to people too, and they got some. I gotta stand back. Look, I read a book one time. It was called Celestial Prophecy, right? But it was in the book. It was like different lessons. They had like a manuscript, and they had all these different lessons on it, right? It had like 9 of them, and one of them was like, it was a group of 12 people, right? And them 12 people, say it was like 13, and it's 12 people, right? You know what I mean, left. So you split them in half. If them 6 ain't paying attention to you, then your morale go down, and then you're trying to explain yourself, but you really can't because you're worried about the 6 that's not paying attention. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, if you give your all, then to that person that's talking, everybody, then they can explain exactly what it is that they need to say, because everybody's paying attention. They're not worried about the people that's interrupting or people interrupting, and everybody get their chance. But if everybody, I'm saying if everybody do that, then, well, I'm not saying everybody because everybody is, but Bo, you just too excited.
How old, Bo? You've been asked several times. How old are you, bro?
I'm old. I'm 44 to be honest. So you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you around my age, Bo.
Yeah, I'm just,
Okay.
I'm
You got
not,
a
I don't
young
be on
voice.
panels like, this is honestly, it's my third time trying this. So I'm trying something new because I'm starting to get likes and all that. So, I'm not even doing this for money like that. I'm just doing it to put the information back on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you just gonna, honestly, man, you just gonna have to slow down.
Yeah, slow it down.
You got a lot
People
of
have no
voice.
problem listening to what you say, but if you go spit out 10 million facts, it's not a chance in hell I'm paying attention to you.
And also, Bo,
The best thing to do is to give, that analogy. How do you eat an elephant? One bite
at a time.
But I look at it like this too, brothers and sisters. I ain't trying to disrespect or nothing like that. I just know what time we in, and our window's only 3 years before
Brother,
shit hits
you're
the fan.
not the only
So I'm
one
trying
who's
to put so
paying
much
attention to the
information
window.
out there as I can to help people who don't know. You get me?
Here's
Yes,
what I
brother.
always say. I get it when people try to predict the window and things like that, but nobody really knows, brother. They've been predicting the window for a long time now, and I'm not saying it can't be in the 3 years, but I'm saying, listen, man, there are things happening, and I believe the Most High is giving us grace.
and we're
Like,
giving
he
you
give us
grace.
wisdom too to see the signs.
We need to latch on to the grace, and
Hey, Bo.
I don't believe in putting a time on them because there's still so much that we need to do. There's still so much that we need to do. So I'm saying we're operating in grace. And let's take advantage of the grace. However long, it could be 3 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 20 years, it could be 100 years. Grace is grace.
Bo, you just said something that was important. You said you only did this a couple of times. And one of the things that I enjoyed about this panel is that everybody was very, very patient and understanding with you. Whereas if you go into some of these places, they're not going to be like that. Everybody is not going to be the way while you're communicating. You got to learn how to let everybody talk. Sometimes you'll come in a situation where you'll only have 1 minute and they'll rotate everyone. And, sometimes you'll just go from one point to the next. And that's why he said focus on what you're saying, because as you communicate and you have a lot of good stuff to offer, you just want to make sure that, everybody respects everybody's time and so forth and so on.
You got some game, you got some knowledge. If you read the Emerald Tablets and you know about 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and you know about Enlil and Enki and all that stuff, you know some stuff, but understand that there's knowledge out there that even supersedes that. And that's what some people can't grasp. They think, some people think only the Bible has it, so they don't understand that there's knowledge outside the Bible. They don't get it because if you look at the way the Bible was comprised, you got to understand that the Holy Scriptures are just that. They're the Holy Scriptures, and they didn't put all the Holy Scriptures in the Bible.
Okay, I touch on one thing. Y'all was talking about the great heist of Alexander, the library where they stole everything and put in the Vatican. I wanted to clear something up for the chat on that when we was talking earlier. You know, I give respect to all y'all. I added all y'all. I like the way y'all came across. Y'all very knowledgeable people. In times like this, you want to learn from each other. You hit it on the nose. We're a community. We got everybody. Don't have the one answer. You gotta do it as a collective. You know. And thanks for all the stuff. Like I said, I'm new to this. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to learn these TikTok battlegrounds.
We 100% with you on that one, Bo.
You just gotta, again, brother. It's patience. You're getting there. You about how I would, when I was on this. You still, you got this knowledge, and you want to get it out, but you just got to be patient in how you deliver it.
And you have a lot of knowledge.
Is to drop some jewels, cook, and then let the room unpack that.
Yep. Real fast. Real fast. Something
faster.
That's what tethers do. They love to babble, and go from one point to another, and you just be confused, and you be like, man, I don't even want to. You be like, man, I'm done. But if you slow it down and just drop a jewel and then let the room unpack that, it's gonna be much better. It's gonna be.
All right, say less. Say less.
Aqua had a question or wanted to throw something in there.
Go ahead, Aqua.
Oh no, I was basically saying like we understand like how because he said he knew, and I'm like when he said the battleground, I started laughing too. I'm like, yeah, you're gonna have your moment when you're gonna find yourself with the room might be quiet and let you go. However long you want to go. You're gonna have your moment. You just gotta wait for it.
Yeah. I'm new to this. I'm new to this.
If you just realize you ain't gotta always drive that big boat, that big plane all the way across the world. Sometimes you can take a puddle jumper.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you learn how to read the room, you can tell when your moment is. And people they don't want you to shut up. They want you to keep talking when you're in that moment. But you gotta
say less.
The room. And once you read the room, you can feel it. It's like, okay, let me just keep expounding because the people are rocking with me now. Let me just keep expounding because I'm taking them someplace and they like where they're going. You can feel that. You can sense that. So if you read the room correctly, you'll know when your moment is, brother. And nobody's going to try to cut you off in your moment because we want to hear what you got to say.
You're going to find out real quickly. I don't know if you were in here earlier when we had. I know I'm gonna leave that man alone. When we had the gentleman in here from Haiti, stop laughing too much. The reason why he got what he got in terms of the conversation, because I'm normally very mild mannered. I do say what I have to say, but I normally kind of keep it to what it is because we deal with that on a daily basis. And even though you have a lot of knowledge and you were going toe to toe with the group, it started to come off like how some of the people come into the live that when they're asked direct questions, specific and direct questions, they ramble off into a whole different direction, talk about something else because they don't want to answer the question. So if you had been here earlier to see the play or interaction between that gentleman and myself, he wasn't answering anything. He was making excuses, and then he was trying to get us to trauma bond with him because we have our own issues that we deal with our white tea folk here. So it was blame everything on white tea folk when really the blame is really you. You have to take responsibility for what you're doing at that time. So if you watch a couple of those lives, what I'm trying to get at, Bo, is watch a couple of those lives play out, and you'll see what we're talking about. But in this one, it was okay. You got Miss G who came up. She kind of changed the direction of what we were already discussing. And we went on into the Bible for a little bit. And we do know sometimes with the Bible, even though we're all here for the mind and the, in the good debate or the good conversation, some people can't have those conversations because they get too emotional or they get too caught up into this is what I was told. I don't believe in that. I don't think we got that tonight. I think everybody really legitly just gave a good answer of what they understood for the question that was being asked. You definitely gave a good answer. It was just that you gave more than what was asked. So when a person asks you a question, you give them your immediate answer, and then you disengage so that they can return the favor to you, and then you stand your ground and give your disposition. Does that make sense, Bo?
I make perfect sense. You just gave me the laws, commandments of chatting.
Yeah, that's all you do,
Yeah,
baby.
that's all. I don't
That's
know the
all you
laws.
do.
I'm
And
coming
that's
in
what
like the
everybody
Wild
was
Wild
trying to
West.
tell you.
I'm new to
Right.
this.
You know why?
Not
You know
usual.
why I like. You know why I like talking about the Bible, because it's a good feeler for the temperature of the room. You can
Facts.
see who's closed and who's open. And once you know that, then you know how to address the room. You know how to deal with people. You know, my thing is this: I never want to give people what they don't want. If they want it, I'm gonna give it to you. If you don't want it, I don't. If I don't have to go deep with you, I don't need to go deep.
You don't got. I feel you.
So I
That's a thing I
love
do.
talking about little things that kind of it's like an exercise for me. It's like let's do a quick exercise and let's expand our brain so we can get back to the topic at hand. But it's a good little exercise just to be like, okay, let me fill the room out. Okay, the room is deep. Okay, so we can actually go to another level with this. Or the room is closed. Let's just move on.
Right. So you ain't wasting your time talking
Oh, your
deep stuff
energy.
against people who can't even digest it.
Facts.
I think
Facts.
True said it the best. I
What's
was
up,
getting ready to
Jordan?
say, like we had a guy in here earlier. He was making a good point. We were talking about the slave trade. Well, you know that's the Slavic people. I hear that all the time. Reality is, we did have slaves in America, and we all know what we mean when we say slaves. Now, the way that it's being perpetuated is that the only way that we could have been slaves in America is if we came from Africa. That's where a person like myself, would step in and say, that's not true, because
I
it's not
agree.
true. The Native Americans were enslaved. If we're part of that group, then that would not make us African. So either way you put it, people sometimes will throw out things. Well, the analogy says this, that, and the third. You done lost the whole group, because people sometimes only know small things. You got to kind of take your time and feed them into other things, because people go off on a tangent talking about 20 different things when the question was just what it was. Was there slaves in America? Yes. Where did they come from? Well, they came from Africa. Then you'll have somebody say, well, that's not necessarily true, because Columbus came, he enslaved people on the island. Well, you forgot about that. Oh, well, but that's not what I was talking about. But that's not what the question was. The question was, were there slaves in America? Yes. Are prisoners of war? Somebody came in, none of the people on the panel now said this, but the gentleman that was here earlier, he was making a valid point. However, he was getting ready to go into that nitpicking. Well, we were actually prisoners of war. Raise your hand if you want to be a prisoner of war. Prisoner of war is the same as a slave. Your rights were taken. You're under the control of another group of people. It's just a different word.
The terminology.
Yeah. And then you have people, let me tell you how serious it is. You have people yelling that indentured servants were slaves. Were some treated no different than a slave? Yeah. But the difference between an indentured servant, there is a clear cut difference, is that an indentured servant was a person that was under contract for however many years they were under contract. And then they were able to go on and live a normal life, including sit at the table with the person that had them under contract. A prisoner of war is technically the same thing. However, a prisoner of war is just a nice glorified name for a person. We captured your people. So now you're under our rule. Can you get out of that prisoner of war status? Yeah, if your team comes and gets them out, or unless there's an end to the war. But if there isn't, and they're giving you the things that they're doing when the small hats were being put in the chambers, or all throughout what happened with us, because technically, if you want to go there, that would have been a prisoner of war. You had other African tribes enslaving African tribes and selling them to the Europeans, who brought them here to the islands or wherever they took them.
Yeah.
But they weren't calling them prisoners of war when they got on the boat, but that's, I guess, technically what you would have called them. So when we're talking about it here, where there's slaves here, the person started going off in that. You kind of did that too, Bo, when you were being asked about, do you believe in one or two gods? You didn't actually answer the question until after more people kind of gave you a little bit of push in the right direction. You went, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in this, and this is an analog. That's not what was asked. He asked, do you believe in one or two gods? The answer should have been, yes, I believe in one, or no, I don't, or I don't believe in either. Stop 4 seconds, let them reiterate what the next part of the question is, and then stand your ground on your argument.
All right, y'all.
I'd say it like this: be a boxer, get that jab in, get out.
There you go. I'm about to end the live here, you guys, but I want to say this. Listen, Melchizedek is a righteous brother, and he's a spiritual brother.
Can you send that to me? Can you throw that in the chat so I make sure they're correct spelling? Because I know me, that'll be the wrong spelling. Looking for it, please.
Let me see how I can do. Hold on. Give me
It is something to spell. When you see it written out, it is something. It is. Ooh.
Yeah, just pronounce
I would just say, ask Google, sweetie. I mean, ask your thing, and have it look it up right quick. That'll be the easiest thing for you.
I think. I think. Oh, hold on. I spelled it wrong, man.
Because when you said it, I want to say I remember learning about him in the Bible, but then I was like, what part of the Bible is he mentioning?
He's around
Genesis,
Abraham.
very early Genesis.
He's very early. He's around the time of Abraham, and he was the first person that received an offering. Now, who
was the saint supposedly that was walking across and ran into him?
See, I'm learning something. That's why I didn't say anything, because when you're talking about Genesis, he's in the book of Genesis, or is he in the book of Deuteronomy?
Genesis.
Okay.
It's early Genesis.
Like how early we talking? Right after Adam and Eve was created? Because I'm gonna go back and look into it.
He's after
After Seth.
It's after Adam and Eve.
He's a descendant of Seth. Because
see, that's the thing. That's the thing about Melchizedek. I'm sorry, can't say properly.
I got you.
That's the thing about him. He is believed to be, as he said,
a type of Christ.
Right. So could he have manifested in the flesh from? Yes, it is a possibility. Would never say it couldn't happen. So did he come down, run across the prophet who was going somewhere else, and gave half of his tithes to him in that moment, just seeing him, because he knew who he was.
Okay. Yeah, because maybe I've heard the name before, Truth. I just didn't say anything. I'm sorry, was that cousin that was speaking?
That was cousin.
Okay, I'm sorry, cousin. That's why I didn't say anything, because I only speak on stuff that I actually know. And I was like, wait a minute, there's something to this, because I kept thinking, well, maybe they talking about Enoch, because you got three, you got Enoch, Enos, and Enoch. One, you got the one that went up to heaven because he was just taken, and that's the one that I know of. And then you got Noah's great grandfather that went when the flood came, and he had been here forever. They don't even know how old he is.
So he's after Noah.
He's okay.
After Noah, but he's around the time of Abraham.
So he comes after the earth was replenished.
Right.
And they don't seem to know where he came from.
Right. He has no.
You sure he wasn't one of the angels?
Well, that's what's speculative. They call
no, right. That's the thing. Because again,
the priest of the Most High God, and they call him the King of Salem and the priest of the Most High God. King of Salem means King of Peace.
Okay.
And the story, if I'm not mistaken,
because it sounds like, if I'm thinking correctly, it sounds like he might have been one of the angels, because a lot of them stayed.
That was considered righteous. So I just say it like this: he is a type of what we are supposed to be on this earth. He's spiritual and he's righteous. And people come to him when they need wisdom, and when you come to him and you tithe to him. First of all, it's like a tithe. There wasn't a tithe back then. The tithe came later, but he was the first to receive a gift from a man and receive a blessing from God.
Is he one of the seven? Because they say that before Christ, there were seven others that came before with the same ability.
He could have been.
Because I remember.
He could have been.
Okay,
yes,
so cousin, you know what I'm talking about?
That's why.
Yes, I do. I've heard of those forces
that could have been 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗁, because 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗁 is supposed to be another biblical type of Christ as well too, right?
It's potentially in a spirit man.
He was a priest and a king. He held two positions and two titles. He was priest and he was king, and we are called to be priests and kings as well.
All right, I'm gonna look into that. Too Much. Are you doing your live tonight, or you got to go to work?
I'm gonna do my live. Well, it's 1 a.m. for me. It's probably a little later for y'all.
It's 4:25 for me. I'm East Coast.
Yeah, you East Coast. So I'm about to get some sleep right now. I need at least 4 hours of sleep, and then I got to go to work. And then when I come back from work tonight, I'm gonna do another live.
Yeah, I need to get with you behind the scenes because I've been missing in action. We definitely need to speak. I'm
Yeah.
going to drop a connection for you so that we can talk because I need to get clarity on some things that you wanted me to definitely get involved in that I'm interested in. Okay.
Okay, for
I
sure.
like your mind too, Reby. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
Is it
Come.
Reby or Rebby?
It's Reby. You said it correct.
Okay.
Some
Okay.
people say Rebby, but it's pronounced Reby.
He's sharp, man.
But yes, I do like your mind.
Thank you. Well, you keep coming to this live. Too much. He gave me and a few other ladies and some guys, platforms. I personally don't go live. I actually come and visit him or others, but I've been out of touch for a while, so he's probably gonna fuss me out after because I haven't been
He
on here
knows
for a
I'm the
little bit.
same way, sister. He knows how I am. He'll see me around here and there, but I don't do platforms. But the goal,
You need
again,
to. You need to.
the
brother.
goal is again. Cousin Uncle Grampy got something for everybody. I'm supposed to be a knowledge base for somebody. If you need a little information, you need somebody to talk to. That's what this guy is. That's who I am. I know I don't have it all, but my potential is to make sure and be a leaf on a big tree that you can sit under and get some shade, understanding, and wisdom.
Yes, friend.
Cousin, you got that James Earl Jones type of voice and presence with it, brother. You need to do a broadcast, brother. I'm telling you, brother. You need to just start doing live. And plus, everybody keep man. You can't be anonymous all the time, brother. We gotta see your face, brother. We gotta see who you are, brother. Can't keep hiding from us, brother.
Man, first off, I told you know, and me and some Americans, I ain't with that, bro. These Americans ain't right.
You can't keep hiding from us, brother. We gotta see. You gotta see the cousin. You gotta see cousin, man. But no, you got the voice, brother. You got the voice, man, and you should put the use, man. Put the use.
Well,
Thank
I want
you.
to thank everyone, and I definitely check back in on everybody, and it's been a great time.
Yeah, it was wonderful talking with you, True.
Before
Please
everybody goes, just do me a favor. Check out 𝗣𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie. Do your due diligence. Take time and read the white paper. I know it's long. I just updated the version to the most recent version of the white paper. Take a look at it, read it, get the knowledge and information needed. This one is a game changer. I put my whole heart into this for the family. Check it out. 𝗣𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶org. We are live right now. The pre-launch is on right now. We got people already involved. So just check it out. That's all I gotta say. Everybody have a good night, man. Or good morning.
everyone. Thank you.
Yep.
Blessings to all.
Blessings
All right.
to you as well. Good night.